go. go. हेलो मेरो नाम रु हो अनि म एट्राक्स स्पोर्टबाट खेल्छु अनि पहिलाको जसरी यो पाली पनि सबै कन्टेनर्सहरु राम्रो हुनुहुन्छ अनि सबैको ग्राइन्डहरु सबै हाई लेभलमा पुगेको छ र हामी पनि त्यस्तै लेभलमा ग्राइन्ड गरेर आएको छौं PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट अफिसियल च्यानल युट्युबमा गएर लाइभ हेर्नु पनि सक्नुहुन्छ थ्यांक यू
हेलो नमस्कार मेरो नाम चाहिँ पेमा ग्याल्जन लामा म स्काइलाइट्सको इन्टरफ्यागर हो र PMPL सिजन 4 मा हामीले धेरै मिस्टेकहरु गरेको थियौं र आउने PMPL मा त्यही मिस्टेकहरुलाई सुधारेर हामीले PMPL जित्ने प्रयास गर्नेछौं यसको लाइभ चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइलको अफिसियल च्यानलमा हुन्छ आइदिनु हेर्दिनु सपोर्ट गर्दिनु माया देखाइदिनु धन्यवाद
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourself a winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. And ladies and gentlemen, the Coliseum is all set. The players are all ready as we are about to begin the second and the final weekday of week number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The top 16 teams will once again be finalized for the second Super Week, and we will see who the top 16 are going to be this time.
Exactly. Maybe different, maybe similar, because yesterday's last game we saw Vibes just getting down to the 16th position. DRS is out of 16 right now. That's just, a lot to process, a lot to just, think about right at this moment, because DRS, they did not have a good first Super Weekend as well. They had a few games here and there that were quite decent, but then again, they were struggling for the most part of it. But then again, today is going to be the day of realization, a day of reality checks, a day of understanding what is happening with your game and your life henceforth.
I mean, exactly, because there is a lot that happened yesterday as well. I mean, talk about the topsy-turvy performances, the sort of roller coaster rides that were given to us by some of the biggest teams that were there, ladies and gentlemen. And again, IHC, I mean, they're the ones standing tall above everyone else so far in the league play days in the 5 matches that have happened. But in a pleasant change of surprise, we have Skylightz Gaming, who are competing for the top spot, joined by Stalwart Esports. I mean, the day ended with an incredible, Skylightz Gaming chicken dinner was very impressive.
The circle itself was just quite an impressive one, as it just went to the backside of Query, and it gave them, as they like to drop down to the northern Georgia Pole side right now, it gave them an open ground to move from the backside of the Erangel Island, right? They just moved from the shorelines, and the final fight was just an incredible fight, a 2 versus 1 coming down, and them grabbing a brilliant chicken dinner was just incredible. Then again, Johnny, it all comes down to today. Might just be a same story, might not be, because me and Nekro we talked one fact in this one that was like, if you're in top 3 to top 5, right, at the end of day 1, it's guaranteed that you're going there. It's guaranteed, right? You're going there. But for the other teams, I mean, maybe a 12th position, maybe 13, if you don't get good games, if it's like a bad day, chances are you might not hit that jackpot.
Exactly. I mean, because only if you make it to the weekdays, to the super weekends, will you get an opportunity to compete for a lot of money. That is 15 matches. Every single game, the win is worth $1,000 each. And this is going to happen for 3 weeks. We are already 1/3 of our journey is done. The second third is underway right now with the league play stages happening, and then the super weekend will be there. But after that, it's going to be the final week, the final league play days, 2 days, 8 matches per team, and then it's the final super weekend where the fates of all the 20 teams will be decided, because only the top 16 move to the finals, and in the finals we have an interesting prize distribution. The top team will be walking away, I believe, with a lot of money, but there is the $1,000 for the MVP of the tournament as well. I mean, we always talk about individual money. We don't like sharing, especially cash.
You talked about the prize, right? Let's have a look at the prize pool and the distribution, as we are just talking about all of those things. In a while, it'll be on our screens, ladies and boys and girls, and it is $150,000 on the line, with the tournament MVP getting $1,000 for themselves as an individual. But then again, $1,000 for every single winner chicken dinner.
I mean, and we have already talked about the fact how Stalwart Esports and IHC have pretty much already guaranteed themselves that 8th position, $3,000. Why? Because 3 chicken dinners each. That's what they have gotten in the very first Super Weekend. And going into the second one, they're looking very strong and very stable. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how much more cash can they collect for themselves in the second Super Weekend and what's going to happen in the third week as well. But again, let's not forget there are 20 teams right now in the league stages. So just for being a part of the league stages, every single team gets $2,500 each, which is actually a pretty decent amount as well. So I think nothing too shabby for the teams that might get eliminated after the league stages. But still, I think the intentions are pretty clear. Everyone wants to make it to the finals. Everyone wants to compete for the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, 1 elimination point coming down for every single elimination that you do. I mean, that's standard understanding. But then again, chicken dinner gets you 15 points, second position gets you 12, third gets you 10. This is the point structure. 8 to 12 gets you 1, and 13 to 16 gets you none. That's how it rolls. That's how the dice rolls. And if we talk about the squad roster right now, we again have group plays in boys and girls. Today will be for the final time that we'll see groups for this week. Then we'll move on to the next week when we'll see the groups again. But there are 20 teams, out of which Group A has these 4.
I mean, the first 4 teams in front of us: Atrax Esports, IHC, and Phantom Esports. And Ocean, I mean, looking at the performance from the side of specifically Esports in this particular week, I think I fear that our predictions might come true. That Esports, they have taken a massive dip in the second week right now as far as the league standings are considered. They are in the top 16, so they will pretty much be in a position from where they will play the Super Weekend, but still 31 points secured in the 5 matches today. Quite opposite of what was going on with them in the first week.
Yeah, I mean, we know, right? These things, it just comes down to... It happens somehow, and we just cannot do anything on those situations. Obviously, it just comes down to the players and their understanding. Talking about the players, right? Vibes is a team that was at 20th position in the second last game, and the last game they went down to 16. So we are hoping it's a good start for them. 1952, Savage, ElementriX. I mean, ElementriX had a decent run for themselves yesterday when we talk about it. Savage, 1952. Teams still trying to get to good position, so hope.
Yeah, I mean, hope is always going to be there, but I think, again, as you did mention Vibes, I want to talk about this because the team right underneath them is here. DRS. Outside the top 16 for now, but still they and Vibes are having a tie. DRS and Vibes are in a tie because both of them have 16 points. Then there's 7C right above them with 17 points. So the difference is not that big. You finish in the top 4, you finish in the top 3 in one match, and you get to safety. And I think that is what DRS are going to be looking for. A1 Esports right now sitting on the 20th position though with just 8 points to their name, and TRZ not too far away on the 19th with just 10 points to their name. These two teams have already missed out on the first Super Weekend, and they can't afford to do that again. But things are not looking too good for A1 and TRZ.
Yeah, and then this is a group that just, likes to dominate all together. When we talk about Stalwart, Train to Kill, JyanMaara. JyanMaara, for a change, is doing really, really good as of now. It looks like they were trying to pick up pace for themselves. 7C, although, they have had their own struggles here and there. But then again, we'll see. Because these players, I mean, Precious and then Badrev, all those players, they want this momentum to just move forward with the team. But then again, today's day, as soon as it starts with the first game, we'll have that understanding that, what is happening. But as of now, let's have a look at the overall ranking to see and foreshadow that story that will be building up for this Super Weekend probably. But before that, obviously, these 16 teams, as of now, would want to move forward out of 20.
Well, yeah, definitely. And looking at the overall rankings right now, I think as we did talk about this, IHC, Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, all these teams are in a very good spot. But I think Ocean, you would agree with me on this. The cutoff for this time, I think it's going to be quite same to what it was last time. It was 32 points for the team on the 16th position. I feel like this time again, if you want to be in a much more comfortable position, just get that 40-point marker where Phantom Esports is, and that's pretty much a guarantee that, all right, you will be going to the Super Weekend right now. So far, it's Vibes on the 16th position with just barely 16 points. And as Ocean mentioned earlier, they did take that jump in the very last game. So unless they keep on moving further and further in the overall leaderboard, their position is still going to be in a dire state wherein they are going to keep on guessing. It's going to be a coin flip till the end of the day. Will Vibes make it? Will DRS make it? Who will the top 16 be? I mean, no one is safe as of now.
As of now, yes. The team at the 20th position is A1 Esports, a team that we used to see that used to just go head to head
Yeah.
with the big dogs like BTR. That used to take down BTR.
Yes.
That had a score of 7-2 against BTR a few months back, a few years back. If you want to just be specific, but then again, I don't know what is happening with that team right now. It looks like everyone else is just moving forward, and that team has an average of 2 points on day one. That's
uh, I
uh,
feel the mantle has been passed on. I feel what A1 Esports used to do back in the days, that is what 1952 will do in a few short months as well. I think 1952, they are still in the middle of adapting to the current situation, to the Mongolian Titans, and to some of the best teams that represent Nepal, Skylightz Gaming, the other lads from Vibes as well. So I think as soon as that is done, 1952, we're going to see their true power. But since we did talk about Vibes, they are I mean, this week has not been good for them as far as the league play stages are concerned. But to be fair, I think for majority of the teams, league plays, especially for the teams that are amongst the top contenders, it's all about qualifying. And Vibes, I believe they will qualify, because even the last time, look at the point average. I mean, it wasn't looking too good for them, but still, they made it to the other side. And
yeah.
as far as the Super Weekends are considered, let's not forget, Vibes is the team that sits in the top 4, quite close to the lads of IHC and Seal Esports. So I think they for sure, I can guarantee it. I'm willing to bet everything that I own in this materialistic world on this, that Vibes, they have what it takes to compete for the trophy, to compete for the title. But I think they're just taking a little bit slow right now.
Yeah, exactly. But that kind of just, I don't know if it excites me or if it just surprises me on the senses, because this team, Vibes, is a team that is among the top 5, right?
Yes.
In Super Weekends. And this team right now is struggling to qualify. Just think about it, right? Think about it. I know they can qualify. I know.
Yeah.
But then again, why?
And it's, I mean, you see why, right? We saw the stats right there. It's just the survival times. I mean, the aggression hasn't gone down. They're still trying to take those early fights. They're still trying to secure those early elimination points. And to a certain extent, they are able to do that as well. But hey, we know the disadvantage of starting the fights early is that by the time you make it to the late game stages, your players won't be there. And that's what Vibes need to work out. Like, all right, slow down on the early aggression, wait for the late game, and that is when you start fighting.
I mean, I just don't know, my man. If we talk about these teams, right, I believe they might just be, so all right, I was still stuck on the Vibes conversation on my mind,
Yeah.
because there might just be one or two of those theories as well. What I believe is, it might just be some sort of a miscommunication, understanding maybe just happening. But well, let's talk about another team that just stays right in front of our eyes, that just likes to give up really good gameplays to us, and that is ElementriX. Look at the difference that they have made on their first League Week's day 1 versus League Week 2's day 1, in terms of all the averages that they have for themselves. That's a huge jump. I mean, talking about the points itself, 5 points average coming down to 12.3. That's huge.
I mean, that is definitely, as you said, it's quite a massive leap that ElementriX have taken. But I'm quite happy about this as well, because after the fiasco that took place during the Super Weekends, ElementriX, they needed to improve. Even in the first week, I believe they qualified somewhere being in the top 6 or the top 7, so it wasn't anything too shabby. And after that, going into the Super Weekend, I expected ElementriX to still manage to be in the top 7 one way or the other, but that just wasn't the case. So I think ElementriX, this time, they did in fact go back and analyze, all right, what we're doing is in close quarters combat is where ElementriX was facing a long sort of a troublesome situation, and now they sort of resist on staying out in the open most of the time, trying to take those long distance battles where majority of the chaos is. And ElementriX, they do like to keep their heads down as well, so you won't even see them coming, and then they come on, secure a few extra points for themselves, because you see the elimination numbers have gone up quite significantly from 1.5 eliminations on average per game to 4.8. That's a massive leap, and that those 3 extra points every single game will definitely give them a well, the grand total will obviously go up by quite a lot. So I think that is what ElementriX have been working on in the meanwhile, and I think it is quite amazing to look at.
As of now, yes, it is quite amazing to look at. But then again, we'll see what today actually just brings up for these two teams, Vibes and ElementriX, actually on the different sides of the pole for themselves when we just think about it. And I'm pretty sure the matches will have that storyline being woven for us. So let's have a look at the schedule while we talk about it, and let's see where are we starting it off. Sanhok, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, Sanhok.
3 Sanhoks today, so I think a lot of the aggressive teams are going to be happy, especially Stalwart Esports, since bootcamp has been dominated by them this entire time. IHC Esports, it's quite interesting to see these days what sort of the playstyle that they have developed on Sanhok. It's like quite intriguing. Again, it's a very big surprise watching IHC not take fights in the early game stages. I'm like, I can't just watch the map feed, watch them drop, and be like, I know what they're gonna do. I hope they don't. I hope they start fighting as soon as they drop, but that's not the case, unless Deadeyes Guys want to do something about it.
Unless, I mean, Deadeyes Guys with them, it's a different story. But like just right now, you said, right? Obviously, Sanhok, we have it. Group E is not playing. That means Stalwart's not going to be there in the bootcamp area. So we'll see where the circle actually goes and how the teams just understand that, because obviously there's no Alpha 7 here. If we talk about that Stalwart Alpha 7 fight that used to happen, but then again, it's not happening. That's a different region. We might just see that again. We might not. You never know. But then that's
back
again
to the banter from the PMGC days, I guess. When
I mean,
threats were made.
Kudos to the social media team of Stalwart. They make good memes. I mean, come on, you cannot deny that, right? They make good memes, and now
But they backfired on them, if you remember correctly.
They still make good memes. That's all I would say. But then again, moving on to this one, we will be on to the game in a while. And just like we said, Group E is not going to be playing. That means obviously Stalwart leaving out the bootcamp area. I want to see if it still gets contested or not, because you might have a plan B that can change the entire course of history for yourself. Maybe you're not having good games and you just drop down on bootcamp and you have a really good chicken. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. We'll see.
I mean, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, for sure what is about to happen as we jump into the action. Game number 1 of today, it's going to be Sanhok. We have 3 Sanhoks in the entire day. So quite a nice way for these lads to get warmed up. And as Ocean mentioned, Group E is not playing, so that means Stalwart Esports, Train to Kill, JyanMaara, and 7C Esports won't be performing in this particular match. That opens up a lot of interesting possibilities for all the other 16 teams that are present in the lobby, and one of those interesting names being obviously Vibes Esports, as I mean, Ocean did mention just before I started talking that things are not working, and specifically things are not working for Vibes over here, as we did talk about them earlier, sitting on the 16th position with just 16 points. I think if they manage to secure a top 4 with at least 4 to 3, even with 4 to 3 elimination, that should do the trick to propel them up to at least the 12th or the 11th position, and from there on out they can try and see if they can break their way into the top 10. But ladies and gentlemen, the game is live, and we do have the trajectory of the plane starting from Kampong
TRZ and
all the way through Camp Alpha. Wait, yeah, this is going to be fun, Ocean.
Are you guys serious? Right off the bat, TRZ and Seal are just dropping down. Okay, well, this is happening. Phantom just onto their own split. Skylightz, they like to go to the areas onto the southern side of Camp Bravo and sometimes to Camp Bravo as well, so they would go for their own splits as well. Raw, they like to go to Binance area. They are there. ElementriX, their own
IHC and Deadeyes Guys. It's on.
Oh,
it's on
my God.
Sanhok.
Oh my God. Oh no. This is all happening right now.
Why are you saying no? We are going to enjoy this game now.
Oh yes. This is happening right now. But then again, look at this fight as well. As DBS is in the hands of TRZ's Manish, he actually had an AK. He had an M4. He still goes for that. Why? Oh, that nade was actually good. But then again, one more shot to him. That means he'll be taken down. And I guess he might just be taken down as he will be getting shot at. But no! He takes one down with the DBS. But then he gets traded up as soon as that happens. On the other side, I want to see how the weather is on the northern side of Hathin, as we do have 2 teams. Two teams colliding. And we... Oh, no. Again, Storm this time with a Vector.
I mean, Storm is definitely can be the game changer in this play. The 3 lads from the other side of TRZ, they need to be, they need to get as close as possible, because Seal Esports were definitely on point on capitalizing on the split drop from the lads of TRZ. One man has already been taken down. Manish has been finished off. It's Storm OP who's trying to hold on to his ground. And this fight has been initiated as soon as these lads drop. So even small things like utility, throwables, ammo is going to be a massive, massive problem for these lads. And look at that. Tom, he's going to be out of contention, getting finished off. Wally is going to be the one securing the finish right there. And that's it. 2 free points for Seal Esports, because TRZ, they tried to go for a risky play and it did not work out. The other two lads have one good option for them, Ocean, though. The other two lads from TRZ can just run away from the situation, go to Kampong, hide, and then just follow Skylightz Gaming as they move up north towards the circle.
You know, I love how these players just hold their devices. Look at this. Demo has device stuck to his eyes. That rhymes as well. But still, and now TRZ's other players, the ones that are surviving, they're moving to the back lines right now. And Alex, come on, why are you using shotguns? They always like to go with shotguns in the early fights, even in the late fights as well. Let's see. They have shotguns for themselves. We saw Alex with the DBS. Whilst the other players, they are surrounding the Deadeyes Guys. Godless on one side, Seoul on the other. Alex from the back lines. They're actually surrounding. But then again, yeah, they lost one. Let's see if these three players, if they can just change the course, or if they can. That's the question.
Well, let's see. I mean, there's still going to be a possibility. And as I said earlier, IHC Esports, the only way they are going to be a part of early game action now is specifically on Sanhok if Deadeyes Guys want to do that. And from the perspective of DE, this is revenge for what happened yesterday. I mean, in the early stages, IHC was completely destroying them. And look at this, Zeol with a nade being perfectly cooked. The lob is going to be a bit
Oh, it is good.
Oh, it is pretty awesome. Fragboy has been taken down. Shifu, the damage has been dished out, but this is going to be quite an interesting fight. The shotgun in the hands of Shifu. What will he be able to accomplish with that? The Molotov being lobbed on the broken wall. He's going to try and push Zeol away. Goes for the jump shot, and well, another one bites the dust as IHC. They've been reduced to the final two players surviving. Godless and Alex, two of the best fraggers from
what?
And one nade takes all of them down. The tables, they haven't been turned, but they have been flipped on the wrong side now. As DE, they are so close to getting wiped out. It might just be shotguns in the hands of IHC, but the utility is proving something that DE just can't deal with.
For a while, Deadeyes Guys had such a strong suit for themselves, and now it's being snatched away from themselves as Alex and Godless are moving forward. They are too, but they are worth 200 right now as they are trying to get to a good place. And Turulov, he is the last man standing. It's 1 against the 2. Godless and Alex, they have been spotted down by Turulov. Even if he was just, trying, we could just say nice try. And IHC, they still survive, they still retain, they will go for a few spam shots because they think they've earned it, but my friend's fight is far from over.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, again, the fight is far from over, as you mentioned, but look at this, another fight has begun on the other side, or hopefully it will soon, as Entry from 1952 finds himself in a very uncomfortable position on this rooftop, surrounded by the players from the side of Raw. Entry, he does not have much to do. All he can do is just lay down and hope they don't see him. And his teammates close in first, yeah.
He has no point of entry.
That's ironic.
And Cooney and Mama go right under his house. I just can't keep a straight face. I know why. They should look at this. They feel someone's there, but they just don't know that someone is actually on top of the same house. Meanwhile, Eisenberg is trying to go fight against A1 Esports, 6-9, quite onto the back lines of that rock where he's actually cooking up a good nade. But where is HP? Show me HP. Show me 6-9's HP bar. All right, doesn't matter. He went down in the Molotov. Come on.
Yeah, he's knocked out. Why do you want to see his HP bar? In fact, gets finished off, burned alive. Savage Esports, I think a few more points can be secured from here on out if they just keep on pushing forward, because the lads of the other players from the side of A1 Esports are not too far away from this position. But since it's the early stages, Savage Esports, I think they're going to take their sweet time looting up and slowly and steadily moving forward from compound to compound. Otherwise, they could be in a world of trouble. And again, for now, majority of the teams are sticking to the northern side. There's like 40-50% 40% of the circle inside of the water, so there is not much of land area available for the teams to use. And talking about the teams in the south, because these lads, I mean, there is not a lot of incentive to force fights. Look at how TRZ are moving. This
Look
is
at how
exactly
DRS
what
is
I was
moving. Look at how
talking
DRS.
about.
There's always that one
Yeah.
team.
I think yesterday it was T2K. This time they are not playing, so DRS is like, yeah, we'll
Oh.
take their place.
Come on, guys. And DRS, it's an important match for you. Remember, after this, there are 3 matches left for you. You need to make all those count. They're out of top 16 right now, so they know it's going to be a really high stakes situation, even if they're just trying to move from one direction to the other. So we hope it works. Otherwise, well, Mamagar, he's just going for a few shots. Yeah, I don't know if they have spotted down 1952's player or not. Entry. And this circle, all right, there was a brilliant chicken dinner that happened yesterday, Johnny. It was 2 players of Phantom, only 2 players, and those 2 players actually won the game just by surviving till the end. I want to see if IHC does it. I mean, it's still a long stretch, but to all those viewers who saw yesterday's Phantom chicken dinner, they would be remembering how iconic it was, as there were just 2 players surviving from the first circle till the last. And they won because the zone kept forming on them. I want to see if IHC can actually pull off the same thing. At the end, even if you are the last man surviving, your major goal is to get more and more points. Be the chicken dinner only.
And that's always been the case with the lads, just trying to secure points. And Entry, I think, yeah, how long has it been? Around 6 minutes since he got here? And he's still there. Can't even move.
I would want to see his distance traveled, right?
So imagine this. He spends all this time lying on top of that rooftop, and someone from the distance just takes him down with a bolt action headshot.
All right, so there are so many things that you just said, right? Bolt action in Sanhok. If someone's dedicatedly using it, that guy has to be insane. That guy has to be insane, right?
I mean, did you see what the lads of TRZ did in the early days, right? Early game.
That's
They challenged Steel Esports.
Yeah.
These are desperate times, Ocean.
They're calling for desperate measures.
Yeah.
And if someone wants to go for this airdrop, that person is indeed desperate. In the water, going for a swim.
I mean, so DRS are in fact in a perfect route to take it. But I mean, you'll have to deal with Venom Legends and ElementriX. So yeah, there's that. Venom Legends are a little bit closer to this edge.
And the circle.
Yeah.
Look
So
at the
there are
circle.
two
And
airdrops.
DRS is moved. All right, DRS is in the zone, but the zone's not on them. But DRS
zone
is just
moves away.
Yeah, they are the opposite pole. Like they are the same poles of a magnet that it's just repelling each other. But right now, ElementriX is at a good spot, and then again, 1952 and Raw, they have that place for themselves. No one's in paradise though, to my surprise. And Vibes TRZ seal 3 teams coming from the same pathway. This better be good.
Yeah. I think 1952, they need to call Liam Neeson, because Entry has definitely been taken by Raw. And he needs to be rescued. There is no way that man gets out of that situation in one piece unless someone, unless either the players from 1952 go, or Raw just abandons that compound, which I feel is going to be highly unlikely since it's so close to the center. Even if the circle moves towards the west, Raw is not going to be in trouble. If it moves towards the east, they just have to take a few steps. They are quite close to the other compounds as well, so I think it's not going to be too much of a bad situation for them. But look at this, things are about to get worse for Phantom Esports as well. Yeah, I mean, he did put on a lot of hurt on them, but did not take out anyone.
It's like a moment where he surprised his own skills. But then,
Wait, I was supposed to shoot?
Wexy is going up with a Molotov right now. Looks like Wexy wants to be a part of the fight against Atrax, which I get it. There's nothing wrong in that, but he needs to make this nade count. By the looks of it, I'm pretty sure this is not counting in any way, shape, or form. Gyante is on one side. Gyante is going to go for a few painkillers. Yep. Last one, if anything. Now he has to take the fight.
Let's see. Fight has been initiated, and Vexy is the man pushing forward with the UMP, switches over to the M4, will definitely take out the lad from Deadeyes. But Gyante with a drop shot survived for so long. Slipknot has been taken out, but Gyante is not going to make it out of this situation alive. And Slipknot, even though he was taken out on the outside, Mad Max rushes back to his teammate to go for a revive. And the other players from the side of DRS, they're going to try to see if they can catch the other lads from the side of Phantom Esports off guard as they fall back from this situation, which has in fact not gone the way they thought it would.
Yeah, it's not going the actual way that they thought it would. But then again, Phantom's players, look at that split that they are trying to initiate. It's not bad, but then again, they need to understand, right? Obviously, Atrax out, that the players are still there. They can take up the fights. And then inside the circle, not exactly deep inside the circle, but still, like, right close to them is Savage's players. Eisenberg, I guess they have spotted one or two of the players. Maybe they are just guiding. There might just be a few players here and there, and all those things. Rules on the other side, it looks like they have found up a good ground for themselves, and they might just take a fight against IHC. But then again, Phantom's players are taking up the fights that they just want to, and IHC, these two players that are remaining right now, they want to still be a part of the fight, but Godless is in a bit of a troubly situation. Two more good shots, and he might just be down.
Well, he's going to be taken out, but the last two players surviving from the side of IHC against the entirety of DRS, who are just looking to scout the positions. And Godless, his information is going to be revealed. Still managed to survive the spray from Killer YT. Alex is quite close, and I believe his spot has been compromised as well, because Killer YT is constantly looking towards that shack, checking the windows, making sure that there is no retaliation fire from the opposing side. In the meanwhile, IHC Esports, I think they are just sitting there analyzing their options. What are the possible options available for them? Which is nada, zilch, nothing. Because the circle, it has taken a shift towards boot camp, and ElementriX is going to be the happiest team in the lobby for a next few moments, because I mean the boot camp is right next to them.
We just had this conversation, right? Imagine the circle goes to boot camp now.
Yeah.
Stalwart is not playing. Imagine if you are a team that just drops down to boot camp and you get a good place for yourself, good position. Right now, yes, ElementriX has that. Vibes also, they managed to get into a good place inside the circle. 1952. Oh, that split. That 3-1 split that they have. It's not exactly a 3-1 split. Oh, who was burning? Come on, I want to see who was burning. But then again, TRZ, these players have been taken down. That fight against Seal, it's still happening. As now, Wally wants to move forward. But it looks like he might just be in dead trap, because now if someone spots him down, all right, they haven't yet. But if someone spots him down, might just want to go for a knock and finish. But Wally, he's going really cautiously from around the place. Sinister on the other side takes down one from Savage as Sanchir gets taken out.
Well, let's see. Savage Esports, they do retaliate. Dante is going to be knocked out from their side, but oh, look at this. Seal Esports, they've managed to intercept the lads from Skylightz Gaming. Galzin, he was driving towards their direction, but I think he senses something or someone, in fact, waiting for him on the other side of the rock, just instantly turns around and runs away. But look at this. Savage Esports, I think after one, they want to go for more. And Hershey, being a little too aggressive, will be taken out by Sinister. Oh, it was a third party from Phantom Esports, so they are going to chime in into this action as well, try and secure a few extra points for themselves. Sinister, he's still trying to take the fight down to around 35-40% HP. With the Molotov being tossed, I think Sinister, he's going to be forced to come out of the shack finally. But Anif, his priorities are pretty straightforward. Go for a revive on his own teammate, get Hershey back on his feet first, and then try and re-engage with the whole squad.
Oh, Anif is trying to move forward. It looks like he's spotted on Sinister, probably, maybe not right now, but that nade, definitely he's cooking it up for good things. Imagine that nade bounces off. Oh, it did! But the cook time was probably quite a lot. Anif, if you go in from this direction, pretty much you'll be done for. I believe Anif wants to just climb in, and that's a very good decisioning by him. He understands where the player is. Will go and switch to FPP, and will go for the finish as well. As A1 Esports bad days continue.
Well, I mean, the bad days well, it might just be getting started, but talk about bad things happening. And well, Yeta almost taking out Gyaltsen might be the worst thing that could happen to the players of Skylight Gaming, but Mr. Boro was there for the backup, did manage to, well, shake away a little bit of the aggression from the side of Phantom Esports, but this is going to be quite interesting because the blue zone is here, ladies and gentlemen, and 125 meters to go to get to the safe zone. And Phantom Esports, they are leading the way for now, but with Skylight Gaming on their tails, how far will they get? On the other side, though, IHC does manage to find an opening against High Voltage. Godless is finally going to be shut down as Assassin goes for the knock and the finish. AJ, in the meanwhile, just knocking out the players from Phantom Esports one after the other. And it's the last player surviving. That is going to be Mad Max, taking shots from the flank with a tree in front of him. Not enough width of that tree to protect him in its entirety. As he steps out, runs towards the shack, will be shot at, in fact, and just gets taken out. I want to see, was it a gunshot that took him down? Yeah, it was Gyaltsen, in fact, who finished him off.
It is just, quite a bit weird when you talk about all the fights that are just out and around. The Raw's players, all right, they have been forced on. Look at that zone, just going to boot camp again and again, time in, time out. High Voltage, they are trying to swim around from the places, but I believe they might just be, traded out in the situation. We'll see what happens then again. As right now, Steel Shot, all right, Liquid as well. All these players are trying to find good areas for themselves, but then look at that cluster on the northern side. I'm pretty sure so many teams might just bite the dust.
Well, let's see. Talk about sweetening the deal, right? Boot camp. Teams clusters forming at boot camp. There's a lot of water in the circle still. This is the best start to a day I've had in a while. And it would be interesting to see which team actually walks away with the chicken dinner in this one. Sus, looking kind of sus right now, just jump peeking from the corner of the warehouse, trying to see if the players from 1952 have found a way onto the on towards their side of the shore, though. And they still haven't. Raw Esports and ElementriX, these two teams are controlling the triple warehouses for now, which is in a while going to be one of the highest priority locations inside of the circle. But well, Skylight Gaming, they tried to make a push for it, and they were stuck and finished off in the crossfire, set out by how many teams were there? 3 or 4 different teams. I saw Raw shooting, I saw ElementriX taking fight, Seal Esports was there on the elimination feed as well, but Venom Legends against Savage Esports, and instantly, as soon as they see him, Eisenberg is out of the game.
Oh, well, Eisenberg is down and out, just as we say, from this game. And now it might just, be really tricky. Delta takes on one from 952, and that is Entry. Might just be marking an exit right now. We'll see, obviously, what happens with this lad. And slowly and steadily, all these players are trying to move. As Zanif has been spotted down by Rage. But what a grenade from Sanchir out of nowhere. Grenade like an RKO just coming in and taking the player down. But then again, now Sanchir is moving forward from around the zone as they have to get a hold of a good place inside the circle as well. Venom Legends' Rage is down right now, and DRS, well, they are falling down to the wrath of players as well. As Anif takes down one, takes another one for himself and for the team. And now he needs to understand that the players are coming out in the open. He spots one more down, third one will be taken down as well. Anif goes for a 3K right now. Will he be able to take down the fourth one? That's the question. All right, he is down. Bad at moving inside the zone right now. But then again, what a brilliant way to take down these players. Wow.
Well, let's see. I mean, it was quite a brilliant way. They did it in a lot of style as well, but I mean, Raffo! It was so close! Ocean, had that been off the mark by 1 pixel, he would have just taken himself out as well. I mean, he was down a few seconds later, but still, at least not by his own actions.
Right now, Steel Shot is going with a good nade. Savage might just be over with that. Where are they? Oh, he barely survives. That grenade just bounced off, and that's how he survives. The lad has 6 eliminations. Would you believe it? He has 6 eliminations for himself. The nades are actually coming quite close to him, and now DRS, they get eliminated. As we're down to 9 teams, 28 players still surviving. Venom Legends, they're trying to move forward as well as the circle is moving on to the other side slowly and steadily. And Steel Shot, he's trying to move with the circle. He and Rage are 2 players surviving. And now they have to cover this open ground, but they are spotted. It's bad, probably.
Well, let's see. I mean, it can definitely take a turn for the worse, but Ocean now. Here's what I want you to do, and here's what I want our audience to do. Look at the survival status and look at how many points have been secured by Savage Esports. This is a team that is outside the top 16 for crying out loud. 10 eliminations secured, 2 players still surviving, trying to make the push through the blue zone, but Anif is going to be down, and that is all I believe Savage Esports will write as their story in this first game of Sanhok. But will this be enough on the other side? Yeah, Vibes is there. I think they
stole the kill.
Points.
They stole ElementriX's kill. Come on, they stole that kill. Oh my god, and Hershey's gonna go for that heal battle right now. 170 meters outside the zone. He might just need to find a few first aids more here and there, but then again, ElementriX's player spots down one, and look at this one. I mean, that's not a good way to park such a heavy car, such a hefty car. It's a Koenigsegg. Come on, that's a multi-million-dollar car, and you just went like wee with it.
I mean, what do you? What about the players that were actually shooting like?
It's bad for them too. It's bad for them too.
Alrighty, but down to the top 16 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 6 teams, 19 players surviving in the game, and High Voltage versus Vibes. I think again this is going to be quite interesting because Vibes, they've been playing for the placement points all this time, and it's down to the top 5, and it's just Esports from Mongolia and Savage Esports. Then there are 3 teams from the Nepal region with a lot of man advantage for themselves. Vibes, I think, looking quite strong in this one, but it is definitely going to be them, the final competition between them and the lads from ElementriX. High Voltage are down to 3 players, and they are on the edge of the circle as well, so it's not going to be easy for them to move in unless they somehow figure out a way to do exactly that. Well, take down the lad of Savage Esports and now move forward and take the players of Vibes, but Praveen, check your corners, man.
It was a proper game of hide and seek. Come on, finish him before he just gets out and gets revived again. But then it was a proper game of hide and seek that was happening here. Vibes, they need this game. They are going for this game. ElementriX on the other side, taking down a few players from High Voltage. Liquid needs to heal. Has 2 first aids. Will go for the heal. The play zone doing more and more damage to the players right now as it's the 7th circle, as we just talk about it, as everyone's trying to go for a few heal battles here and there. But then again, it's only Extreme that we see going for it. Assassin is down. Extreme needs to do everything that the team can go for the double digits in terms of the placement points. But look at this. ElementriX, will they be able to take this game? That's the question. As Seal, they have the zone, but Baron is down.
Well, quite an unfortunate start right there to this fight with Baron getting taken out. Now it's down to the other 3 players. Joker, in the meanwhile, quite focused in, zoned in on Sus. One clip after the other. He's trying his level best to take him out, but Extreme from High Voltage trying to move in. Spots out Leo, goes for a spray. The spray might have delayed him enough to be taken out, and there it is. High Voltage are going to be forced out of the game. We're down to 3 teams, 12 players surviving. Vibes Esports, Jiggle with the UMP and his teammates backing him up, is trying to see if he can finish off Seal Esports as soon as possible. He knows this team can cause a lot of trouble for him. That's the first knock right there. Demo is out. 1 more player down. Seal Esports just barely in this match. ElementriX are almost done with as well. And Vibes Esports, I believe they're so close to walking away with a chicken dinner in this match. Right after the fact that we just talked about them before this match started, that they were struggling. Vibes Esports back, but hey, maybe the plan backfires and Joker denies it.
They definitely go for it, but Wally needs to understand that he has all the pressure in the world right now. Demo's down. It's a 1-on-2 for Wally if it does not get Demo up, because Jiggle is down as well. Maybe they'll go for the revive, maybe they won't, but right now Wally wants to go with a good nade, and it looks like the players have been spotted down, and there it is. Vibes, they needed it. They wanted it. They get it. They will be qualifying 100% after this one because they are down to 8th position right now with a brilliant winner with a chicken dinner. What a way to start the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a wonderful way to start. I expected them to take things a little bit slow, but I think they heard what we were saying in the pre-game segment and they decided, hey, slow. Our name is Vibes. We just like to vibe inside the game. Well, they vibe quite nicely and it proved a little too deadly for the other sides. But it's not just them. It's not just them that I want to talk about. Savage Esports had a phenomenal run in this match, securing a lot of elimination points for themselves. And while Vibes do bring themselves in a position from where they can say, all right, once again, We are going to the Super Weekend. We are prepared for the action. I want to see where will Savage Esports be in the overall rankings.
We'll definitely have that understanding right pretty soon when we just talk about all those things. But then again, what a way to just start it off for themselves
Yeah.
when we just have a look and have the understanding as Vibes. They got a brilliant circle for themselves. They played around with that circle, and there were a few times when you saw Vibes' rotation just coming from the southern side, moving forward slowly and steadily. But at the end of the day, what matters is like that, you get a good game for yourselves, and they,
Yeah.
they got it. They got it. They got it. They were not scared at all, like a few other players in a few other teams, because there was a lot of pressure, but at the end it's all good.
Yeah, at the end, it's all good. I mean, if you walk away with the chicken dinner, that's the points that you have. But, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we are going to break this game down in more further detail, but after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing start to the day today with the first game on Sanhok going in the hands of Vibes Esports, a team that was struggling very badly yesterday, has managed to recover. And it's
Yeah.
not just them alone. Savage Esports also have managed to secure a very nice set of
I mean,
points for themselves.
See, Johnny, now struggling is not even a word for them. Now struggling is actually a word for other teams that are not top 16. I'm specifically talking about A1 Esports now, because the team again just, I don't know. But well, again, let's have a look at the MVP of this game, because the show must go on and the fights will as well. As when we talk about it, it's going to be one of the lads definitely just coming up on top of everyone. And this time it's Joker with 7 eliminations. I thought it might just be Anif, as Anif had 6 for himself. But Joker just coming on top with 7 eliminations, 852 damage.
I mean, especially in the last few moments when we saw him denying a lot of opportunities to the other players from ElementriX, be it from the side of Skylightz Esports. I think Joker became a key player for his team, especially in finishing off ElementriX earlier on, as we did see towards the very end of the game. But other than that, as you did talk about Joker, Anif is there as well, and he does not have 6. He got 1 more elimination before he was taken out.
Whoa,
so 7 is the number. And he's joined by Hershey from his team. So Savage Esports, there are 9 eliminations between these two players right here.
2 factors.
Talking about the other players though, High Voltage Prabeen is going to be there representing his team, even though they were taken out a little bit earlier on into the match. And then from the final survivors, we have Wally from Skylightz Esports with 4 eliminations and 606 damage.
So 2 factors. First thing is obviously the damage that Joker has more, that is 852 against 500, and obviously his survival time. And the team got a chicken dinner, for crying out loud. They will be having a higher survival time, right? So that also just matters. Otherwise, Anif also just played pretty good. But then again, those numbers, that's how it is. Seal on the other side, if you talk about them, they had 7 eliminations for themselves. Vibes, they had 11, and the difference that just came out around all these players, you'll see that because somehow, Johnny, there's only a 1 second difference in the average survival of both the teams.
Yeah, and that 1 second is worth 3 points.
Yes, that 1 second is worth 3 points. The 3 important points, other than that, the elimination points as well. But, well, who's counting?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we were just talking about the placement points, right? Because you finish second with 1 second, and 1 more second you finish first, because Vibes Esports, I mean, they did pretty much take out the entirety of Seal Esports along with that, so that's a bonus on top of that. But along with that, I mean, talking about 3 points, 3 points can mean a lot. I mean, 3 points can mean quite a lot. As we have seen in the overall rankings that are there for the Super Weekends and the qualification positions for the previous week as well, ladies and gentlemen. But looking at the match summary, we do have Anif leading the highest eliminations board right there with 7 eliminations, followed by Joker with also 7 eliminations. But Prabeen is going to be there on the 3rd with 5th, and Wally on the 4th with 4 eliminations. But it is the lads of Vibes that you do see consistently being present on every single chart. I mean, talk about Joker being there in the highest eliminations, highest damage. He is there in the longest distance elimination and the highest knocks as well.
Yeah, I mean, Joker is actually on the charts when we talk about it. And obviously, Anif was there as well. We see Sus on highest assists as well, with the same number as that of Ryu, coming down from the team of Vibes. And longest distance, I mean, in Sanhok, it doesn't matter, but still we have it for ourselves. Prabeen and Wally are there in highest elimination markers as well. But for this game's ranking, when we talk about it, wow, 26, 19, 16. Obviously, overall rankings would be a bit different. But hey, again, DRS is still struggling.
Yeah, and that is not a good look for them. Just going out with 1 elimination, 1 point secured in this match. Right above them is the squad of DRS as well. Now, when the game started, I expected DRS to actually have a pretty good run in this. But then just one messed up fight and they were out.
They definitely were out when you talk about it. But then again, this was only the first game. A lot of teams have 3 games left, and overall we have 4 games left. So there are going to be a few teams, that is Group E, they're going to be playing all the 4 games upcoming for themselves, and they will go till the last game. If they are qualified, they even don't need to. But then again, they will obviously still come down to play around, because this is how this game, just is showcasing their own, its own momentum, to be honest. But then again, the second, when we talk about the second Super Weekend, I'm telling you, this one is going to be pretty good, because we might not see DRS. Might not. We might not. That's a different story. Still, by the end, they will understand. We might not.
I mean, it's a big might, though. I mean, not seeing them, it's going to be like a very, very big name missing out on the Super Week. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and have a look at the Oppo F21 moments of this match, because there were quite a few. I mean, starting things off, there was a lot of early game action, specifically this fight that happened between TRZ and Seal Esports, and it was quite interesting to see. In fact, TRZ go for a split drop when we were looking at the flight path. I don't think they're going to do that moving further into the match, because I think Seal Esports have shown a perfect example of what is going to happen to anyone that challenges their drop location. And this is not the case on Sanhok. This has happened before on Erangel as well, where Seal Esports, they do get challenged time and time again, but they have their own peculiar way of dealing with this. I was a fan of this nade, but I just noticed that it did in fact bring Ruffer to just 1 HP. So he was barely outside the radius. Not entirely, did take a heavy toll of damage as well, and then one shot from the back, he was down on his knees. But towards the end game scenarios, the early control that all these teams, ElementriX, talk about Seal Esports, talk about the lads from Vibes, the early control that they got for bootcamp is the only thing that helped them secure this chicken dinner. Raw could have been in a similar position had they not been too over eager for action, and I think had they just kept their heads down low and just stayed calm and collected and not been over aggressive, I think Raw, we could have seen them make it into the top 3 as well. But in the end, it was Vibes closing things out, finishing off Wally from the side of Seal Esports and securing a nice chicken dinner for themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, we do in fact have someone new joining us right now, and it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Necro. How are you doing, buddy?
Damn, I like that introduction, yo. I've never been introduced like that ever in my life. The man, the myth, the legend, Necro. I love to hear it, Johnny. I want to hear it every single time you say it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, one thing we also need to focus on or take a glance on has to be Savage Esports now. Look at their performance right there. 10 elimination with the damage number of 17-13. That in itself is such a huge leap right there from the side of Savage. Now, we've been seeing Savage in Super Weekend Week 1, even in League Play Week 1, and they barely made it, right? In Super Weekend 2, Week 1, their performance was really bad. But now, Savage Esports in general, the way they're playing, it's absolutely insane, right? This in itself shows the prowess that this team has.
Well, I mean, definitely. As you mentioned, this sort of match, it showcased the prowess the teams have. But again, Savage Esports, I mean, I think that the moment that they were waiting for was just the perfect setup for them. And I think this match was just laid out completely for their taking. And they did, in fact, capitalize quite nicely. But moving on to the overall rankings right now, Vibes Esports have taken an 8th position jump. They are on the 8th spot in the overall ranking. But look at where ElementriX is.
Oh, no.
In the top 2.
Oh.
What do you say? Oh, no.
I mean, look, nothing against ElementriX, but I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to see, teams like Stalwart Esports be there on that like top 3. I wanted to see that Mongolian domination. Nothing against any of the regions playing here, but I just love to see them at this point. I'm just really accustomed to see them in the top 3.
Well, I mean, yeah, it has been a while since we have seen ElementriX in a dominating form, but I think this can be their week as well. I mean, we are seeing a lot of comebacks, especially as you did mention Savage Esports doing so well for themselves. But again, the age-old dilemma is with us, Necro. If a team performs well, someone is going to be performing bad. And this time, that's DRS. You talk about seeing ElementriX in the top 3 being a surprise. Talk about seeing DRS in the bottom 3. Now, that is a massive shocker.
I honestly feel like DRS can make it. It's just like the first game of second day. And we've known what DRS is capable of. And I'm not going to lie, DRS will probably make it up top there. I'm pretty confident in DRS. But what I really want to focus on is A1 Esports. Now, I don't understand what's wrong with A1 Esports here. Because so far, they're all the way in the down, all the way in the bottom in 20 spots. And it's like something... I don't even know, Johnny. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it is going to be tough on them, but let's see. Let's see what happens in the rest of the day. There's still more matches remaining. We're just getting started with our day. But the next map is going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. I think, Necro, this is also going to be quite interesting because players usually do expect that Erangels are the maps that give them the upper hand. I mean, for majority of the teams, that is in fact quite true, that they bring their best performances out on this particular map. But today, there are only 2 Erangels and 3 Sanhoks. So that is something that the teams will have to deal with one way or the other. And if they fail to do that, then it's game over.
And yesterday, Ocean and I were having this little conversation about Vibes, right? Vibes, they're currently on the struggling phase and stuff like that. And I said, just hold on. Vibes are just waiting for that day 2. And we've known what Vibes is capable of. Day 2, they just kick things off on a chicken dinner. Not just a chicken dinner, a banger chicken dinner as well. That's why I'm not really worried about teams like Vibes coming in. I'm not really worried about DRS as well. Because DRS, they have shown glimpses of greatness in the past as well. And I personally feel like in the end of the day, DRS 2, they're going to make themselves solidified in top 16.
I completely agree with you. I think there are still a lot of matches remaining, and DRS definitely do have what it takes to bring themselves into the top 16 quite nicely, in fact. But if they qualify anything outside of the top 10, I think they will, in fact, lose a little bit of a momentum going into the Super Weekend. That will, I think, that is in a recoverable position considering they were doing quite decent in the Super Weekend matches. So it might not be a little too bad for them. But on the other side, talking about things getting bad, A1 Esports, TRZ, not moving in the rankings at all, consistently at the bottom. I think just need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what is not working out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the action to begin, and we are going to be jumping again on the plane. Well, we're not going to jump on the plane. We're going to be taking the plane with us from one side of Erangel to the next, and Necro is the man who's charting our course right now. So Necro, from where to where are we going?
Listen, all right, it's quite tough to say. All right, Johnny, this is like one of those things that is completely random. No matter how much you play the game, you cannot really tell what's going to happen before even the game starts. All right, so I'm just going to let the plane flight path come in front of us, and then I will tell you what exactly is going to happen. But with that being said, it seems like the second match as well is going to be on the board. All the teams that are doing great so far, of course, keeping the jokes aside, I'm really happy for ElementriX as well. One of those teams that have the other viewers as well, the fans, they have their eyes locked on ElementriX, and so far now in day 2, they're doing a great job keeping their pace up, keeping their momentum up in the league play. But again, what really matters is, are you going to be able to transition this over to the Super Weekend? Because that's where it matters the most. Super Weekend transition has to be the smoothest one. If that's not going to be the case, then your team's definitely going to be struggling. Top 16 is the name of the game. Even to qualify in the grand finals, you need to be in the top 16. If you're not going to be there, then of course the bottom 4 teams are going to get eliminated out the tournament in the end of the day. Super Weekend is where all the points matter and all the points count, because in Super Weekend, neither the scoreboard is going to be resetting. As you guys can see, the plane fly path was in front of us, started all the way from Lipovka, ending all the way towards Zarki. A plane fly path where teams like Stalwart Esports, they're going to have a little struggle to make it all the way down Nova Point, because they will have to glide all the way down below. That means buying an insane amount of time in the starting phases of the game. 1952 as well is one of those teams doing okay so far, sitting on 15th place. I said okay because they do not really have the safety cushion to play with. With only 21 points in their pockets, they need to start taking things serious. They need to start playing for the survival, because 1952, we've seen them getting engaged in a lot of fights so far, and usually when they do get engaged in a fight, they usually have a little casualty on their side, and that's something that I'm not really looking out for this team. But still, they're going to have an early engagement, this time against ElementriX. And ElementriX, so far, they're doing a great job keeping Seal on their knees. But Seal, no, it's instead Seal replying back in style. They found a knockout already on the players of ElementriX. Sus has been taken down. Liquid right here in the house. He's trying to fight back with the Uzi. He's pinned down right here. The entire squad of Seal, they're just trying to charge him down. They're trying to hunt him down. They did hear him just waltz out the house. Liquid right here with the micro Uzi in the hand. Demo is just going to straight up slap him down, and what's going on? Within a blink of an eye, the tables have been flipped, and Seal, they come out on top in this fight.
Well, quite a lot of chaos in the early stages of the match. ElementriX not really the start that they hoped for, but this is what you get for challenging Seal Esports, and it's not just them. Akujo trying to see if he can hunt down this isolated player from the side of Phantoms as he runs around the tree. Just literally running circles around Akujod, and this can backfire on these lads because the players from the side of Phantom Esports are here as well, and if they have weapons, then Akujod is going to be the man on the wrong end of the stick.
Talk about the stick, though. Hopefully the stick is strong enough to hold all these players on top of it. And 7C so far, they're just going to back off from that. No intentions of actually trying to challenge the fight. Just trying to take things as peaceful and as calmly as possible. Something I really do respect about. Vehicles, of course, are going to be on the board as well. Every single team at this point in time, their main goal has to be to try and find a nice, safe compound for themselves. And don't personally know how things are going to be looking like, because we did see quite an interesting circle.
Well, let's see. I mean, the circle is quite interesting. It is going to be giving a lot of priority to teams like IHC, Atrax, and Raw Esports. But since those 3 teams are quite close to each other, I think they'll have to decide which one of them remains to the end game stage. As T2K on the other side are going to be having a fun game for themselves, as just completely isolated on Severny, and I don't think anyone is going to even challenge them for the next 10 minutes. So the early game for T2K, it's going to be completely isolated. All they have to do is just be patient, just wait for the moment, and don't rotate in a little too early, because slowly and steadily, Necro, what you're not going to notice is you're going to see a cluster of teams, all of them just holding the shoreline, because now it's a guessing game. It's a coin toss for every single one of these IGLs, who will try to predict where the circle will take a leap. Will it go to the northern side of the island, towards shooting range, towards Zarki, or will it just stay on the southern side, Ruins, Georgiopol, Everest, that sort of a position? Either way, if you are late in crossing the river, it's going to be a troublesome situation for you. So I think, again, it's going to be quite interesting to see which team goes where, and it looks like already Savage Esports have decided, all right, we're going to take the control of the northern area.
Man, I'm really impressed with the way Savage was playing.
Oh
And I
yeah.
don't know why, Johnny. I feel like Savage is going to be one of those teams in the grand finals. They're probably going to surprise all of us. And as you said, I said grand finals. Note my words, mark my words. Savage is actually going to make it to the grand finals, even though they're struggling right now. But I still feel like they're going to make it to the grand finals, and I honestly feel like they have the making of one of the most greatest teams out there in their region.
I mean, definitely. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, they do have the potential to do that, but again, it's going to take them a little while because right now it looks like that spot is pretty much secured by the 3 Mongolian Titans that are there in terms of what is happening in the Super Weekend performances. Raw, look at them being split up. 2 players on either sides of the rivers, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how they will be able to handle any sort of late game fiasco that are going to happen in their direction. Let's see. It's still the early stages of the match. Atrax Esports, having taken control of the Georgia Pole City, now decide to back off slowly and steadily, as they will obviously stick on what they are the best at, that is playing from the edges. And in order to do that, they're taking control of the shorelines towards the extreme western shore of the map.
Talking about the shorelines, though, which is your favorite color?
How do you get from shorelines to color?
Listen, my focus was really hard on that Lamborghini right there, and the color looked pretty cool. So I was like, you know what? I want to know what's your favorite color.
Mine has to be olive green, I guess.
What? That's kind of. I mean, okay. You're the first one. I've actually heard likes olive green.
I mean, so I have a lot of olive green T-shirts, and I haven't worn them in a while, but I do like those shirts. So yeah, that's it.
Olive green, interesting. I'm into red.
Did you expect? Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Did you expect me to say, yeah, my favorite color is red because it's the color of blood or something like that?
It's the color of aggression. But I'm just kidding. Yeah. My favorite color is red and cyan blue. Yeah.
Cyan blue, and you were talking to me about olive green?
Dude, cyan blue is a great color. Come on.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty nice, but
like what? Just a while ago you were insulting cyan blue, and now you're like it's a great color, huh?
I mean I said it's okay. I mean I don't have a problem with cyan blue. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. I mean, I personally feel like cyan blue is pretty great, and red, of course, is one of the best colors out there. Like, has to be. But yeah, getting our heads off of the colors, focusing the colors in game. As we do see a lot of colors stacked up right in the center of the map as well. While the couple of vehicles all the way on the right side, it's like a wave of vehicles moving in. They're also trying to book their slot pretty much in the centralized position. Now, most of the teams do kind of guess that maybe another circle shift as well might just take on the northern side. But what if it shifts down on the south? That's going to be interesting, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting and intense as well. If there is a southern shift all of the circle, and I think one of the teams that is going to be pretty happy about that is Stalwart Esports, and also the players from ElementriX, as you do see them on the map towards Query, ladies and gentlemen. So I think if there is a southern shift, they're going to be the happiest bunch right now. But all right, yeah, for a second I thought that was Stalwart Esports going up north, but yeah, it's not them. It's just Savage and Venom Legends together towards the Severny area. And Raw, in fact, have abandoned the spot and have taken a rotation towards the south, quite close to the Georgia Pole Bridge. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen. But as we did talk about Savage and Venom Legends trying to rotate along the shorelines have been spurred out. A few shots fired, but no casualties.
Wait. One of the players from Savage actually plays on a 5-finger claw.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
That can be intense, but again, it's just preference for every single individual.
Yeah, that also comes down to that, right? Because we've seen in the past too, people are just playing with 2 fingers, but I'm going to hold on to my words. There's 1952, quite a bold rotation from his side, but 19 degrees so far is alive. So far, so good for that man right there. Savage Esports whiffing a couple of shots in that rotation. It's okay, though. Airdrop one's going to be on the board, and it's going to be the MG3 with a couple of upgrades for the player, and maybe it seems like JyanMaara might just take it. Those upgrades are definitely essential if you're trying to win the game. Savage Esports, they found themselves a great sweet spot, which they're probably going to call it at home so far. Mini 14 out there, also tapping a couple of shots. Alibu's going to catch a couple of them onto himself and instantly going to fall back now. A nice threat being shown from the side of Savage Esports.
I mean, they are trying to see if they can find anything, any extra points for themselves in the early stages of the match. But they have to be extremely careful on the radar. We did see the lads from 1952 on their air as well. For now, ladies and gentlemen, as we switch over to the players of Deadeyes Guys, we do see Trulove and Chari as they try and see if they can pin down the players from 7C Esports. Badrev has been spotted out. Akujod is going to be spotted out as he's trying to move in with his vehicle as well. But the distance between the two squads is quite a lot, so it's not going to be easy to secure a knock and convert it into a finish unless they do it out in the open. And Akujod, so close to getting taken out, will in fact manage to survive, turns around, gets ready to leave on the other side of the hill, and finally the lads from Deadeyes Guys, they start shooting, but aren't able to connect anything. In the meanwhile, Savage Esports, they refocus on 1952. The player just hiding behind the tree is not going to be able to accomplish anything, and quite an easy takedown for them. C-Wine has been kicked out of the game.
Yo, this team's got nerves of steel. Praveen, you're out in the open. Oh, he could have also been taken down right there. And if could have just tried to tap him out the game. Vadaji's position also compromised now. We'll try to take things a little slow here, but Savage Esports, man, this team is one of those teams that's not going to back out from a fight, even though things aren't really looking that great for them in the overall rankings. They just don't care about anything. All they're here to is just rip people apart. Also trying to scout the areas out in the front. High voltage positions definitely compromised Savage Esports. I feel like at this point in time, they're probably not going to try to move too much or just wait it out in that compound. Just wait for the next circle shift. And I do want to see how Savage, they're going to be opting out to rotate from this little compound they found themselves. And Scry out in the blue zone. He's also taking a lot of damage trying to tank it out, but he's got a decent amount of mess to play with.
Well, let's see. I mean, 6 first aids available, 6 bandages as well, 2 energy drinks, 3 painkillers, quite a lot of healing utility available as well. But on JyanMaara Snipe YT, I don't think he's going to need anything, as entry from 1952 has been spotted out by the players from JyanMaara, and they are looking to finish him off before they try and move into the circle. Look at the massive cluster of teams that's there towards the northern Georgia Pole city, as these two cities have been separated by the small river in between them. IHC in a perfect spot, as every single fight is not going to involve them at all. They are still holding the Georgia Pole city right next to the containers. The Atrax on the other side have initiated an assault on the players of T2K, and I believe they've found a few points in the early stages as well. Will T2K survive and make it to the late game? I mean, it was already not a good start for them in the early stages, as it was a 3-man squad that they jumped into the game with. Legend is going to be there, and he is down on his knees as well. That means T2K is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, the first team to be eliminated from the match, as Chante shut down the last player, Sandesh, from, well, these apartments.
Oh man, Vibes now as well. They're getting charged on by the players in 7C. After winning that previous game, Vibes, they're definitely going to be feeling on cloud 9. Molek trying to hold this area off all by himself, and now the rest of his teammate as well trying to just guard him around. Memo is just stuck in the front lines. There is a couple of teammates of 7C in the back though. We do see him cooking the nade up. Vibes with 3 players strong to play with. Badrev in the front. He's taken down low as well. This nade might just be a detrimental nade from the side of Vibes. You spot him out, and wow, what a nade! That's cooked to perfection as well. Joker, what was that? That's impressive.
Well, let's see. I mean, that was quite impressive as well, but what more can they accomplish? The lads from High Voltage, they are trying to see if they can, well, dish out a little bit more damage on the players of High Voltage and, Raw, and push forward, finish them off before they regroup, before they reassess. And well, Rick, with the nade being cooked, is going to try and see if he can get an easy knock, but no! A nade from the other side brings him down. to around just 2 HP. The pre-fire from Assassin is going to be there, but nothing connects. He's still trying to see if he can dish out more damage. If Assault is down, that's it. That's done and dusted. This fight is pretty much over for the players of Raw, but Assault manages to run away to safety. Still 3 players left standing from the team of Raw. Rig hasn't healed up yet, is still stuck on that rooftop. Extreme was taken down in a trade, but he is slowly and steadily crawling towards Praveen for a revive.
Oh, man. Assassin with the MG3 just kept on marching on in. Mama God right there in the front. Does have the teammate right next to him to try and get him back up on his feet. Assault. He's trying to get himself in the harm's way to get his teammate back up on his feet. Raw, again, they're able to get the reset through. The final man needs to heal himself back up, and that's what he exactly does. High voltage now, again, this situation is against them. It's not favoring them anymore. It's a 3-on-4 situation. While on the other hand, Seal and Savage Esports going against each other as well. While Savage Esports, they're taking quite a lot of damage in this. And wow, what a nade from the side of Seal. That's going to compromise Sanchi right there in the front. He's been taken out pretty quickly. And Savage, within a blink of an eye, they get eliminated and wiped out the game. As Seal, now they're going to shift their attention towards Dax.
Well, let's see. Wally, he's still going for the push. Agu is going to be there. Gyante on the hilltop, and Seal Esports, they're applying a lot of pressure on these lads from DRS as they try and fall back. So far in this game, DRS have managed to hold their ground quite nicely, I might add, but it looks like Seal Esports a little too eager and a little too warmed up for the action already. 6 eliminations secured by them. DRS not too shabby with 3 eliminations on them, and from the flank is where it hurts, as Baron is going to bring Agu to his knees. Now Gyante tries to peek for a trade but will find no one there, and Leo with a nade being lobbed in Gyante's direction is going to get a perfect arc. 2 knocks secured quite easily by Seal Esports, and they are pushing forward to secure those elimination points as well. And as we see it now, ladies and gentlemen, DRS all of a sudden are down to the final 2 players in the match.
Exactly. They're on the verge of getting eliminated now. And Seal, they're just keeping on pressuring them over and over again. They're not going to stop anytime soon. Vibes too. Joker as well now follows it up with another knock. Joker gets knocked out. It's all down to our Ryu to RGR in the front. The frag should be confirmed on the Joker. Vibes again in such an uncomfortable spot. The final man as well is going to be cleaned up. And Deadeyes Guys on top of here. They're also trying to be the Overwatchers. Have a decent amount of info to report to each other. Spike from the side of Dax. Trying to scout the areas out in the front. He has spotted a couple of players on that hilltop, but isn't exactly quite sure where they are just yet. It's the vehicle fading away though. Deadeyes Guys, quite unsettled. At this point in time, a lot of teams, they've found themselves a safe ground inside the Georgia Pool city, or the north of Georgia Pool. There's quite a couple of teams, though. They're on the outskirts. For example, Deadeyes Guys all the way on top. They're trying to be the Overwatchers with the high ground to play with. But Seal now, they're getting charged up on by the players of JyanMaara. And from the top is JyanMaara raining down death and destruction. They're just inflicting so much pain on the players of Seal. Last 2 players alive, Baron and Leo. Indeed, they're going to feel every sort of pressure onto themselves right now because they have a huge burden to try and carry over. Snipe is trying to fight back, and what? Oh, JyanMaara, you've got to be kidding me. They're just pressing. They're just rubbing the salt on Seal's boons, and the final man as well is going to be put down in the grave.
Well, but now JyanMaara, they need to be careful as well, as Baron is here running around in the smoke, shooting left and right, but will find nothing. It's Gunna who takes him down with barely any HP left. This is something that you do not see every day, ladies and gentlemen. JyanMaara, in a fight that, well, was not supposed to be theirs. They charge forward, they push forward, and finish off one of the best teams in the lobby right now. But in retaliation now, it's quite difficult for them to move into the circle. They prioritize the points instead of prioritizing their position. And I think even with the 6 eliminations that they have, they will get a grand total of somewhere 7 points in total if they get eliminated now with no extra eliminations, no extra placement points. And it's going to turn, I think, an interesting situation, but Let's see. High voltage Vadu on our screens is trying his level best to see if he can finish off the lads from JyanMaara, as they are, in fact, got out in the open with not a lot of cover to help them get inside the circle. While the other players in the lobby have, in fact, taken control of the apartments, and now all they have to do is just hold their positions.
IT on the bridge as well. They're quite exposed. Stalwart on this hilltop, indeed looking the king of the hill so far. All 4 players up. Something goes for IT as well. But the only downfall of their positioning is they're on the open, on the bridge. They also have all 4 players up, but how are they going to make their safe rotation out of that spot? That's what I'm wondering, because Rafat's right in the front. Venom Legends, they're trying to bridge camp him. Indeed, it's going to be safe way out. And even if they do pass by from Venom Legends, then it's going to be Raw just welcoming them, or Phantom Esports on either side. So threats lingering on top of their heads all across the board, while action from the side of Stalwart Esports catches a couple bullets onto his dome, and he will be knocked out. Get the revive through, though, so that's not going to be a problematic situation for them. IC finds a return knock on the players of Venom Legends. Droplet is going to follow it up with a knock, though, as Chari now as well is going to find the opening against the players of JyanMaara. A lot of time being bought here.
Well, let's see. I mean, in these urban warfare situations, specifically on Erangel, a lot of the matches do tend to be taken to basically the last few seconds of the final zone closing in, because there's a lot of cover available for the teams and the players to move around with and to juke out the oppositions in. But Stalwart Esports now have figured out that JyanMaara have in fact rotated into the house behind them, and they do not want to have another team on their back. They just want to focus on the teams in the front. So they're going to try and finish off these 2 individuals first before they try and pick the fight that they have left off for now. But on the other side, Phantom Esports on the flank can in fact try their best to pick them off while they are distracted. But IC is going to find an interesting opening as Phantom Esports see one of the teammates, Slipknot, getting taken out from the other side of the river.
Yeah, Slipknot's life might just be slipped. But no, his teammates holding on. Phantom Esports, again, a 4-man strong squad. Now, IHC from the back, they're looking to charge in. Now, IHC knows if they do want to make it inside the zone, they will have to breeze through a Phantom Esports defense, and they're not going to back out from doing so. Phantom Esports threat is now just piling up on top of their heads. They'll need to try and find a safe way out this spot, because IHC, sooner or later, they will need to try and move in as well. They're taking a lot of damage for sure, but they're not one of those teams that's going to back out. Stalwart Esports, they find an opening and also a quick elimination on the players of JyanMaara. That's Susan being taken care of. In the back, there is one more player from the side of JM, but they've gotten a decent amount of points for themselves. And Phantom Esports, now they're falling down as Stalwart Esports, they're just going to rub the salt on top of their wounds. Phantom, they also have IC to worry about in the back now. These are the 2 Mongolian Titans they're going against. At the same time, it's a 4-on-8 situation. They're going to find a couple of knocks in the front. But Phantom Esports, this is going to be one of the toughest situations they've ever faced in the entire PUBG Mobile history. And yup, it's going to be really hard to recover from that.
Yeah, and there, in fact, will be no recovery for them. But see, they need to regroup as well. They've lost a few key players, in fact, in the early stages against the fight with Phantoms. And Stalwart Esports are just waiting for them on the other side. Look at Atrax. They managed to make it this far with just 2 players. Spiky and Chante still surviving, still holding strong in this game, with a Raw right next to them. In fact, they are neighbors now. They are on the same floor, just in different buildings. It's them, high voltage as well in the back. DE are trying to join in, but Stalwart Esports versus IHC. Now, this is a fight that everyone wants to see. The Titans of Mongolia against each other. An action. He's cooking up a nade. All the players from IHC, they are grouped up. Is it going to connect? Well, IC has taken a lot of damage, but still no knocks found. Finally, Alex is going to be taken down. Action need to run away. The nade just fell right behind you, and IHC, they lose out on players. Joel with a drop shot is going to get shot in the back, and Stalwart Esports, they come out on top. IHC has been shown the exit from this game.
Exactly, IHC taken out. Raw 2 right here in this compound of play of it. They do realize Stalwart Esports in the front, but Raw, they have another trouble to try and deal with. It's going to be high voltage. 6 teams alive and 17 players in total to deal with. Dax as well with 2 players up. It's going to be Chante and Spike X. High voltage. They're quite sandwiched in this spot right now. Dax in the front. On the left, it's high voltage. How are they going to get out of this spot? That's what I want to know, because Stalwart Esports indeed is one of those teams. If you give them free room to play with, if you give them free air to breathe, they're probably going to try and capitalize and take you out single-handedly, while Spike X going to find the opening against Wadaji. High voltage now. They're going to start to fumble a bit right there. Instant Molotov to try and get the confirmation through on his side. Dax with 2 players. They're doing a great job to try and hold on. Wadaji will fall on top of the flames. High voltage with 2 players to play with now.
Well, let's see, just the final 2 lads remaining from the side of high voltage, Assassin and Prabeen. And they're quite close to the blue as well. In fact, almost will be inside the blue in a few short seconds, but they start to abandon the big building, moving closer and closer to the apartments where the lads from Atrax are well back together. Chante has been revived by Spike, and they're waiting for high voltage to close.
Oh my God,
this nade is perfect! Spike goes into the other room right in the nick of time, and it wasn't the nade, it was in fact a smoke just to cover up the windows, so he can't shoot at them.
Yeah, but it scared the hell out of him for sure. For now, it came down to a stalemate as Stalwart Esports called them the cleanup crew from yesterday. They're just starting to clean things up, and now Deadeyes Guys, they have found themselves in the wrong footing against Stalwart Esports. You never want to be a target for this team. And Deadeyes Guys, they're getting picked off one after the other. You can look at the win rate as well of the winner chicken dinner right there. Stalwart Esports are leading the charts, and this is what I exactly said. All 4 players up. This team has one of the best gunpowder capabilities and also some of the best IGLing capability as well, as Pika does a great job in the IGLing right there. It's going to be tough to take this team out, especially a 4-man strong squad. Deadeyes Guys, this is the only team I feel like they have the capability in a 4-on-4 fight to actually take down Stalwart Esports. But high voltage in the front, not really best the compound to play with. 2 players trapped in the single house. Deadeyes Guys, they're just trying to bombard him.
Well, let's see. Deadeyes Guys, they have done a pretty phenomenal job surviving this late inside this match, but Stalwart Esports, they're looking very deadly with the way they are moving forward, and we're down to 6 teams, 14 players still surviving in this game. Frag Boy, smoke being cooked from his teammates. Jari going for a nade, being knocked towards Top, and it's going to hit him right in the head. Top has been knocked out. 1 more in the same room. I mean, you're going to take down another one, but action with a lot of utility being exchanged between DE and Stalwart Esports. Both the teams are going to take massive hits. Action is burning alive, runs out in the open. Scry in the meanwhile going for a revive, and DE, they get third-partied from the players of JyanMaara as Snipe YT is the man trying to push forward. Scry has taken a lot of damage, but Action runs forward with the UMP, just barely makes it out alive, securing the final elimination right there. And JyanMaara, ladies and gentlemen, have been eliminated from this game, but what is Raw going to do? Look at Mama God. He's just standing behind that snowman, just trying to see if he can, well, deny some vision of his head to the players from high voltage, as they have taken control of the top floor of this building.
Oh, man, I'm not going to lie. I did not even see him for a second there. Oh, dude, that's a perfect place to be in.
That's
right
scary.
Now. Yeah, that is indeed scary. Like, you're going to think, oh, that's a cute little snowman, and then you just get shot at from it, and you're like, all right, woo, that cute little snowman led to my death. But, yeah, Stalwart Esports, another trouble to deal with as they've taken care of Frack Boy right there in the front. But Deadeyes Guys, they're not done and out just yet. They have another player to stack it up, as Turuluf's going to find one, and he's instantly going to confirm it as well. What's going on? Why would you do that? Turuluf, oh, he goes for the confirmation. Okay, I guess at least he got an elimination point out of that. But he could have at least tried and clutch it out, in my opinion, but it's okay. Raw, though, now it's 4 teams alive. And Chante with this great nade onto Action is not going to get a lot of time to react on that nade for sure. As Dax, now they're going to find the opening. And they're just going to keep on penetrating through that opening. A lot of nades are being lobbed in from the side of Atrax. These tossed nades, they're just hoping that maybe these nades will potentially find the opening, and they do. Another one taken down. Dax What's going on? This is one of those teams that's stepping up. The utility utilization from this team's on point right now. And Chante realizes he needs to step down in the open. He has no other choice left. And well, right below, it's going to be Raw just welcoming him from the top. He fell down in the players of Raw's crosshairs, and Raw, they're not going to let him get away just that easy as that. Still 4 teams up. Dax are barely holding on the edge. Spike is still alive. Those 2 players, they've done a great job so far. Another player drops from the top. It's going to be a high voltage taken care of. The final nail has been put to the coffin. These players are just getting nailed down to the ground.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, the players are getting nailed down to the ground, and I think they won't have an opportunity to step back up. But DRS, they are still here. In fact, Spikey is the last player surviving, engulfed in the blue. Stalwart Esports, look at them, 14 eliminations secured. This is going to be a massive game for them. And now it's just a 1v2 situation for Assault. He's going to step out in the open, goes for the drop shot, but Stalwart Esports close it out, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing way to start their day. They did not play the very first game, but now they're here to stay. And the first position in the overall rankings is there, rightfully there. 30 points from just 1 match, Necro.
I don't know, man. In the end, it seemed like Stalwart Esports, that could have just been it. But they still win no matter what. And this is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
The mechanical skills are there, the firepower is there, and also add on a little bit more brain. And that's Stalwart Esports in front of you.
I mean, I completely agree with that. Stalwart Esports has everything, legit everything a team could ask for in a set of players, and they do a phenomenal job every single time they're here. I mean, talk about the Super Weekends, talk about the league play days. This team has managed to be one of the most consistent teams throughout the years, not just one tournament. They have dominated throughout the years since the day they were known as Astra Academy. So, again, a very, very deadly set of players, and they're just proving us right with the sort of run that they had in this match. But I'm happy for DRS, although DRS have shown a nice recovery. Raw Esports had a pretty beautiful game in this one, making into the top 2. Assault doing so well for his team up until the very end. But when both the players are just dropping down right in your face, pre-firing the entire way from the 4th to the ground floor, I mean, you can't really do anything about them unless you just manage to hit their headshots in mid-air, which is like a very tough thing to do. But still, Assault, GG's for him. I mean, overall, a very exciting game to watch. Although I did not expect Stalwart Esports to be in the top 2 since they start from nowhere up north and the circle was way up in the north. But I mean, we're going to talk a lot more about this after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves a winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, ladies and gentlemen, and 2 games of the day are done. In the first one, we saw an amazing performance being delivered by ElementriX, although it was a different team that walked away with the winner chicken dinner on that one. But this time, it was quite a nice start from Stalwart Esports, who missed out on the first game on Sanhok, but did a return on Erangel with a vengeance, I might add.
I mean, hey, we know, right? Stalwart Esports is one of those teams. They like to kick things off on a great note. Unfortunately, in the first game, they weren't really able to do so. But in second game, it's okay. They get their footing back, right? It's still the early days right now. It's still just the 2 games taken care of. But let's move on over to the MVP and let's find out who was it from the man of Stalwart Esports. Why am I even questioning it? Of course, it has to be Action. Like, at this point, it's like, I don't even know. It's whenever you see Stalwart winning, you better just call it Action.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, it is Stalwart Esports, there are 2 possibilities for the MVP. Either it's going to be Action or it's going to be Top. But still, I mean, Action had a pretty good run in this match. 5 eliminations secured, 1,018 damage all alone by this individual. And what did I say about the circles on urban areas in Erangel lasting a little bit longer? Look at that survival time, 28 minutes and 16 seconds. Almost the entire length of the match right there. But 4 knocks secured, 3 assists as well. I think Stalwart Esports did it phenomenal, double-digit elimination points, and also the 15 points for the chicken. And in fact, they have 15 eliminations at the end of the game. So quite an interesting start. Have taken the first position away from a lot of the other teams that were trying to contend it. But Stalwart Esports, how far can they take this? I think that is the question.
How far can they take this? Indeed, a great question. And I feel like Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that's going to exceed limits this year.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like this team has to be one of those teams, even in the Global Championship. I feel like this team has a lot to speak this year. And I just want to give this team as much room as possible, because I know this team has the makings of the champions without a doubt. But all they need is a little bit more experience underneath their belt. I mean, they do have a lot of it already, but compared to some of the most oldest teams out there, still feel like Stalwart Esports, there's a lot of room for work. There's a lot of room for improvement. Taking a look at the stats comparison, as you guys can see, between Raw and Stalwart Esports. And of course, Stalwart Esports, they're miles ahead. At this point, this is not even a comparison.
Yeah, I mean, Raw, they were stuck in a very uncomfortable spot. Not much left for them to do towards the end stage of the game. I mean, as soon as they got to the apartment, it was a world of hurt for them, always being shot at through the window. So I think they decided to just take cover and play for points. And it worked out in the end. I mean, 15 points from a match. Had Stalwart Esports not been there, I think it's not too shabby of a performance from Raw. So I think even they won't be too much worried about what is going to happen in the later stages, because at the end, as you keep saying, Necro, I think the league play days, it's all about qualifying, and Raw Esports already find themselves in a position from where they know they're going to make it. But looking at the match summary, we do have the players from Seal Esports there as well. In fact, Baron and Demo are the players we see in highest elimination, highest assist, and highest knocks as well. So Seal Esports did quite decent in this match, and again, they are also one of the teams that do, in fact, like to land towards the eastern and the southern part of the map. So quite an interesting scenario that though the teams that were supposed to be the furthest away from the circle are the ones making it to the later stage of the game. And on the other side, IHC, I expected them to actually walk away with the chicken dinner, but hey, I mean, crossing the bridge was like crossing basically a molten lava at that point.
Indeed, and they still actually walk on top of the flames and they win it somehow, right? Then you have right here, of course, the match ranking in front of us, and Stalwart Esports, no doubt, they dominated it with 15 elimination, 15 placement points, 30 points in total for them. Another interesting showing for me, though, Dax is one of those, and Dax, if I'm not wrong, they aren't really in top 16, right? So Dax doing pretty okay in the final day right here off the league play. It is quite impressive. Hopefully, they keep the momentum flowing for themselves. JyanMaara as well showing pretty good. Seal, of course, has to be there. Deadeyes Guys, too, one of the best teams out there. I am expecting these teams, without a doubt, in the top 16. But the teams I'm personally eyeing out for this Super Weekend 2 has to be Savage Esports and Dax, because I feel like Dax, again, is one of those teams. We have known players like Yante and Chante. They have been playing since a long time in the past as well. So I feel like Dax coming back together, these two players, it's probably their dream, and they want to make it true.
I think I agree with you on that, and it's going to be quite important for them, for Dax as well, because again they missed out on the first Super Weekend, and this time they are also back with a vengeance. Before the day started, I believe they were sitting on the 11th position with 26 points secured, and now with this match, I think this is going to be definitely a nice move boost for them. And it's not just them. High voltage, it's pretty important for high voltage to make to the Super Week as well, because they were also there in the list that missed out in the first week. But look at this map rotation from Stalwart Esports, and again, it's not too surprising to see them go to no rep now in the early game stages, but it was a little bit surprising to see how they made it back into the circle. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the team path of the winning team, Stalwart Esports, in the previous game. From the first circle moving into the second, always playing a little bit late up under the third circle, and now this is where the action started. This is when rotations became tricky once you had entered the northern Georgia Pole City.
Such a clean rotation as well, right? Having all their 4 players with this one, and a methodical approach inside the game. And in the end, the position they had a great read from the side of Stalwart Esports, and you can only get these reads for over and over of playing thousands and thousands of hours of PUBG Mobile. And Pika, of course, being the IGL, is doing a phenomenal job guiding his team to the path of success.
I mean, definitely. It is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how far can Pika take it, because I mean there have been a few key games where we see Stalwart Esports even miss a few steps here and there, but Pika is the one who keeps them grouped up. Pika and Scry do a phenomenal job of being sort of the backbones of both the players that they're with. I mean, Pika can usually be seen with action and Scry quite close to top, so I think that is kind of the duo split that Stalwart Esports have been moving around with and taking fights with. But still, it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how big of an advantage can Stalwart Esports take going into the Super Weekend that is already being dominated by them. Again, nothing too shabby. Once you are in the close quarter situation, moving from building to building can be quite tricky, and that is why we saw Stalwart Esports just making sure that the direction that they were moving in, it was completely isolated and no one was there to break their flow.
Talk about breaking the flow, though. I mean, Stalwart Esports broke out quite a lot of teams' flows. And in the end, we did see it was just raining men from the top. Like, it was high voltage dropping down. Then it was Dax as well dropping down. It was just raining men on top of the players of Raw. And Raw, they were just like trying to look above them. And from the back, then Stalwart Esports just took full advantage of that. In the end, though, it did seem like a couple of things were slipping by from the hands of Stalwart Esports. But still, somehow, they get it back together. Let's take a look at the open moments and let's find out what exactly I was talking about. Of course, with that, we're also going to find out how things really kicked off when it comes to the action.
Exactly, and I mean, it is going to be quite an exciting series of highlights, ladies and gentlemen, because this game was very intense from the start to the very end, as we saw the first fight happen, ElementriX versus Seal Esports, where even though for a second it looked like ElementriX, all right, this might work out for them, it didn't.
And then look at this right here. JyanMaara, not going to lie, JyanMaara as well, they have had one of the most dominating games so far. And they're looking really strong after this previous game. Now, moving on forward in a couple of more maps, I want to see how JyanMaara are able to get the conversion on the other maps with the momentum they found themselves in. Vibes as well right here. Quite a dicey situation. They barely make it out alive from that. But as long as you're going to win that, that's all that matters. Seal versus Savage fight right here. Savage somehow screwed up and got caught off guard, and Seal, they had a great positioning over the players of Savage.
I mean, definitely, the positioning was quite impressive, but still, again, in the end, it was, I mean, I think Phantom Esports also had a wonderful opportunity to secure extra points for themselves in this match, but quite unfortunate the exit that we saw them take. On the other side, Seal Esports, again, as soon as they made it to the Northern Georgia Pole Apartments, this was their game to win. They knew exactly what they had to do to take every single fight and to come out on top in every single fight. True Love might have made sure that they lost out on a few key players, but it wasn't enough to stop them. And even though at one point almost every single team tried their level best to shut down Stalwart Esports, no one was able to do that. And look at that, the superhero drop right there to close out the game.
Exactly, the superhero drop. And yeah, Stalwart Esports, I feel like at this point, Stalwart Esports is a team of superheroes. But taking a look at the damage graph, of course, we did see Stalwart Esports just absolutely kicking butts. But then you have Raw as well chiming in on the second place with 3 elimination points and 1,094 damage points for themselves. Dax as well, not far behind with 6. And then you have 26 damage point, but Deadeyes Guys and JyanMaara, even though they haven't really been in the top 3 in that previous game, still having some of the highest numbers on the board. Overall rankings in front of us, Stalwart Esports just solidifying their spot in the #1, but I'd see they're getting quite close.
Well, they are getting quite close, and well, it's going to be a chase till the very end, though. On the other side, again, since it's the league play stages, we are always going to be interested in the bottom 5. Because that's where the action is. And this time, 1952 again find themselves on the 15th position, along with Train to Kill, who are now 16th. Vibes Esports, they did have a pretty great start to the day with the win that they had, but a steady drop is going to be there on the 11th, 45 points secured. So I think they pretty much made it to the Super Weekend stages. But in the next match, I think it's all going to change. Train to Kill, they need to be extremely careful. Plus, in the next game, Vibes is not going to be playing. 1952 is going to be sitting out. Savage Esports is not going to be there, and Skylightz Gaming won't be there. So that opens up the floodgates for DRS, TRZ, A1 Esports to capitalize and try and see if they can make it into the top 16. Out of the top bottom 4 teams that are outside the qualification bracket right now, 3 teams belong to Group D, Necro.
Oh my god, exactly. And now, Group D, it's like, I feel like at this point, Group D is just like a cursed group. I mean, it's quite unfortunate. But yeah, moving forward, though, we still have 3 more matches to go and an ample opportunity for the teams in the bottom of the board to try and bounce back. I don't know about A1 Esports, though. For them, if they do want to make it in top 16, they will have to get a chicken dinner next game. If they don't, then they're just going to be out of top 16 in week 2 too, and we might as well just count them out of the grand finals too.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think the next game becomes very important for them. Otherwise, they're going to be left too far behind. And even the qualification cutoff, it's going to feel like a dream to them for them to achieve. But on the other side, though, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the next game, by the way, it's going to be Sanhok. And as I mentioned earlier, Group C is going to be the group sitting out. Group D returns back to the action. And it is going to make for a lot of interesting fights in the early stages. Again, one of the key ones that I want to focus on is TRZ. What happened in the previous match? Why was the drop switch to clash with the way of Seal Esports? I think that needs to be changed from the players of TRZ. They can't really afford to take those early fights against Seal Esports. It is going to backfire on them unless they go for a complete coin flip, a complete gamble, and dive in on a 4v4.
I mean, again, TRZ is one of those teams too, right? You talk about the struggle. TRZ and A1 Esports, they have had their equal fair shares on the failure. But now it seems like the game's also rocking and rolling. The game's ready. And if it's time for you guys to as well fasten the seatbelts, because we're soon going to be jumping inside the plane fly path and finding out how things are going to be looking like. As you guys can see, every single player's ready and cooking in the lobby. They have their devices locked in, eyes as well, straight to the prize, as the next map is going to be on the board soon.
Do I see lads eating right now? I mean, it is so you can tell who has the flight path under control, because we do see the player's reaction a little bit delayed from what actually happens. But again, I think you can tell by where the flight path is going to be just by looking and seeing, all right, these teams are smiling, these players look happy. So I think on Erangel and on Miramar, it's a little bit easy. On Sanhok, it's such a small map, doesn't really matter unless the flight path is towards the extreme. And this time, it's not towards the extreme entirely, unless you count the position towards dock. Otherwise, the players will be quite easily able to glide to their preferred drop location. T2K, we see them taking an early exit towards Mongnai and Camp Bravo. Skylightz Gaming have taken their split drop as well. But again, the teams to focus on, TRZ, Seal Esports. What is going to happen between those two teams? And we do not see the lads of TRZ dropping with Seal Esports, although Deadeyes Guys haven't shied away from the early contention against IHC.
Ooh, and talk about the drop clash again. 17 Seal right next to each other. Badrov, we do see him right next to him. the plain flat path was quite good for all the teams to play with, so that's not going to be a problematic start for any of the teams over here. But Avon Esports, though, look at them. They realize Savage is not playing inside this group, so Avon Esports instantly, they're going to go back to their old drop spot in the Paradise Resort, and they're going to get
as you said, I think
for themselves.
Savage is not
That's
here.
Deadeyes Guys right here. We
Esports,
did see a couple
they're
of
gonna
casualties
have
already
pretty
hitting
nice
the
time
deck,
in the early game
and
stages, but
I'm not
Deadeyes Guys,
exactly
they've
sure
already lost twice in this
which was that
situation.
player that was
against
taken out pretty
IHC.
early.
Can't
I think it was the
afford to
player.
lose
It
a
was the
third
side
time. That's
of
gonna mean
IHC.
third
One of the players from
Sanhok
IHC has already
also
taken an early
missing
exit.
out on points in
Something
3
they have not
different
been
matches, but
anticipating
Skylightz
so
Gaming
far.
look at them against
Skylightz
Phantom.
Gaming
Mr.
as well.
Bora
Oh,
is
it
the
just
first
gets
man
straight up
to
popped
be
in the
taken
end
out
with
in
the
this
DBS, and
entire
he's gonna-
lobby,
he's
ladies
gonna
and
be saying
gentlemen.
bye-bye to
That's
the
the first
lobby.
casualty right
Skylightz
there. In
Gaming.
fact, the second, because
Oh,
Phantoms
he's
have
gonna
picked off
remember
2.
that.
Wow. That is not what you want in the early stages of the match. But I can't really do a lot about it. And I think Phantoms are going to be pretty happy about this, though. 7C Esports on the other side, again, still waiting to see what is going to happen between there and Seal Esports' clash. TRZ did, in fact, also drop quite close to the players of DRS, but no early collision between the two teams. Raw, I think, are one of the happiest bunch of lads inside this lobby, as they don't have anyone challenging them for Painan. But ladies and gentlemen, the fight has begun. Baron is the one taking down one of the players from the side of 7C Esports, and I think that should be an easy finish for him to secure as well. IC looking for options that he can use to escape the inevitable assault upon the lads of IHC from the players of Deadeyes Guys. And Deadeyes Guys, they are just holding their position, not wanting to let anyone get away from the
Ooh, new
situation. And
record.
look at that. Yeah, new record by Baron. 50 eliminations secured.
Ooh, 50 eliminations secured by Baron. Damn. Insane player from the side of Seal. I mean, he was able to take down the player from 7C right there. As I said, it was a little separation from their side. But I'd see, wait, hold on. I'd see they have all their players up. Which was that team? I think so it was Skylightz Gaming then, who took like 2 players, or who already had a casualty on their side. 17 Skylightz Gaming. That's quite an unfortunate start for them. Yeah, 2 players out from Skylightz Gaming, 1 player out from 7C. And rest teams are looking healthy in the lobby. It's 17 now. The final man as well is going to get flushed out. The entire floor is lava currently. And yeah, the fire should be extinguished soon. As Baron's going to find another one on the board. To make it 51 frags on the board for this man.
Well,
wait,
let's
is he
see.
laying down and playing? He is. How, man?
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, Negro, whatever it takes. That way, I think the phone is a little bit closer to the fan, and I think he can just keep it in the most efficient form.
I cannot focus like that.
I can't even hold my device properly like that.
Dude,
But that makes the performance even more impressive, the way he has been playing so far.
I mean, imagine if he can play like that while he's sleeping. Imagine what happens when he wakes up, dude.
Oh,
Imagine
man.
what happens when he sits on a gaming chair. A gaming chair, not just a normal gaming chair. A gaming chair which is one of the most expensive ones out there. Dude, he's going to dominate.
He's gonna be a monster, an absolute monster.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Give me that
well,
fan. Johnny, you should give me a fan for my birthday.
Why?
Because why not?
No.
Be nice.
You be nice. You missed my birthday. I didn't get
When's
anything.
your birthday?
It's gone now. It's a little too late for that. But you know what's it not what it is not late for? Another team fight that we have
When
right
was
now.
your birthday?
And TRZ against my birthday is gone, man. It was 2 months ago.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I know. I think so. I wished you.
Yeah, you did, but I didn't get anything. I didn't even get a fan. So yeah, I'm mad about that now.
At least you got the wishes.
Yeah, Mad Cat, he's going to be mad about the fact that he was the one leading the charge for his team, has been knocked out by the players of Raw. And, well, not a lot of utilities being tossed from the side of TRZ to lay down some cover for him. This is going to be quite an easy finish for Raw to secure, but as Assault tries to go for it, Storm finds a trade. Kazi from the flank is trying to see if he can finish off the lads with a frag grenade being lobbed in their direction, but it falls a little bit too short, and Rig is going to chime in. Storm is also going to be down on his knees. Raw, they feel a little too comfortable this out in the open, which should not be the case. If you are going to keep on jumping around, it's not just TRZ, someone else might take you down.
I mean, I feel like at this point they just know that it's the TRZ they're going up against. So that's why they're potentially so confident, considering the fact that how TRZ been looking in the overall rankings. But I'm pretty sure they have no clue so far because they haven't really got a confirmation so far. So they have no clue that they're going against TRZ. But the way they're playing and the way they're positioning right now, TRZ, they are really scared to challenge this fight. You clearly do see the paranoia setting in as well on each and every single player. On the other hand, it's going to be the fight breaking down between Deadeyes Guys and IHC. As Alex, the rookie's been went down. Silence the rookie. Now they need to take care of the rest of the veterans in the lobby from the side of IHC. That's going to be a little bit of pain in the butt for sure. But now TRZ right here in the front, it's going to be the entire horde of Raw. And Raw, they're going to back out this time.
Well, let's see. They are going to try their level best to see if they can move further in the match. But TRZ, a good recovery from their side. Definitely, I think Raw had a massive advantage in trying to secure that free point that was lying in front of them, but they aren't able to do that. But on the other side, Deadeyes Guys against the lads of IHC still haven't found anything. Alex, in fact, was taken down, and they're trying to push forward, but IC is there to back his teammate up. Zeol, he's trying to run away, but Shifu, look at him, charge forward with a shotgun in his hands, and it's going to be quite interesting to see if they actually find the finishes, and, well, I think they might.
Yeah, I think so. They might as well. Deadeyes Guys, no! Gets the shotgun in the hand, but it's a little too late. Whiffs a couple of shots and I'd see. Now they're going to capitalize. As another player's going to fall down, and within a blink of an eye, Deadeyes Guys, it's all down to the final man alive. The final key, the final strong string that's still standing in the game with the DBS in the hand. He's trying to fight back, but oh, that's all he's going to get from that. But he also get the return knock on Godless, though. But at least no casualties on the side of IHC. So they're going to get a flawless squad wipe for themselves.
Well, let's see. Quite a nice squad wipe by IHC, and imagine that happened from a position where they had already almost lost Alex, and with barely any HP, he just peeked out from behind the container, taking down the players of Deadeyes Guys. It's a 3-0 situation right now for Deadeyes Guys. They haven't been able to figure out an answer to IHC's problem, and I think unless they do that, the best thing that DE can do is go for a drop switch on Sanhok.
Oh, man, I don't know what just happened in that previous fight, though. IHC, they just flipped the table against Deadeyes Guys, and F's in the chat for DE, honestly. F's in the chat for Deadeyes Guys. Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's been happening again and again on this particular map. I mean, after a certain point, you just have to admit it. Like, yeah, they are better in the early game aggression. We have to back off. We have to try and go for a drop switch. But, oh my goodness, look at this. Stalwart Esports action is down as well. Slipknot was the man who found the knock. And now what he's trying is trying to see if he can secure the point.
Oh, man, Venom Esports. They find themselves on the receiving end. Stalwart Esports, they've gotten a knock on to themselves, even though Venom Esports, they don't really have the best of positioning to play with. A nice fight back coming through. Nice reply. Venom Esports, as I said, on the lower ground. Stalwart Esports on the high ground. Somewhere down line, though, the pressure now is going to build up, even on the players of Stalwart Esports, because their backs are quite exposed in this. That's something they will need to try and capitalize on or realize as quick as possible. The next circle shift is going to be deciding a lot of teams' fate, and it's going to be shifting right in the center of the island on the right side, on the main island. So something that the teams are accustomed to. They've been playing in this same zone for years now, for ages now. At this point, this is pretty much going to be autopilot mode for all the teams.
Well, let's see. As you said, it is going to be a kind of an autopilot situation, but again, I think you have to be quite cautious even in moments like that. And high voltage in kind of a very interesting spot right now, very, very far away from the edge of the circle. I think they are going to be in a world of trouble once they start to move in towards the mid-game stages, because that is when a lot of gatekeeping is going to happen. On the other side, Skylightz Gaming towards Camp Bravo just have to move a few meters to get themselves to safety. It's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when that decision is going to be made from their side. TRZ, in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we see them behind the players of Raw. And as we know, Raw, they were a little bit distracted earlier on by all the chaos that was going on between Phantom Esports and Stalwart Esports as well. So TRZ, they can be there for an unpleasant surprise. But Stalwart Esports on the other side, as we did talk about them as well, action, he was knocked out. Now he's back. And now he's angry. He wants to finish off the players of Phantoms as soon as possible.
You don't want to make this team angry, yeah. Respect Stalwart Esports. Sometimes that might as well mean just backing out from a fight, because at this point, I'm a person who does not believe in giving up, and I respect Deadeyes Guys in that matter. But there has to be a certain time when you're just like, all right, you know what? Okay, I'm just going to give up. I'll come back stronger, though. Before now, I'm just going to give up and try to focus on my own thing.
I think my entire take on this is just whatever the situation may be, just try and see if you can push through. And if not, just try and figure out later on what happened. But inside of a match, you got to try till the very end. You have to try to the best of your abilities. And that there used to be a time when back in a different esport, there was a certain sort of code of conduct that had this written, and every one of the players was it wasn't like a legally binding thing or something like that. It was just supposed to be an unsaid set of rules that had that were put in place by sort of the entire community, and one of which was like, no matter what the situation, no matter what is going on, just make sure till the game is over, you're giving it all you have, you're trying your level best. And I think that has just stuck with me through all these years, and that is what I expect the players to do as well. And I think they are in fact just trying all, giving it their all inside every single game right now. It's just like, as we say, for someone to succeed, someone has to fail. Not everyone can finish first, and that is why, I mean, we do see heartbreaks happen every single week. We see heartbreaks happen when the league stages are done, but there's the happy moments involved as well when we see the teams perform.
They're throwing pans at each other.
Yeah. that's just to kill time, I guess. Can't really
Johnny,
do
you want to
much.
have a pan battle with me in real life?
Sure.
I'll win.
How?
Have you looked at me?
Yeah, but you know I used to be an athlete, right? I have a pretty good aim IRL.
Oh, what kind of athlete? Like,
I played soccer, and then after I blew out my knee, I had to switch to being a goalie. So, yeah.
ooh, I used to be a basketball player in my school days.
Oh, nice. I mean, you are pretty tall, so yeah.
Yeah.
So I think I guess we'll have a pan fight now, IRL.
Exactly. I can just lift you up and throw you out the battlefield.
We were talking about a pan fight, nothing like physical, like just a pan fight. We're gonna hit each other with pans.
It is physical, though.
But there's not a lot of stuff happening in the match right now, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of dull moments. I mean, after Deadeyes Guys were taken out, at Skylightz Gaming lost their 2 players. Now we are seeing some action as Stalwart Esports have finally engaged on the lads of Raw, and Kazi has been taken out.
Oh, man. Kazi taken out. Raw. Oh, he's still not been taken out. I mean, he's been knocked out, but he can be revived back on his feet, as another player from Raw is going to expose himself and try to run away from that fact. And, well, he's going to get taken out too, and that's going to give Seal an easy opportunity to try and capitalize and push on in, and they're going to do so. Assault is still there in the closer phrase, and Baron, he needs to realize that exact fact, because Assault is right behind this rock, and he spotted out the player from the Seal in the front, and he still messes it up somehow. Baron with a nice drop shot. Assault will be taken down, and how did he just mess it up? That's something that he should have won. That fight he should have won, because he had the advantage, he had the upper hand. He started shooting first, and he still messes it up somehow. And Seal, now they flip the tables against Raw, and Raw, somewhere down the line, the struggles are being seen. Raw getting eliminated out early. What I really like, though, even if we are seeing a couple of fights being engaged this far, it is a complete squad wipe, not just casualties.
Well, yeah, it is one squad wipe after the other, and it's all 4v4s, and I think we're going to see the next one as well, as IHC find themselves quite close to the players of Venom Legends. Even though Molotov was lobbed towards Ruffet, he still managed to survive. But look on the other side, look at the elimination feed. JyanMaara taking on Stalwart Esports as well. So it's two of the biggest names fighting teams that were struggling a little bit but are trying their level best to regain the momentum. Zeol takes a lot of damage, is going to be knocked out by Ruffet as he walks away quite healthy from the fight. Ale has been knocked out in the other side, but IHC, they are getting picked apart. And Venom Legends, what have you done? Taking out IHC, all 4 players in a 4v4. Venom Legends, they were quite patient, and now finally they are here, and I think this should be the momentum boost that the team needed.
Oh my god, Venom Legends, the IHC Kryptonite? Is that what we're seeing? But now Venom Legends, their leader, try and defeat another wave of enemy in front of them. High Voltage are going to try and charge on in. Assassin in the front lines. Steel Shot is quite right here. He has a lot of things to try and take care of. The toes are exposed, and Steel Shot now is going to get a lot of damage inflicted on himself. Assassin lobs in a nade. He's trying to toss it in inside that little shack. He still thinks that he's outside there, but he's not just yet. Venom Legends in the front. High Voltage. It should not be that tough of a task for them, because Venom Legends, they're in a really bad positioning right now. Dictator as well will be taken out. Venom Legends, now they're getting picked off one after the other. High Voltage, they're making it look really easy. This third party was played to perfection. Those again are exposed. Wadu is missing a lot of shots. Steel Shot is still going to get out of harm's way somehow. And how is he still alive? That's what I want to know. A lot of shots missed out from the side of High Voltage, and now they will have to pay the price for that. Another lifeline given a Steel Shot, and he's going to try and capitalize on top of it. Assassin now is getting third party by No Fear from the side of JyanMaara, and the tables have now been flipped, and this is another lifeline given to Venom Legends.
I mean, this is quite brutal on the lads as JyanMaara are here for the third party. But on the other side, Venom Esports getting choked between DRS and A1 Esports. Steel Shot is going to be down on his knees as well. And the lifeline that was handed to Venom Legends by JyanMaara has finally been taken away again by the lads of High Voltage, as they do lose out on Wadu G, but Praveen, Assassin and Extreme still managed to survive. Now, it's going to be quite interesting to see, since they know that there is a team waiting for them on the edge, how do they work out their rotation. But in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, guess who finds themselves in the perfect spot in the circle? Trying to kill.
Trying to kill indeed. A1 Esports has 6-9 boys knocked out in the front. At this point, expecting anything from A1 Esports is something really tough to get out from. And that's exactly what's happening. A1 Esports, somehow they always find themselves in some bad positioning, and now they're getting picked off one after the other. JyanMaara, they're just inflicting death and destruction, as the signature M416 is just going to inflict 30 bullets of pain.
Well, let's see. Well, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly when the pain will be dropped. JyanMaara, they know exactly where the lads from Phantoms are knocked out. It's just that they're hiding the pixels. Oh, finally getting revealed, Vexy! Don't go there! Don't go there! They know!
Oh no, Vexy.
Just a few pixels being revealed, and that's all JyanMaara needs right now. So JyanMaara looking very strong on Sanhok today, by the way.
Yeah. Not just at Sanhok, even in the previous game of Erangel, they've been looking really phenomenal. And it seems like in week 2, in general, they have just grown up quite a lot compared to the week 1. Stalwart Esports with 3 players up, and that's all they need. 3 players are more than enough for their squad of Stalwart Esports. Dax out in the open. Gante, what are you doing? Even though you realize your teammates are taking shots in there, you're still healing yourself and moving out in the open. And he will be taken down too. Dax just making some rookie mistakes. Spike X in the front, trying to fight back from this spot as JyanMaara. Now they're going to pick off the players of Stalwart Esports. 2 players already taken down. JyanMaara, this should not be that tough of a task for them to eliminate Stalwart Esports out the game. And they're doing so far. 11 teams alive and 26 players in total. It's all down to Action, the final man left alive from the side of Stalwart Esports. And that's all they're going to need, because Action now is replying back as well.
Well, yeah, and Action, he's just waiting for his moment to strike. Stalwart Esports, they were off to a great start in the previous match, but this time around it's not looking too good, as Action is also the last player surviving for his team. 20 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen, 11 teams remain, 22 players alive, and Action is just running out in the open, trying to see if he can make it, get some extra placement points for his team. It's not going to be easy because the direction he's running in, he will come across the players from the Atrax. But towards the blue, we have kind of an interesting situation. The lads from High Voltage find themselves up against the players of T2K, as the circle has betrayed them, and they will finally be required to move out of these compounds. Siyok dished out a lot of damage on Extreme, but did not find a knock, and now Extreme is going to be taken down by the blue. Prabeen is trying to get away. One Esports here to cause a lot of distraction, and Siyok, don't look away. Just focus on the other lads, just getting these exit frags right now. I think T2K, they have secured the elimination points, but they have to focus and worry about their rotations as well.
Yeah, the wall of death is closing in. A lot of teams are outside it as well. High Voltage now trying to fight back against JyanMaara. Prabeen's quite low. Has 4 first aids to play off of with. He needs to banish right now. If he doesn't, oh, a little too thirsty right there. He should have tried and heal himself up, but that's not what he tried to do. He could have been alive right now if he could have made a better and mature decisions. But no, High Voltage got a little too greedy for that frag and tried to confirm it. As Stalwart Esports now, they're going to get eliminated on 9th spot. Trying to kill, closing in quite close. Right on the edge of the wall of death, right on the edge of the blue. Play zone now is going to be dishing out quite a lot of damage. So you want to make sure you're not being caught out even for a split second. If you do, indeed, a lot of damage is going to be inflicted on you. Seal right here, 2 players up, Wally and Leo. Legend's position now compromised. Nade was locked in quite close, but that toss is not going to be enough. It's not going to find the mark. As Asia's bullet this time, they're going to find a frag.
Well, let's see. I mean, they are going to try and find the frags right now. T2K, they're going to try and do that as well. I think they can be the perfect cleanup crew for this game, as we are quite close to the final few moments, ladies and gentlemen, but they need to be careful. There's the lads from Stalwart Esports on their flank, quite close to them, and just one good grenade can change everything. It's going to be lobbed quite close to Legend. Does blow up, but Legend still survives. Wally with the second one in the same direction will find the opening, and T2K, finally they figure it out that there is someone lurking right next to them. Wally tries to fall back. Leo is there. He's knocked out. So a revive is going to be the most important thing for Stalwart Esports right now. And even though it's just 2 players, just the fact that they are with a team with the most numbers in the game, they can use them as the ones cleaning up the area and just try and survive alongside. But Skylightz Gaming, they spot them out, and that's it for Stalwart Esports. They are outside the game. T2K with a lot of advantage. The odds are in their favor as far as the chicken dinner win percentage goes. But can they take on Galzin? And AJ, a Molotov towards Galzin, but he falls back. If he manages to get to safety and heal up, then T2K, they're going to have to worry about the situation. 4 teams remain, 9 players alive. And no one has gone for a heal battle right now, Necro. That's what I would like to believe, because I do see 3 lads from T2K. We do see the 2 players from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Then there are the players from the Atrax inside the circle, joined by the final player from DRS, Killer Whitey, who is definitely living up to his name, just taking on the players of the Atrax all alone, even though he is one of the last 2 players remaining for his team. Let's see who will come out on top in the end.
Killer Whitey does sense a little snake on his right. His body senses now are tingling and a little backpack being exposed. Galzin instantly, the lifeline will be cut off. Killer YT, though, has a little bush to play off of with. It's just going to provide him that visual coverage. And there you go. The play zone's going to seal the deal on the final man. It's going to fall to the damage from the wall of death. TDK, 3 players up. As you said, TDK in the dominating spot. None of the teams can actually steal this away. But as we do see, the final man of any of the teams who is lurking around in the end has the capability to try and change the entire course of the fight, and he might just do so. He finds one. Now he's looking to take down the second one as well. As Jane, he's going to prone down. And oh, he finds a great return knock. But still, 2 casualties were being made from their side. Killer YT might just clutch this one out. There's no clue where the final man is. And yes, he does. It's going to be DRS somehow. They come out on top. And TDK's game gets spoiled by Chante from the final man attacks. all props should be given to that man right there. He is the MVP, but then DRS, what a capitalization from that man. Killer YT, those instincts, they just kick in and he pushes in at the right nick of time.
I mean, definitely, and it was quite an important win for DRS as well, as we have been talking about the fact that they were outside the top 16, and look at barely making it to the 14th position. DRS, I think, from here on out in the last two matches, all they need to do is be a little consistent, and that's it. They make it to the Super Weekend. If they miss out on the Super Weekend performance, though, then it is definitely going to hurt quite a lot for this team. But what a switcheroo towards the end. Even I did not expect DRS to be the team winning this game. I thought it was either going to be Skylightz Gaming or the team with the advantage, T2K. But hey, I think the soldiers, they had different plans.
Indeed, man. Wow. The patience paying off in the end. Dax as well, kind of helping him out right there. For DRS, the final man of Dax, Chante, right there is the MVP. He saved the day for them and gifted that chicken dinner. He handed it over in like a golden platter. He was like, here you go, DRS. This is your chicken dinner. Take it. You guys are the deserving ones. But man, he spoiled T2K's game. Oh boy.
He just ruined their day, not just their game. I think DRS are going to be glad that Chante was there, and they're going to be grateful for the lads of Atrax. But now, T2K, they're going to be mad. They're going to be angry. They're going to be there with a vengeance in the next few matches. And they also will try to secure a few extra points going to the Super Weekend. But DRS, again, it's not just a chicken dinner that has been handed over. It's along with that realistic possibility of making it into the Super Weekend, because DRS were not looking good before this.
Don't talk about not looking good, though. I mean, after that game, TDK's mentality is not going to look good, because they were like, all right, everything's going in our favor. We might just close this one out, but unfortunately they don't. But it seems like that's going to be it from our side. Don't go anywhere, though. We'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Necro alongside with me. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing day we are having. The Sanhoks are proving to be as surprising, even more surprising than we expected, because in the last game, I think we all were thinking, all right, it's going to be T2K. They have 3 players remaining. Skylightz Gaming were giving them a little bit of a trouble. But out of nowhere, DRS, they show up with Atrax supporting them, and well, walk away with the chicken dinner and a few critical points that bring them into the top 16. But before we talk about the points and everything else, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the MVP of this match and see which individual is there with the highest eliminations. Well, no, it's more about the survival times and the damage now. But it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, Killer YT from DRS, and definitely lives up to his name. 4 eliminations, 542 damage.
Wait, I thought I was the man, the myth, the legend. Now
That's
even
everyone,
he is?
Necro. I mean, you have to perform like this to become a legend.
Well, I mean,
And more.
you called me a legend. Okay, jokes aside, though, Killer YT indeed is deserving of that statement that Johnny just made. 4 elimination points, 2 knockouts in his hands, and also 1 assist to follow it up with 542 damage and 2410 survival time in this man's hands right there. Killer YT has put on a phenomenal performance. Now, just being a best player doesn't just mean being phenomenal in just mechanical aspect. It also means utilizing your brain at the right time. And Killer YT, he did show his decision making in the final few moments. He realized, he saw the kill feed. He was like, all right, it's time for me to now go. I have waited for a long time. And instantly he goes and secures that final frag for his team. And he wins and comes out on top. And DRS, what a way to close the show out. But TDK, on the other hand, I mean, even though that previous game was really good for them, you cannot really ignore the performance that they've been showing throughout the entire PMPL in 2022.
I mean, definitely. And it has been quite an impressive performance by the lad as well. But amongst the list of top players, we are going to see the Atrax Spike being there with 4 eliminations to his name as well, with 467 damage being dished out. And Prabeen is going to be there on the 3rd, followed by AJ and Chante, the man who was there and responsible for the DRS win. 3 eliminations, 415 damage being dished out. But again, as we were talking about other things, I think, again, the reason we don't see those high elimination numbers in the list of the top players is the fact that there were a lot of third parties. No one squad fight apart from the 2 that we saw in the extreme early stages before the 10-minute marker were complete 4v4s. They had other teams getting involved as well, other teams picking up a few eliminations, and that is why the eliminations were sort of quite nicely divided amongst all of the teams in the lobby. Most of them, in fact.
Stats comparison in front of us. TDK, of course, are going to take the cake this time with 7 elimination points and of course 2 knockouts from both the sides. That's the only place where these 2 teams are matching, and also the total points that they've gotten for themselves. And TDK, in the end, I mean, it does seem like the stars were aligned for them in the end, but man, all props to the final man of Dax, just stealing that win from them and just stealing their dreams as well in front of them. I don't know if you remember, but in the Global Championship as well on the West side, you probably weren't watching that. In the finals, it was one of the players from Fenerbahce. It was Duke and Machine, who was just hiding in the bush. And Pittsburgh Knights, I still remember, they needed only 1 more point, one or 2 more points to try and qualify in and just push Fenerbahce right below them, and they make themselves qualify. And I remember the man from Fenerbahce was right there hiding in the bush. He was the final man, and he just spoils the entire dreams of Knights to try and qualify in the grand finals, in the DC grand finals. Like,
I mean, see, the moments like these, when you talk about them in the future, it sounds like a little bit of a heartbreak happened, but when you get to see them right in front, right, like we just witnessed in front of us right now between the Atrax, DRS, and the other team, I think there's a lot of excitement in the air. But again, I mean, for DRS, they saw their opportunity and they seized it quite nicely as well. That's I'll give them that, because these 19 points were so important. Imagine 19 points in a match and they just barely make it into the top 16. They are on the 14 now, but from here on out, I think at the end of the day, DRS, they need to figure out a way into the top 10, because again, that's one of the strongest teams in Nepal right here, and you wouldn't want to see them qualify for the Super Weekend any other way. But Train to Kill, they had a phenomenal run, 19 points for them as well, even though they were not the winners of the winner chicken dinner. It was stolen away from them, but I think they still have a pretty nice tally. Over on the other side, the TRZ not looking good again.
Yeah, indeed. And now at this point, we might as well just count A1 Esports out the entire thing right here, because if they're not going to be able to make it to Super Weekend 2, that means even if they do make it in Super Weekend 3, it's going to be quite a lot of pressure on top of their heads. And it seems like we also did get a little bit of call from our producer Itachi saying that there is a little TDM lined up for us, so it's going to be between Vibes and DRS to find out which one is going to be the greatest one. And DRS, it seems like they have got an upper edge right here, Johnny.
Well, let's see what it is going to be. And Well, DRS for now, I mean, they're going to be warmed up. They're going to be super confident. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see their team path to zone and how, in fact, they rotated towards that chicken dinner win. So, in the early stages, this wide four-man split drop that's there, the reason for that is not a lot of teams like to drop towards Takam, Tambang, Nakam, Sami, and Bantai. Cam Charlie might be a little risky. Cam Charlie and Bantai is a big risk, but the team rotated there in the later stages and then moving slowly and steadily towards the circle. Look at how late they were with their rotations. As soon as they make it to a circle, they have to think about moving into the next one, even before that even. So majority of the times, in fact, towards the late game stages as well, DRS, they were struggling quite a lot, and this is just like, I believe, the last two players trying their level best to make it, because Rules and Rebel were pretty much picked off at this point already. It's just Killer and Delta surviving, and in the end, just getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, look at that final man right there, dude. Oh my god. It's like at that point, DRS must have just probably given up the hopes as soon as they knew that, okay, Killer White is the final man. They would have just been like, okay, go ahead and play for placements. You know, that's all you can try and do at that point in time. Because DRS, so far in the overall rankings, things weren't really going their hand. But after that win, that's also going to be securing them a top 16 finish and possibly a spot in the next Super Weekend in the week 2. Because in week 1, they weren't really doing that great. They didn't really have that great hands of card. But hopefully in week 2, they're going to actually showcase some mastery card. They're going to showcase some mysteries that they have lined up for all the lobby. Now, we talked about Avon Esports, Johnny, and it seems like at this point, we might as well just count him out the entire competition and also the grand finals, because we said even if you do make it in Super Weekend 3, it's going to be so tough to make it in top 16, because the teams that have been over and over qualifying in the top 16 spot, it's going to be hard to take them down, because imagine the amount of pressure you're going to have on week 3.
I mean, exactly. Plus, the teams that have already made it in and are, in fact, in a really good position in the overall leaderboard, they have the opportunity to go absolutely YOLO and basically try anything that they want. And it's very hard to predict those movements inside of the match. But, ladies and gentlemen, for now, we do have the Oppo F21 moments in front of us. And again, what an exciting game this was. Skylightz Gaming, they were off to the races, but did not really expect to be caught off guard like this by Phantom Esports.
Exactly. 7C as well were taking a lot of shots from underneath them. They got taken out. TRZ, hopes and dreams right there. This fight was one of the biggest downfalls of Deadeyes Guys, because they've been taken out since a long time on the map of Sanhok, and now something new needs to be figured out. What can Deadeyes Guys do to try and give a strong reply to a team like IATC? And at this point, I would just say it's going to be hard to give a reply. Maybe just take a little bit of back foot from that area of Hot Tin and come back even stronger next time.
Well, yeah, it's about, in the end, just standing a little bit stronger, just figuring out what went wrong, what mistakes were made, and not making them again. But talk about mistakes. This wasn't one. This push from Killer YT, just running in, jiggling in left and right, and look at how happy the players are. Well, one of them was still just like us, trying to figure out, how did we get this win? But we do have the damage histogram in front of us as well, ladies and gentlemen, now. And again, as we did talk about it, as soon as the game ended, JyanMaara were looking so strong in this match.
Exactly. DRS, of course, on the top. They don't really have that many points. But JyanMaara, man, I'm telling you, this team is on another level currently. They're looking in form. They're looking in sync when it comes to the fragging prowess. And it seems like they're also not backing out from any of their fights. And they're doing a great job in winning those individual duels that they're taking. Personally, they're making me a huge fan of them, and I like the way they're showcasing themselves. 7C, though, look at him. 22 damage only dealt from the side of 7C. That's quite something that we haven't really seen for a long time.
Well, yeah, and I mean, 7C, it is not sort of a performance that they wanted, but hey, I mean, stuff like that you have to just move on from, and I think 7C Esports, hopefully they move on from this as well. But again, JyanMaara doing a pretty phenomenal job. Seal Esports, look at them with 1283 damage dished out, 6 eliminations secured, but Skylightz Gaming did the same thing with just 769 damage. And I think majority of those came from the capitalizations that they had during the late stages of the match. Then the top 3, the Harbingers of Chaos, as I will call them from now on, T2K, DRS and the squad of DRS.
Oh man, take a look at the overall rankings, and Dax have found themselves in such a great footing right now. They're in top 6. Might as well just count them in the next Super Weekend too. So
Yeah.
Dax,
I think
congratulations.
Yeah, now they're good.
Yeah, congratulations, Dax. You guys really needed to qualify in week 2, and so far you've done a great job in being that week 2. And hopefully things do keep on going great for you, because even in the Super Weekend, because if I'm not wrong, Dax was one of those teams that couldn't really make it in week 1 to the Super Weekend. Now making it in week 2 in this such a strong spot, I feel like Dax, they're going to have a lot to prove for sure. But look at the bottom 4 teams: 1952, 7C Esports, A1 Esports, TRZ, and team like Savage. They're going to have a lot of pressure building up now.
Well, let's see, can they handle the pressure as well? Because just the final 2 games remaining, 1952 did quite a decent job in the first Super Weekend, but this time, if they miss out on this, I think they're going to be the world of hurt. A1 Esports, TRZ, though, getting left very far behind. Look at where the cutoff is, and look at where these 2 teams are. 28 points is where Savage Esports sits with 2 games left, and A1 Esports and TRZ are there with just 11 and 10 points to their names. This is not good at all.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely insane. I mean, imagine the amount of pressure now on these teams, right?
Yeah.
There's going to be like Sword hanging on top of their heads. DRS on 14th spot after that previous chicken dinner, but still, that's not good enough. Because look at this, right? Raw was one of those teams that were doing really good in the Super Weekend 1. Vibes was one of those teams that was doing phenomenal. Train to Kill was one of those teams that we did see struggle. DRS, again, the struggle was seen. Venom Legends struggle as well, and Savage Esports struggle too. 1952 is one of the only teams that is not in top 16, and Dax, they have taken over 1952's spot.
Well, let's see. I mean, Dax, they have done a pretty phenomenal job with the push that they've shown in this week. Again, after the first week, the sort of fiasco that was there in the first week of league play by the players of Dax, I think this is a very nice recovery from their side, but still, the job is not completely over. You still have to perform in your matches that happened during the Super Weekend, and unless DRS managed to do that, and I think it can work out for them, considering if 1952 don't make it, you don't have to worry about one of the teams that is in the top 16 but not playing. So I think the Atrax can definitely topple them over and try and secure a position in the finals, but they will have to put a next level performance. They will have to play just like they are playing right now in the league play stages. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, have a look at the schedule of the matches, as we do have the next game that is going to happen on Erangel, and after that it's going to be the last match of the day that is going to take place on Sanhok. But I believe we do have quite an interesting set of maps and teams as well. Group D is not going to be playing, so it is going to be Deadeyes Guys, Raw Esports, High Voltage, and Venom Legends sitting this one out. And well, in turn, Vibes are back, and 1952 as well.
Oh man, this is going to be quite interesting. Savage Esports as well, they're back now. Savage Esports, so far, they have the sword hanging on top of their heads, as I said. So the pressure is going to be building up quite a lot.
Yeah.
And now getting back in the game, they will want to make sure this game is a banger enough game for them. Maybe Savage Esports, it's time for you guys to tune the aggression down a bit and focus on the actual game. Because if I'm not wrong, they started the day off on a pretty shaky position as well. I mean, Savage Esports, they were on 18th spot when they started the day off. So
yep.
And now they're in like 16th spot in itself. So that is quite a huge leap. But again, it's not going to stop there if you want to have your spot solidified for the Super Weekend too.
And I think they have what it takes to do that as well. I mean, Savage Esports, even though they missed out on the first Super Weekend, I think this week has been pretty decent from their side. And I think coming back into the action, I do expect them to do quite a lot. But ElementriX is going to be stepping back on the battleground as well. And I want to see, will ElementriX push quite hard on the players of IHC and the lads from Stalwart Esports as well? Because let's not forget, there was a certain moment in the day that ElementriX was not too far away from taking the first position and qualifying as one of the best teams to perform in the league play as to qualify for the Super Weekend. But now that is in contention, and Stalwart Esports is the team leading the charge right now. So it's going to be quite important for ElementriX to sort of build up that momentum as well, considering, as we did talk about when the PMPL started, that they were away from the global stages for a while, and now they're stepping back, one of the biggest names Nepal has to offer. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. I mean, it is going to be a time of excitement as we have a lot of action-packed matches lined up for you guys. But I believe there is a certain TDM that was promised as well, Necro.
Oh yeah, we have a little team deathmatch lined up for you guys between the players of DRS and Vibes to find out who has the better mechanical capabilities to take down any other team. What do you think so, Johnny? Which one is going to win this one?
I think after the last game, it should have been just T2K and Atrax going at it.
Yeah, just getting the revenge. The TDK be like, and also at the same time, let the mics be like all open in the all chat, in the all lobby, so the enemy team as well can hear. And TDK just raging at Dax. They're like, why, man? Why, Chante? Why? Just why, dude?
Yeah,
that could be in our game.
All 4 players just piling up on poor Chante right there, like just beating him down because he costed them the chicken dinner win. I mean, I don't know if T2K would even care because at the end of the day, they had the similar point structure, so it did not really cost them any. It costed them points, 3 points, but they were still first as far as the tally was concerned. So it's a pretty good spot to be in. But again, I think DRS and Vibes, it's going to be a pretty exciting collision as well, considering 2 of the biggest names that Nepal has to offer. Plus, I think, as we always talk about Vibes, the veteran of the scene, mechanically some of the best players I've seen. And then DRS, these are the same lads that used to represent with Vibes. And back then, in the previous season, there was no one who could take them on as far as their aim was considered. Now they are working with a little bit more experience, just have grown quite a lot. And I think the tactical positions are where, as far as the game is considered, they are struggling a little bit. But hey, that's not what a TDM is about. This is all about aim.
This is all about aim.
And something, a little bit about coordination as well. But majorly aim.
Not coordination. It's all about. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these TDMs are serious, okay? Take them serious. If any of these teams win, overall, they're better when it comes to the mechanical skill. I'm just kidding. You don't really need to take them serious. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure players are giving it all they have to win this one. And Rebel, from the side of DRS, is already going to catch an 8 onto himself. And now he's trying to fight back. As the player's approaching on the right side, Rebel somewhere down line is getting flushed out because he's scared to his death to try and fight back. And somewhere down line, his sound sense not really present for Rebel. Vibes, they're getting a nice grip on top of the players at DRS. Delta with a nice drop shot, and he's actually fighting back with a P18C. What? Bruh.
Well, let's see. That again, you said it yourself, Necro. Don't take this too serious, but like, let's see who's going to come out on top. So far, DRS is the team leading the charge with 7-4 being the score. Now it's 7-5 in the favor of DRS. Still, Vibes, they're trying their level best to see if they can get a few early pickups. Oh, Rebel, he's going to be in trouble. And yeah, there's it. He's out.
Yeah, there we go. Not anymore. He's out. Malik right there does know there's someone hiding right behind the little wall in the front. Killer YT. Oh! He wins that duel right there. He wins that engagement. A great way to close it out. Vibes, again, so far, they are not in the lead. DRS, they found themselves in the lead with 12 points for themselves. Looking great so far after that one. But now they'll need to try and get the ball rolling in their court. As Vibes, they'll need to try and catch up. Because so far, DRS, they've built a nice, comfortable lead over. And wow.
Well, let's see. It's going to be quite interesting. Vibes, oh, Ryu gets shot in the back, but Joker is there with an important trade. Now he sees Delta on the top of the train and dropping down to the back lines. Will go for a nade toss in his direction, but will have one lobbed in his face as well. Now the aim duel is going to be there, and it is TDM, so you're going to be required to pre-fire every single angle that you're running towards, which does not really happen from Delta, so he gets punished for that. And well, Vibes, they are closing it slowly and steadily. It's almost all tied up between these two teams.
Yeah, exactly. And Vibes, what a comeback, man. Honestly, Joker, he has to be the main man behind that insane comeback right there. He was just stacking up these frags on his name. Delta, too, is going to be a bigger threat on the side of DRS. They'll need to try and watch out from Delta if Vibes, they want to win this one. Because Delta, we do know what this man is capable of. He pulled off some insane clutches so far in the BR mode. And he's, wow, single-handedly going to shut down 2 players of Vibes and also going to take down the 3rd player, Delta. Indeed, as I've said, he's clutched out some insane times, and this is a prime example of that, a one-man army.
Well, let's see. One-man army. Can he take on the lads of the oppositions all alone at the same time? Which I think it's a little too far-fetched. It's going to be quite tough to do that. But still, Delta, let's see. Trying to see if he can get some extra vision. Gets confused a little. And, well, he's going to be shot in the back by Ryu. Killer is going to be there to cover up. But Vibes, they are not letting go of this. It's still just a one elimination difference. There's a stun as well.
Why is Killer? Why is Killer playing with the iron sight? What? Killer's playing with the iron sight. Okay, look at him.
Yeah, I mean, so you can actually do that if you do not intend to go for these sort of setups, just firing through those small gaps right there at the entrances. If you just plan on spraying close ranges, like, it should be perfect. Not too shabby right there. But let's see. Delta gets stuck on top of the wooden boxes. Does not get finished, though. Indeed, surviving quite nicely, but the score all tied up. One extra elimination, one shift of momentum can change everything for these two teams, and it's going to happen for the players of DRS. They're the first one to break the equilibrium, and Vibes again finding the equalizer as Malik. Oh, there's the pan. Killer YT getting a pan finish.
Oh, man. Vibes too right here. Oh, Malik. Some nice recall control from this man right there. Vibes, and now Vibes, they finally got themselves a nice lead to play with, making 30 points on the board, and they're just looking to stack him up on top of each other. They're looking to keep this lead. They're trying to hold on to this lead for sure, but DRS somewhere down line, just creating a lot of troubles for Vibes. Oh, Joker almost caught some bullets while he tried to fade away. Now he needs to try and deal with 3 players, and oh, he's going to get caught with a pre-fire. What a nice pre-fire from the side of DRS.
Well, let's see. I mean, impressive pre-firing skills, but Jiggle, can he jiggle out of his way out of trouble? The answer is no, I guess. And still nothing separating these two teams. Every single time DRS has been able to get a pickup, Vibes do find a trade. And as soon as I say that, we see 3 eliminations from the side of Vibes. DRS, they come out on top, and I think this is all but over. DRS almost walking away with the win already. 2 eliminations separating them. There's just one last elimination, and it is Rules finding the last kill of the match, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man. Insane showing indeed, ladies and gentlemen. What a way to close it out, huh? What a way to shut it down as well. But yeah, in the end, it was DRS who showed themselves up, and now, even on the boards, they are doing a great job.
I mean,
but now...
It makes sense, right? The soldiers do run a lot of drills, so... I guess.
But I want to see a team deathmatch between Stalwart Esports and IHC. That's going to be interesting.
Oh, that's going to be personal, I guess, between those two teams.
Yeah, 2 of the Mongolian Titans just going off at it against each other. I'm pretty sure even the viewers in the chat would want to see that.
Yeah, I think everyone would unanimously agree. Like, yes, that is something that we want. Either that or Sealy Esports and IHC as well, or maybe I think Skylightz Gaming and DRS going at it. That's going to be fun to watch as well. 2 of the biggest names in Nepal. Vibes against Skylightz Gaming is going to be another exciting matchup. There are a lot of different combinations that we could come up with that are going to be super fun to watch, and TDMs that we would actually love to see. But you know what? Instead of a TDM, I think we should just let them be inside a game and just tell them, all right, send them on Erangel, tell them go to Pachinki or be on Sanhok, send them to boot camp and be like, all right, now fight it out.
Now fight it out. Honestly, I want to see like a 4-on-4 nice drop clash.
I want to see 16 players dropping in on boot camp and then fighting it out with nothing but pans. That's going to be fun. That should be a game mode.
On it. Game? Nah, I wouldn't. Nah, I feel like, okay, that game mode would be fun for like first couple of games, and then later on you'd be bored. Like, you'd be like, what is this? You know, it's just the same thing over and over again. Drop down, pan people all over. You know what I want to see though? I want to see pan competition in here around all the talents. Ooh, that'll be interesting, huh?
Like IRL or in game?
IRL.
I mean, you and I are already doing our pan fight later on in the day.
Ooh, that's interesting. So make your bets, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to win this one? Is Super Johnny going to take it, or is Necro going to take the pan fight? Who's going to win it? Make your bets in the chat. and hopefully we will read them. But now I'm pretty sure the upcoming games are going to be one of the most interesting games to watch out from as well. And Johnny, now putting you on the spot here.
Yeah.
Upcoming map is going to be the map of Erangel, and who do you think now is going to take, considering the fact that the first ever Erangel map that the things kicked off on, or first map was Sanhok, if I'm not wrong. The second map was Erangel. So considering the fact how momentum looked like on the second map, which team you think can be the team that might just take the chicken dinner on this Erangel game?
I think the Erangel, the first Erangel of today, which was the second match number 2, I think even though it looked like IHC, they could have had done more in that match, delivered a little bit more. Stalwart Esports, in fact, just made sure that their timings of stepping into team fights was perfect, on point, and that is the reason that in the end it was them walking away with the chicken dinner and not IHC. So this time I think IHC, they're also going to be pretty mad about what happened earlier on to them. Plus, I think again, considering this is their last game, they're not going to be playing the final Sanhok of the day. It also becomes quite important for them, Skylightz, Phantom, and Atrax to actually deliver their best performances. But I think it's going to be between IHC and Skylightz Esports having not a chicken dinner, but I think they easily a top 3 finish in the match.
Easily a top 3 finish.
Yeah.
And I would say A1 Esports, they would still have their fair share of chance. If I'm not wrong, we still have 2 more games to go. 3 games have been passed on. A1 Esports, if these 2 final games are being made absolutely phenomenally, or if these 2 final games are being played to perfection from the side of A1 Esports, then they can actually push things to the Super Weekend 2, and they can make it to the Super Weekends 2. But it seems like we have a little break lined up, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after the short break.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the break to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's going to be quite intense because the final two games are just all that are left for today. And as we are about to begin on the action on Erangel, once again, a reminder that Group B is not going to be playing in this group. It's just A, C, D, and E.
Ooh. Big teams are not going to be playing in here now. That means teams teams that are stuck down below, a final chance. A1 Esports, come back up. It's your guys' chance now. 2 more banger games you guys want to try and get yourself in the top 16 spot. For example, 1 chicken dinner and the second game as well. They need to be consistent.
Did you see the lads of Stalwart Esports? One guy checking his notification, other guy is having some water. Scry, I think, was solving a Rubik's Cube. Yeah, look at him.
It's too easy for them, dude. It's actually checking the notification.
Yeah.
And Pika is right there on the left. On the top, if I'm not wrong, that's top.
On top of them are the lads from Savage Esports. Top is right underneath Action, and yeah, I think they should have put him on top because his name is Top.
Ooh, like that. But yeah, what do you think, Johnny?
I want to see how far Scry gets with that. Can he finish it before we jump to the game?
Johnny,
yeah,
I want to get hired as a coach for a team. What should I do?
Try and talk to the teams, I guess.
You think I'll be a good coach?
I think no, not at all.
Why, man?
I think we still lack a lot of experience to just coach, because coaching can be a lot more than just like coming up with tactics. It's more about understanding the mentality of players and understanding them as person. So yeah, that's I think it's being a coach is a big responsibility, Necro. You're too young to be a coach right now.
I'm 21 years old. That's not even young. You're calling me a baby right now.
Trust me. To be a coach, you're way too young. I mean, there's a lot more than what appears for people on the outside perspective. I mean, it's, again, as I said earlier, it's not just about being good in the game. It's more about having a lot of life experience as well, because you have 4 star players. Imagine being a coach for Stalwart Esports, where you know every single one of your lads is one of the best individual players in the world. How do you convince them to take a back step? How do you convince someone to, all right, now you are going to be a support player? How do you ask them to do that? How do you ask someone like Godless to tone down his level of aggression that he has been known for since the day we saw him in competitive? And being a coach, you have to do all of that, and plus a lot more. You have to worry about your players' mental health. I mean, I could go on and on about like just listing out the responsibilities, but yeah, I think you need a little bit more life experience before you try and make that approach.
Look, I feel like maybe in the other aspects I might be lacking, but I'm really good when it comes to mentally supporting players. I'm not gonna lie, I am good at calming people down. You know that, come on.
I mean, it's not just about calming them down. Yeah, it's not just about calming them down. It's about keeping them in check, making sure, like even from mindset perspective, they are comfortable. They go into every single match completely prepared, and yeah, everything is always all good. But again, both in game and outside the game, you have to be a coach and basically a leader at the same time.
All right, Johnny, look, I was actually just messing around. I wasn't serious. I don't want to be a coach at all. I'm not interested, but I was just trying to waste a lot of your time, and you just did it for me. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
How do you... Oh, wow. That's why I call you the nicest human being on the planet right there, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny is the most wholesome person I've ever met in my whole life.
I mean, plus, I think, again, you might have been trying to waste some time, but again, I think there usually is a lot of confusion between people as to exactly what a coach does and what an analyst does, and exactly where do you draw a line between what is what and who is who, because sometimes you're going to see the IGLs. I mean, I've known lineups in other esports that where the IGL is not the team captain, which I think 90% of the time is not the case. But it happens that a captain is going to be someone else. There's going to be different IGL. Sometimes there are IGLs who double up as coaches, and which is quite common if you talk about the underdog teams that don't really have a support staff, don't really have the structure in the they don't have organization. It's just 4 players playing together, and they are so good that they are making it to the global stage every single time, but they don't have those coaches. So the IGL is left with all the responsibilities of coming up with the strategies, coming up with the anti-strats, having the read on the opposition, exactly where they drop, what their game plan is, and all of that just being done by one player. I think it is a very taxing job, but hey, I mean, we have seen players time and time again live up to the expectation, live up to these challenges, and well, they're going to have to do that in this match as well. As the Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the second last of the game is live right now, and it is starting. The trajectory of the play is starting from the Kamishki Hill, going all the way towards the Sosnovka military base. So no wonder the players from Stalwart Esports were doing whatever they wanted, solving a Rubik's Cube before the match, because, yeah, I think even they knew, yeah, we're gonna move forward.
Exactly, and now the planned flight path, as you said, it's going to be all the way on the right side. That means teams that do want to go towards Georgia Pool, for example, DRS. Now, they're one of those teams, not DRS, Skylightz Gaming. They're one of those teams that like to go towards Georgia Pool because, of course, they have compromised the spot of Yasna Poliana between Savage. And now Savage is pretty much the rulers of Yasna Poliana because they've been defeating Skylightz Gaming over and over again in that spots. And the scrims, and they have came to an agreement that Skylightz Gaming are now going to take the Northern Georgia Pool because of the plane flight path. They cannot really go there, so Skylightz Gaming, they're going to drop in Kamishkin, kind of in the nearby vicinities of Yasna Poliana.
Well, let's see. Is it going to work out for them? Skylightz Gaming just going for a 4-man split in a very weird position, because now it's going to result in them getting caught off guard. As you mentioned, Yasna Poliana, I mean, Savage Esports will have a perfect opportunity to gatekeep them, in fact, from entering the early stages of the circle. But I believe it's time for some early game action, as look at the clusters that are there towards Pochinki and the farm area. I mean, Vibes, A1 Esports, Phantom, ElementriX, 7C Esports, TRZ are looking for a new home, and it looks like since Deadeyes Guys are not here in this game, they have taken control of, well, they're heading towards Rozhok.
Oh, man. Things are looking quite tough, and now I'm really worried for A1 Esports, one of those teams. Of course, the South Asians, they're going to have their eyes locked on the A1 Esports, because one of those teams, as I said, the oldest teams out there. And Venom Esports, somehow Mad Max is alive. RX Jax now is also going to try and run towards his teammates. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit of grand theft as RX Jax almost fell off the bike, and now it's going to keep on running over to his teammates. That could have been a close one. A1 Esports, oh my God. That could have been a rookie ending for RX Jax. That could have been an early casualty lining up. But for now, he is out of harm's way. Should be able to get and reunite towards his teammate. Oh, that was really close. I'm kind of worried for A1 Esports now because, as I said, they need a chicken dinner, and the second game has to be really consistent and good with like a lot of elimination points. So threat is there on top of their heads. At this point, every single fan in the chat, you better start praying for them.
Well, definitely, and it's going to be quite interesting to see who makes it on the other side, but I think so far, since it's already been 3 minutes in the game, Phantom Esports did try and make an attempt for that early finish, but did not really succeeding in that. I think a majority, almost all of the teams are off to the start that they wanted, wherein they have safely landed quite comfortably with their feet on the ground, on solid ground, and now they can start looting. Yeah. So this is going to be a very fun Erangel in the mid and the late game stages. We have a centralized circle. The circle sort of being centered around the school apartments, the school area, and since there is not the sort of the situation that we saw in the first Erangel, where the teams and IGLs in particular had to basically try and take a gamble. All right, this is where we will position ourselves. Now it's going to be a standard game, and A1 Esports, a team that everyone's eyes will be on in these last 2 matches, because fighting for survival, one of the biggest names from their region, fighting for survival right now outside the top 16, quite far away from the qualification spot. But if they get one chicken dinner, maybe they can make it.
Ooh, maybe though. You see, there's
Yeah.
a big fat maybe right there. And that's something that we really don't want to see, right? Even if you do make it barely in the Super Weekend. Now, I do understand. I am kind of like on the A1 Esports train right there. I really do want to support them till the end. Don't get me wrong. I've been seeing these players competing for years and years. Jokes aside, I'm completely serious currently. And A1 Esports, I'm not going to lie, as Ocean said as well in the past, they're like the emotion at this point of the South Asians. And if they're not really going to be making it in the Super Weekend, and if it's going to be a really sad story for them in 2022, then yeah, like A1 Esports, I don't want to see their downfall, you know? I want to see these four lads play together. I want to see them improve together. I want to see them try and capitalize on all the mistakes together. But I don't know what's going wrong with them, because now this game is really needed for them. This game has to be a chicken dinner. If this game is not going to be the chicken dinner for them, then just count them out. And even if they do barely make it in the Super Weekend, imagine the amount of pressure they're going to have. And they're just barely making it. That means they're not really capable of fighting this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. I mean, A1 Esports, I think right now are struggling with the fact that with how they started in week 1, I think they aren't able to deal with the pressure at this point, and because of that, they are making a few mistakes. But again, it's the same team that has time and time again in the global lobby stood up against some of the best teams in the game and came out on top. I mean, their record specifically against Bigatron, who have been known to dominate on Miramar quite a lot, is quite good on the same particular map. So it became so intriguing at a certain point that even BTR started to avoid they changed their own rotation to avoid A1 Esports at a certain point. So it's the same team that has done that in the past. It's the same banner, but this time things are not really looking too solid for them, and I just hope they can recover. In this match, if they finish at least with 7 to 8 eliminations, if they finish in the top 3, so if they get a chicken dinner, they can easily walk away with just 5 eliminations, and I think 20 points is going to be a good starting point. Then in the next match, they again would need around 10 to 15 points to qualify for the Super Week. If that is not going to happen for A1 Esports, then it's done. Again, I agree with you. Chicken dinner will be needed.
But Johnny, again, look, now you're talking about A1 Esports kind of like struggling when it comes to the, you know, confidence issues that they're having.
Yeah.
They're not really able to keep up to the lobby. But is that really what you expect when you take A1 Esports' name in your mouth? Like, when you say A1 Esports, you remember they have represented their country in the PMGC. They have some of the biggest experience in the entire lobby. And do you really expect them to fear something right here? Do you really expect them to have confidence? At this point in time, a team like A1 Esports should be pushing teams without any fear of loss. Like, they should be one of those teams that should just be dominating the lobby.
I mean, I do understand that, but here's the thing. A1 Esports were never one of those teams that went for those pushes. A1 Esports were always known for their clinical and clean rotations. And that is how, I mean, this team was the best team. If you wanted to understand how to get survival points, you need to have a look at their performances back in 2020 and 2021. I mean, mid of 2021, that is when the fall-off started to happen. They were so good with their gameplays, positioning in every single map. Erangel, Miramar, they were doing so well. But now, I think since the meta of the game has shifted and towards the center is where we see most of the action, A1 Esports, instead of adapting, they're still trying to stick to the same old strats that had worked out for them for the past year and a half, and I think that is the thing that's backfiring for them. It's the stubbornness of the team of not willing to change, not willing to play from the edges and try and see if that is going to work out for them. As long as they try and play for the center control, and even if you're trying to survive, you won't be able to do that, because now teams, the moment they look someone towards the center of the circle, they're going to try and finish you off and then try and gatekeep whoever comes next. Look at that. A1 Esports already being targeted by Skylightz.
Man, a do or die moment for them, though. And they're also wrapped around by Seal Esports, as now Seal, they're already going to open the fray up against A1 Esports, something that they really do not need right now on their court. And Seal, they're not going to stop. They're just going to keep on charging on in, because these are the league play. And a team like Seal, they are going to have no fear of locks, because they've already solidified their slot in the top 16. And in league plays, not a lot of teams like to play that clinical and that methodical. So Seal, they're not really going to stick to their main strat. Instead, now they're going to amp up the aggression because they do realize it's the second last game of the league play, and you might as well try and rack up a lot of points and try and finish things off on a great note. Avon Esports on the receiving end currently. 6'9" boy in the front. He's taking a lot of shots, and he both fall down too. Avon Esports, what's going on? They're left with only 2 players to work with, Johnny, and it seems like now the glimmer of hope is also fading away for Avon Esports.
Yeah, the team that we have been talking about the most is the first team to get taken out by Seal Esports, but Sinester might just be able to recover from this. Goes for a few shots, takes a lot of damage, needs to disengage and heal up, hiding behind that crate. It's not going to work out for this man. He's going to be knocked out. Anyone Esports down to the last player. Well, it's not even down to the last player. The entire team has been wiped out. And Seal Esports just proving a little too much for the team to deal with.
Yeah, you got anything to say about that?
Yeah, bye-bye. Super Weekend, I guess.
Bye-bye out the entire PMPL SA.
Well, not yet. Maybe the teams that are playing the Super Weekend 2, they mess up a little. A1 Esports qualify in the 3rd weekend. They barely make it to the 16th. That can still happen, but
Johnny, that's a little bit of too much
gone.
opium. That's a little bit of too much
I've
opium,
seen that happen time and time again. So until the league stages are over, I'm not going to say anyone is like not qualifying. I've seen that. That has backfired on me before, so I'm not taking that risk again.
All right, you know what? But you can be the hopium right there. I mean, I personally am a lover of Avon Esports. Nothing to take away from that team, but I am going to hop off that bandwagon now. And I personally have given up all the hopes on Avon Esports. But hopefully, again, as you said, hopefully they bounce back, but I have no expectations left from them. But now, one of those teams that I'm really expecting greatness has to be Savage Esports. What are your thoughts about Savage?
I mean, Savage Esports, again, as me and Ocean, I remember we were having this conversation 2 days ago. From the side of Savage Esports, I think the cornerstone that needs to sort of understand how to lead the team has to be Sanchez, since he has the most experience in this particular lineup. And again, I think Savage Esports, considering they are quite fresh onto this particular scene, it's going to take them like at least this season to figure out, all right, this is what the rest of the lobby does. They are aware of how to play against teams like Stalwart Esports, how to take fight against IHC, but about the rest of the teams that are the rest of the 11 teams that they have to face, the 12 teams that they have to face is something that I think does surprise them a little bit, because in a situation like this, like you look at Jane, I mean, just being extremely careful with how he peeks the windows. You put an action in a particular spot like this, and he's going to be constantly moving from tree to tree, constantly switching his position, checking every single window. There's going to be peek up from the back, constantly hard scoped in on those windows, having his crosshairs set to take you down. But Wives do things differently. They like to take their sweet time, clearing out positions, clearing out buildings before they move in. And I think that sort of off timing can throw a little bit of aggression, throw the game plan out the window for Savage Esports, because when they expect the players to move in, people are just waiting on the other side. They get a little restless for the fight, they charge forward, and then they run into an ambush.
Oh man, the nade crawls quite close. A great toss from Sus, but he's not really going to get the confirmation just yet. Wally needs to try and get the fallen man back up, but oh, that's a nice reply, a strong reply from the side of Seal. A knock and a confirmation right then and there. Wally needs to try and get Demo back up on his feet, because Demo is one of those kill leaders. And Seal, they know. Demo is one of the most instrumental players they have currently in the lobby.
Well, yeah. But look at this. What is happening right now? IHC stuck in a ditch out in the open. And, well, so far, they haven't been bothered. We saw the lads from 1952 just pass them by, but Phantom Esports looks like has them focused down. They have their number. And Stalwart Esports shooting on CY. He just managed to get away from one of the biggest teams in Mongolia and runs into another one. That has to be the most unfortunate position to be in.
Oh, look at Nemo, though. He finds a nice knock on the players of Stalwart Esports. Top's been taken out. You know, that's quite a risky positioning from the side of Pika. Is out in the open, and IHC, they could have tried to take him down. Took a couple of shots onto him. It's the two Mongolian Goliaths going against each other. Two of the biggest teams out there. Alpha Tines, if you'd like to call it, off the lobby. Tapping those shots away with the M16A4. Pika's out in the open too, but I'm pretty sure that's a little bit of visual problem in the spectating mode. I'm pretty sure there's like a little smoke to play off of with that Pika has found himself in.
Yeah, just I think not rendering right now, but
That's
there's
pretty
definitely
funny.
a smoke right there. On the other side, though, I think IC just got too sort of zoned in on the smoke that was there laying out next to the tree that he ignored his flank and takes a massive shot to the face. Action quite on point with the cover fire. And IHC, all right, so we did witness a game like this a few days earlier, and IHC, I think, again, they were trying to see if they can contest Stalwart Esports earlier on, but it is not going to work out. Now the circle has shifted, and it's towards the southern side of Yasnaya Poliana. Open farms, and all of a sudden, DRS, who are on the northeastern edge of the circle, seem to be in a very good position, but 7C Esports, they are also stuck out in the open, and well, with 1952 pushing forward, I think they might get sandwiched between 7C and Atrax.
Exactly. 7C is one of those teams as well that is on the struggling phases. This game's going to mean quite a lot for them as well because they're still not in top 16. One of those teams that also needs a banger of a game desperately as quick as possible. And they're already taking a lot of damage onto themselves. They're getting damaged quite a bit. From the left is Atrax, as you said. And on the right, it's the player of IHC. Pressure indeed is there on the board for this team, and how are they going to try and counter it? That's something they'll need to try and figure out.
Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports, they are still holding strong, although Pika has been knocked out. IC from the side of IHC is knocked out quite far away from his teammate. I think this has to be it for IHC. There's too much pressure for them to deal with. But as we were talking about them, look at this. Godless, he's the last player surviving out in the open. There's a smoke lobbed and popped right in front of him, but he needs to make sure that his teammates come back. And after that, I think IC is someone that IHC will have to give up on. And Savage Esports, look at the push coming in from their side, trying to see if they can finish off Slipknot from the side of Phantom, who is burning alive and in fact will be knocked out. So Phantom Esports are down to the last player.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the Yasna Rice Fields ending as well. Something that it's been a long time I haven't really seen now. And I personally want to see how things are going to be ending on this note now. As Savage as well, they're finding themselves another fight against Phantom Esports, and they've already opened the fray up. Savage looking really strong in that fight in itself. Phantom Esports, they're crumbling under a lot of pressure right now. They're cracking under that pressure. IHC in the receiving end currently. That's a nice 2-2 split. But they still need to make it inside the zone. And how are they going to do so? That's what I want to personally know, because IHC, they're not out of harm's way just yet, and they will need to try and rotate all out in the open. And you also saw this circle. There's not a lot of cover left to play with.
Well, let's see, as you said, there's not a lot of cover, but well, do seal Esports even near it. TRZ in a world effort. Demo is still there, hiding behind a broken wall, and even though two of the players from the side of TRZ are down, it's a 1v2 situation for Demo. He does not have a lot of health left. Will he go for a revive first, or will he try and see if he can secure these eliminations?
Oh my God!
He runs into the nade! A
He's
big
gonna clutch
mistake. Why was he getting in the vehicle in the first place? And Seal Esports, they can capitalize on this quite nicely. Demo running around the building. Will go for a free fire.
Oh my God!
Will have to go for a drop shot, but Monday comes out on top, and that's it. Seal Esports are out of it, but Necro, JyanMaara showed up and took a few points away from them.
Oh my God. Talk about the thieves in the lobby. Talk about the thieves in the night just stealing that kills away. Oh my God. JyanMaara has to be one of the biggest ones out there. And now DRS too. It's like the circle is out in the open. Fights are happening all across the board. It's really hard to keep up with the aggression and with the pace of the lobby currently. Because look on the bottom right. There's so many teams. Skylightz Gaming, JyanMaara, IHC, DRS, 7C right next to each other. And then Dax is right on the front. They're on top of all of them. And Dax, they're currently having a really great spot to play with as well. That they have a nice split working for them. And no fear from all across the board. He's putting on a lot of pressure on the players of IHC. IHC decided to just straight up rang their vehicles in the compound. And look at No Fear. He's just punishing the entire squad of IHC. And they're also going to put the final nail in the coffin for them as TRZ. They get the final confirmation.
Well, TRZ still trying to move forward in this game. 11 teams remain, ladies and gentlemen. 35 players still alive. Skylightz Gaming, they're going to lose out on Nima. And DRS rules. He has a buggy right in front of him and needs to crawl back a little bit so he can use it as cover just in case it gets blown up. But let's see. Rules. He sees AJ. Oh, he sees the vehicle. And he's going to try and take a few shots the moment AJ peeks up, but AJ was also using the TPP, and well, the shots coming in from Rules, they're not going to hit their mark, but he takes a lot of damage in return. Kind of finds himself on the wrong side of that trade.
Oh, indeed, did find him on the wrong side of that trade. They're also taking quite a lot of shots, and now if you can see, Dax as well is such a great spot. DRS, they're trying to move in, having all their players up. 7C, we mentioned this. This is one of those teams that's on the struggling phase. You almost ran him over, but oh, he slips at the last second. He slips at the last nick of time, and he's going to find himself in safe shoots for now. But again, he's been knocked out, so that's enough amount of damage dealt on the side of DRS.
Well, let's see. 10 teams remain, 29 players still surviving. Atrax this time doing a phenomenal job. 3 eliminations secured. All 4 players are present in this lobby right now. DRS as well. With the last match when DRS, they found themselves in a position from where they can make it to the Super Weekend. If they fail to do that, it's going to be a troublesome situation right now. And Skylightz Gaming, although taking a fight against JyanMaara, and Gunner is going to be blown to smithereens with a nade from AJ. But no fear, and Suzanne, they're still hiding inside those covers.
Exactly. Gunner is going to be blasted with that nade right there. Still out in the open. The only thing he has for cover are those little smoke grenades to try and play around with. JyanMaara is one of those teams in this day 2 of league play. Things have really been looking strong in their side, and now Galton as well on top here. He's going to find a nice opening against JyanMaara. Another man taken down at Skylightz Gaming. They're just inflicting a lot of pain. They're inflicting a lot of hurt on the players of JyanMaara so far. And Skylightz Gaming is one of those teams that is the top team in their region. Galton's quite low. He's also taking a lot of damage from the play zone. JyanMaara, unfortunately, they have no other choice left. They will need to try and move out in the open, and that's when they get eliminated out the game. Skylightz Gaming doing a great job putting the final man to sleep, and now they will need to try and take care of another wave of enemies. It's going to be DRS.
Well, let's see. DRS, they down a few players. Rebel was knocked out, but Delta, Rules, and Killer are still there. They have a wonderful flank against Skylightz Gaming, but they need to be careful. Just 20 seconds in, and the blue zone is going to start closing in. Then both the teams are going to be in some trouble, but AJ is taking those shots. Delta has taken a lot of damage. This could spell trouble for the lads of DRS and Skylightz Gaming alike. It's a 3v3 between the two teams. Delta is the one knocked out. Sorry, it's a 3v4 if Delta comes back on his feet, but Galton going for a push with UMP in his hands can in fact gun down the lads of DRS one after the other. Is going to be spotted out, goes for the shots, and Killer is going to come out on top in that duel. But the blue zone is here right in the nick of time, and DRS, they're going to lose the flow of the fight. Skylightz Gaming can in fact reset and focus in on rotating inside the circle as DRS get pinned down, not just by Skylightz Gaming, the blue zone, but Atrax did in fact connect a few shots in their direction as well. And after DRS, it is Skylightz Gaming who actually make the mistake of running in a little too early, and Skylightz Gaming get eliminated. DRS, they survive to the late stages. Rules and Killer, well, how did they make it?
Yeah, they still somehow make it in the zone as well,
Wow.
right? Barely. Oh, gonna find themselves in quite a bit of luck right there. Hershey also picking up those final utilities that are being tossed out from his teammate. Eisenberg's knocked out. Savage Esports, the only glimmer of hope is Hershey now in the game. TRZ, I don't know how they're still surviving so far in the game, but they have 3 players up, and that's mad impressive if you take a look at how they're been performing throughout the day. Now, finally, they do realize the depth of the situation. They do realize there's a huge void to try and fill. Savage Esports Hershey as well is now going to wrap up finally from the lobby. He's going to get eliminated in 6th spot, and so far, TRZ, they're still making it alive. Trying to kill, though. What a methodical approach.
Let's see. Everyone is out in the open. This fight is going to end in these open fields, ladies and gentlemen. And Atrax, they are desperately still searching for their chicken dinner win of the day. or maybe I think just taking it away from again T2K. Who knows what's going to happen? A little bit of a history between these three teams. DRS Killer YT is going to be here as well, kind of in the similar shoes. And TRZ, I think, making it into the late stages of the match is going to be quite exciting to witness. See what they can accomplish. But Jane is going to get knocked out by Atrax, and oh my goodness, second game in a row. Atrax making sure that T2K do not get the winner chicken dinner.
Oh man, TDK again. What's going on? Dax, there's just like the kryptonite of TDK. Whenever it seems like TDK, the stars are aligned for them, it's Dax who's just pulling their leg down on the earth. And they're like, stick to the ground because we are still alive in the lobby. And now look at this. They're also ganging up on the final man that's left alive on DRS. And they're going to shut him down instantly. They're going to strike the final man down. And what a spot from Sandesh. 2 free knocks for this man. And now Sandesh is just fading those glimmers of hope for the Dax side to try and secure this chicken dinner. Gets the confirmation too quickly. And as you can see, Octopus somewhere down line has a clue where he's getting shot at from. Sandesh right here. A nice, silent assassin from the side of TDK. Has the suppressor on the M416. And the rest of the Dax players now, they do realize they need to get the fallen comrade up. So they're just going to straight up send it towards them.
Well, let's see. How far will they be able to go, though? As Atrax, they're taking a lot of damage. It's just one last player, Spike left standing for the team. T2K just not taking any risk of missing out on this chicken dinner. Taking out, pinning down, in fact, Atrax first and foremost. But now finally the utility is being lobbed towards the lads of TRZ as well. Mad Cat just attracting a little bit of attention towards his direction. Needs to fall back. The nade was right in his face, and Legend, being an absolute legend, does find an impressive knock. I think that's about it. T2K will be walking away with the winner chicken dinner of this game, as Spike can't really do much. He has Octopus to help him out, but T2K, they have the numbers, they have the area on the map, and as they go for TRZ, they're going to be in the top 2 with 9 eliminations already secured. So a 2v4 situation now between these two teams, and the Atrax, their position is, well, a tough one. If these vehicles blow up, they don't have a lot of cover to use, but I think just blowing them up early can work out. Octopus finds an opening, taking down Legend. So now it's a 2v3, and still a position from where T2K can secure this win, but I think since considering they know who it is on the other side, they do not want to risk it. They just want the lads to be finished off by the blue zone. And if they keep on waiting for that to happen, I think the Atrax will have enough breathing room to capitalize. But they are distracted right now by Siog. And, well, using the opportunity, T2K have brought their numbers back. Legend is back on his feet. Look at Sandesh. This is such a perfect flank.
Oh my god, it's time for TDK to get their revenge. And oh, that's quite a close shots. And finally, Sandesh is going to find the opening. Octopus taken down. It's all down to Spike X now. The final glimmer of hope for Dax, and he should be strike down in no time. And that's what exactly happens. TDK, the stars align, and they put on a stellar performance.
Yeah. I mean, it was a stellar performance. And finally, T2K get their revenge on the Atrax, securing an important game for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, 26 points. T2K get themselves up to the 6th position in the overall rankings. And this was an impressive finish from their side as well. But still, I mean, what is the deadline going to be going into the last match? Plus, again, after this match, we won't be seeing the Atrax again. So a good thing for them that in their last game that they were playing, they did a phenomenal job. They secured a lot of placement points, finishing in the top 2, and in fact, they have a decent number of eliminations as well. Skylightz Esports, IHC, I think they pretty much made it into the top 16, so they won't be worried at all. Phantom Esports as well, I think we're in a pretty decent spot. So almost the entirety of Group A is qualifying for the Super Weekend, which is like, what a pleasant surprise, because last week the Atrax were the one missing out on this. But again, it is the moment for T2K, so congratulations to the team on this winner chicken dinner. But again,
Hey,
where will the other teams head up? A1 Esports, we saw them in an interesting fight in the early stages against Skylightz Esports, and they just got absolutely destroyed in a matter of seconds.
Destroyed is like an understatement. They got I don't even know. Like, there's like no word that's made in the entire existence that can showcase what just happened to Avon Esports against Steel, because they got picked off one after the others. They were just taking turns on the players of Avon Esports. Sinister, though, he was trying his best to keep the fight up, but he got taken down as well. But it seems like we have the production just yelling in our ears saying break, break, break. So we're going to push your short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And ladies and gentlemen, this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves a winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And again, ladies and gentlemen, headed towards the last game of the day, which is supposed to be played on the map of Sanhok. But before we do that, it is time to discuss the action of the previous one, where we saw T2K grab an amazing chicken dinner for themselves. And I think, Necro, you and I are just waiting for the overall standings now.
Exactly. The overall standing is what I really want to see, because, again, one thing we know for sure is that Avon Esports is not going to be there. But for the overall standing, we have a couple of graphics to go through. And the first one is going to be lined up as MVP. Let's check out who is going to be the MVP, who's going to be the man of the hour, who's going to be the man of the match of the previous game. It was SpikeX from the side of Daxon with 2 elims. But look at the damage number that this man has put up, 992 with a survival time of 26-21. Wow, I mean, the conversion was not really that great, but he was able to put up the elims.
I mean, he was able to dish out the damage as well. And as you said, even though the conversion wasn't great, the new MVP system does prioritize damage numbers and survival time. And since DRS, in fact, also did make it to the top 2 teams, I mean, we do see them high up on the leaderboard. And since I think with the 992 damage, he does not have a lot of assist as well, I believe the eliminations were in fact picked up by the other teams, Necro.
Oh man, talk about the other teams. The top 5 players are going to be in front of it. I'm pretty sure TDK has to be there somewhere down the line, just stealing a little bit of limelight for them. DRS too, they had to fight their way through. Seal as well, they were doing so great. But it seems like the 2 players are going to be from Dax. I mean, Gante and Spike right there at the top. And then you have Sandesh right underneath him. Sandesh, this man has been such a great man. We saw him last year. Sandesh was one of the biggest threats to the lobby. But this year, somewhere down the line, he has been suppressed down quite a lot.
Well, I think he still is one of the best as far as individual skills are considered. He's still one of the best lads you could see. Joined by Jane, of course, who is, of course, his teammate from Train to Kill. But again, I think Train to Kill, they did take their sweet time to adjust to the new sort of state of affairs that are there between the teams, them switching their play styles, the game meta of the game always evolving. But now I think finally they are here, because we are seeing a little bit of a consistent performance from Train to Kill as well. Killer YT from the DRS squad is always going to be there, getting his team those crucial placement points towards the latest stages of the game. And also kudos to DRS on capitalizing on the mistakes of Skylightz Gaming. Rushing in, an all-in commitment to rush into the circle out in the open field is never going to work out. DRS, they played it smart. They split in 2s and then left just 2 players behind to be the distraction to just get taken out and the other two lads push forward. But a stat comparison of Train to Kill and Atrax, and even though the numbers look quite similar on the other side, it's just the conversions of eliminations being a lot more in the favor of Train to Kill, because they in the end did eliminate the players from the Atrax. But hey, I mean, a very, very interesting fight between these two teams, and not just in this match, even in the previous one. This is getting carried forward from the previous game.
Exactly, and as you can see, things indeed getting really carried forward. Sandesh 2 right here, we saw him, and then on the highest damage mark, Spike, he was putting up the damage numbers for himself. Manish 2 right there as well, with 4 assists on his name, and longest distance elimination as well is going to be on the side from Spike right there with 303 meters, and then you have highest knocks too from the side of Killer YT. So far, I mean, of course, every single team right here, other than the TRZ team, these players are from one individual region, and they're doing a great job so far.
I mean, yeah, they are doing a pretty phenomenal job, and it's going to be quite important for them to see how far they can get themselves. But again, I mean, no matter what you do during the league play stages, if you can't replicate the same thing during the Super Weekend, all that effort was for nothing. So I think that is what it comes down to. All these teams, all these individuals, they have to replicate the same level of domination even during the Super Weekend. Otherwise, I think we might see them be in a little bit, not just a little bit, but much more trickier situation. And dealing with that, it's definitely not going to be easy. But again, as we did talk about A1 Esports, even in this match not being able to perform, I think it is definitely going to backfire upon them. TRZ on the other side did have a pretty good game, and with those 15 points, I think if they can walk away with 15 more in the next match, maybe, just maybe, Necro, they make it.
Oh man,
I want to see what the cutoff is going to be before this, though. We need to do some maths.
I mean, look, at this point, the teams that are in the bottom 4, or at least the team that's on the 17th spot, they will need to try and find a convenient way for themselves to try and qualify. If the way it's not going to be convenient, if they're going to be stepping out their comfort zone, then honestly, it's going to make things even harder. I do understand sometimes changes are some of the best things you can do if things aren't really working out, but changes at the last second when quite a lot of things are on the line, I feel like that's not something that I'd really roll with. Just try and reset your mentality before the final game and just go in with a clean slate. And I'm pretty sure maybe, hopefully, you will be able to put on a decent amount of performance. But let's take a look at the open moments and let's find out how things really kicked off in the previous one.
Exactly. I mean, the game was off to an interesting start right off the bat with how the flight path was and exactly where the circle went. I think that only allowed the teams to have a little bit of a more breathing room in the early stages, because 10 minutes in was when we saw the first squad wipe happen, and it was Seal Esports versus A1 Esports. Even though A1 Esports were trying to hold on to these compounds, I think Seal Esports are just too brutal with those pushes, and there's no way you can defend it against them. And after that, they just went on to destroy a few more squads before we saw them finally being shut down.
Exactly, a nice spray from Skylightz Gaming right there. So you can see AJ wasn't really able to get a lot of connections through, but at least he was able to shook him off successfully. Stalwart Esports took quite a bit of early hits, and that's why they weren't really able to see. They weren't really seen right there in the late game phases. Demo loses this one-on-one against Fardy right there, and then you have 7C again. The unfortunate stuff, the unfortunate circumstances continue for this team.
Well, I mean, talk about convenient circumstances. Pikey just spotting out the lads of DRS from the distance, has a mini in his hands as well, so just taps away to the fruition of his heart. But Chante on the other side against the players of T2K. This is where things got a little bit tricky for the Atrax, because they had to worry about the flanks quite a lot, and then they got a little too overeager to deal with the lads of DRS, and well, T2K was like, all right, if you want to do that, we're just going to give you your space, and then as soon as we know you're going to be in a world of trouble, that's when we're going to chime in. And that is why the Atrax, when they lost 2 players, T2K, they just spread out quite nicely, have them surrounded and collapse at the perfect time to finish off and secure this winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, and as you can see, in the end, T2K is just like celebrating each and every single thing. Thank God they're not really complacent about that win. But yeah, as you guys can see, the damage frag right in front of you guys, and TDK, of course, they're not really going to be leading the charge because we did see Dax. They were in the prime positioning throughout the entire game, so they were able to inflict a lot of damage, but the conversion wasn't really there in the eliminations. TRZ2, somehow they just kept on holding onto that compound, and they weren't really taken down, but they were taking a lot of damage, and they were taking a lot of hits, but they still somehow survive and make it to a late game situation, and that was a really needed game. I want to see in the overall rankings where TRZ have found themselves in. Okay, this first half of the board, okay, cool. But what I'm really surprised, Johnny, is looking at Dax right there. Third spot, consistency is the name of the game for Dax, and so far they're doing a phenomenal job in that compartment.
Well, yeah, Atrax definitely quite phenomenal, but now that makes us wonder, Necro, what went wrong in week 1? This team is on the 3rd position right now with 81 points. And, well, they're not going to be playing the last game, so can't really hope for them to see them in the 1st position. But look at this! Alrighty, Necro, we are all set for the final game of the day, because look at what the situation is. We have Savage Esports on 37, we have Venom Legends on 36, and there's TRZ 1952 and 7C Esports. Alright, 7C Esports is a little too far behind, but still, TRZ, they need 11 points to topple down Venom Legends, who are not really having too much of a great time right now, and to push themselves into the top 16.
Okay, so in the next game, Dax, Seal, IIT, and Phantom, they're going to be sitting out, so that means all the teams like Venom Legends, TRZ, 1952, Seal, and Avon Esports. I mean, Avon Esports out the equation, 7C as well out the equation, 1952, TRZ, they're going to have their fair share of chance to try and steal that 16th spot from Venom Legends or either Savage Esports. If Venom Legends have a really good final game, that means Savage Esports will be pushed down to 16th and maybe potentially would not be able to make it in the Super Weekend. But again, Savage Esports, if they're able to have a great game, that means Venom Legends will be quite vulnerable. And so far, they are really vulnerable. There's not really that big of a points difference.
I mean, definitely, as you said, the point difference is not that much. Plus, with a few extra teams sitting out of the competition, I think it can definitely be quite tricky. Plus, I think the teams, if the teams sitting out, I mean, Atrax Esports, IC, and Phantom, if they were towards the lower half of the standings, if they were in the bottom 10, not the bottom 10, but outside of the top 13 teams, I think then it would have been a position where I think these teams would have been a little bit more hopeful that, all right, they are not playing, so at least we can topple them over one way or the other. But since that is not the case, all the teams are in a position from where their spot for the Super Weekend is pretty much guaranteed. I think it's going to be a lot more pressure for the bottom 4 teams to deal with, specifically the teams that have missed out on the previous Super Weekend. I'm talking about TRZ right now. They have what it takes. I mean, they've shown this in the last map. They just have to do it again on Sanhok.
They will have to do it again on Sanhok indeed, but hey, look, what the question is that going to be an easy case or not? Because all the bottom teams, they're going to give it all they have, including Savage Esports too. They're going to go ham in that last game right there.
Yeah.
And especially Venom Legends. Now, we do know what Venom Legends are capable of. We have seen a couple of glimpses in the past too. Now, I just want to see how Venom Legends are able to shift the momentum up because they have none so far. I mean, today's momentum, there wasn't really that great of a start for Venom Legends. So having a great start or having a great ending, it's going to be a really tough factor for all the teams that are in the bottom. But hey, it's not impossible, right?
Yeah, it is definitely not going to be impossible, as you said, Necro. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we have been talking about it, the last game of the day is about to begin in a few short moments. And I think this has to be the perfect game for A1 Esports to just unleash themselves. I mean, they're too far behind from the rest of the competition. And there is, I think, unless they just finish off the entire lobby in one go and then go on to finish the game with a chicken dinner, they won't be able to make it to the Super Weekend. So it's quite a tough position for them. But I think these are the moments when you can just play like you want, do whatever you want inside the game. You want to charge head on in a team fight in a 1v2 situation, just absolutely go for it. You have nothing to worry about. And that sort of freedom can be quite deadly sometimes, but we'll have to see what is going to happen once we are live with the action, ladies and gentlemen. And it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how this early game situation is going to work out for a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, and I believe the match is just about to begin in a few short moments.
It has already started, Johnny, so there's some there's some problem going on with us, but yeah, the match has already started. The fly path as well is on our screen, and Okay. Oh, okay. Apparently, it's actually a rehost. So that's quite interesting. I mean, I did
Yeah.
see the map feed going alive, and it seems like we have a little rehost going through. Maybe some of the players weren't really able to connect in. Some technical issues. We won't really get into that. But what we really need to talk about, again, is that bottom four. Venom on the verge of getting eliminated. The points different between Venom Legends and Savage Esports currently is Savage sitting on 37 and Venom Legends sitting on 36, Johnny. 1 point difference. Imagine how close it is. All these teams in the bottom, including Raw too.
Yeah.
I mean, Raw, they have like a decent amount of cushion to play with, but Savage, Venom, TRZ, and team right underneath them, they are going to have a lot of pressure in this final game because they do want to make the Super Weekend
Yeah.
too. And I've always been saying the number two weekend or number 2 day is always the day of comebacks. And if they're not really able to make a comeback in Super Weekend 2, then Denzo.
I mean, it is going to be pretty much over their journey in this PMPL South Asia. But as you were saying, I mean, Savage, Venom Esports, then there's TRZ, which is 11 points behind Venom and 12 points behind Savage Esports. And after, right behind TRZ is 7Cs, I believe. So it's going to be quite important to see between these four, which two will be making it to the other side and which two will be left behind. The bottom two teams are already pretty much in the ditches and the trenches, and they are stuck there. There is no getting out of this one for them. But again, as we were talking about this, Necro, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the top performing teams are also going to do, because it looks like the more and more safety you give in terms of the rankings and in terms of the qualification you give to the lads from Esports who are not playing, in fact, but the same can be said for Stalwart Esports and Savage. The safer they are, the more trouble they are going to cause. Savage is still in trouble, so I think we can still expect them to be on the down low, hardly notice their presence during the game. But Stalwart Esports, a team that's leading the leaderboard, will look to do the same in the game.
Dude, like, I mean, one team that I'm really happy for this Super Weekend has to be High Voltage, making it in the Super Weekend. I mean, we completely forgot about High Voltage, right? We've been talking about the teams on the bottom, but High Voltage was one of those teams that weren't really able to make it in Super Weekend 1, but now they're able to make it in Super Weekend 2. And this lineup, I mean, having Assassin with you as well, one of the best star players out there in their region. Assassin has been proven up time and time himself, and I can't really elaborate on that fact because Assassin was one of those players that has switched up quite a lot of rosters and then came back to High Voltage to just settle things down again. And I'm pretty sure High Voltage in week 2, they will pop off.
I mean, definitely. I agree with you on that. High Voltage will pop off quite nicely in week number 2, but it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what they will be doing in the Super Weekend, because it is quite important for them to make it. And since they have made it in quite a decent position, I think the only thing left to do is just try and see if they can cover up the difference between them and the teams that have already played the Super Weekends. Which right now, I think the best they can do is try and take on the bottom two teams, that is ElementriX and JyanMaara, and even those teams and 7C as well, because even those teams have secured quite a lot of points. 7C is on the 14th with 65 points, JyanMaara is there with 63 on the 15th, and ElementriX is on the 16th with 57 points, and they have 15 matches to cover up. You win one game with 5 eliminations, that's $1,000 plus 20 points already secured. That's one third of your point difference between JyanMaara. Well, almost one third of your point difference between JyanMaara and starting from scratch, almost done. So I think that sort of can in fact give a boost to teams like High Voltage who are going to be there for the first time. Teams like DRS as well, I think I will be looking at this in a similar manner. But DRS, I think, already have showcased with their performance in the weekends, in the weekdays, in the league play days, that they are not going to contend with just qualifying for the finals. They want to go to the finals, but also with a good position in the league stages.
Exactly. And for the viewers that don't really know how things really are looking like right now, currently in the Super Weekend, Stalwart Esports is, of course, leading the entire fray, right, with 196 points. And then you have Seal right underneath them. Now, these are the these are the Super Weekend rankings right there off the week 1, just off of week 1. So Stalwart Esports on the top with 196, then you have Seal on the second with 193, and then you have Vibes on the third with IIT on the third with 149 or 169 points. and then you have Vibes with 146 points in their hands. These are the top 4. And then the bottom 4 are Savage Esports with 73, 7C with 65, JyanMaara with 63, and ElementriX with 57. These are the bottom 4 of the Super Weekend so far. If teams do want to make it to Super Weekend 2, to even getting the top 16 marker, they will at least have to have 57 points or even more to try and take over ElementriX. And ElementriX in this game, I mean, they've already made it to top 16. I'm not really worried about ElementriX qualifying in week 2. What I'm really worried about, though, is are they going to be able to keep that 16th spot or even move on forward in the Super Weekends in a great fashion?
Well, I mean, at this point, if you want to, be sure and feel secured about your qualification position, just go for a chicken dinner. That way, I don't think anyone will be able to steal this win away from you. But talking about stealing away the win and the limelight, I think Deadeyes guys are going to be happy with this particular Sanhok, because no IHC to stop them in the early stages and just deny them even the opportunity to loot in this game. But we do have a circle leaning heavily towards the northeastern part of the map. So I think, again, Savage Esports, the opportunity is laid out for them. Now, all they have to do is just seize it.
Exactly. I mean, Sanhok, sometimes the randomness does hit quite a bit. And I've been saying this over and over and since the past couple of years, right? Sanhok is one of those maps where if a zone is favoring a team, that team will potentially also seal the deal and grab the chicken dinner. A1 Esports and 7C right next to each other. 7C as well. They can qualify, but they will need an all-out game for themselves if they want to do so. Something that is going to be really tough. Dante finds himself in harm's way. Does spot out the man out in the open. Takes a couple of shots, but Akujad for now is going to be safe. He's also going to patch himself up, and Dante a little too late to react. Oh, but that's a nice shot. And he's going to shut him down. Where did this Dante go right here?
Well, I think, yeah, we were missing that one for a while, but now finally A1 Esports, they have showed up, I guess, in the last game. As I said, I mean, just be a little bit more free. It pays off. Dante finding the first pick for his team. The first elimination, ladies and gentlemen, of this game has been secured by A1 Esports. Dante.
Oh, man. Deadeyes guys as well. They have a casualty on their side. Shifu Sir's been taken out. I think so. He caught a couple of bullets all the way from across the board. It was JyanMaara who were able to get the knock through. But that's not going to be that big of a deal for them. They should be able to get the final man back up. Susan spotted out, also taking a couple of shots from the QBU. No connections found. So Turalov now is going to back off. Deadeyes guys, you better get back to business. They can start looting. Now, one of the things that I personally really do hate is early game stalemates. And I am a big hater of those moments. Because early game stalemates, that means you're also going to be burning through a lot of early game phases times. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now because Manish, that's a nice return knock from his side. A1 Esports now taken down. And the man's out as well. Manish as well is also catching a couple of return fire onto himself. A1 Esports, again, an early casualty on their side. Something needs to be done at this point in time. RX Jax, he's trying to get as safe as possible. Every single player from A1 Esports is trying to play really safe.
Well, let's see. They are just trying to see if they can survive at this point, but again, it's a little too late. I think they are in the perfect position to ruin the plans of the other teams, and yeah, that was a scary start of that view. So, God, I don't think you can get any closer than that.
Not gonna lie, that was the scariest snowman I've ever seen in my life. That's gonna give me nightmares tonight. But yeah, getting back to what I was trying to say, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
So one of the most early game things that I hate is early game stalemate in a fight, where it's a 4-on-4 situation and both the teams, they're just staring at each other. They know there's someone in the front, but they're not really trying to get knockouts on anyone. They're not really trying to do anything. That means you're also burning through so much time at the start. That means the enemy team, neither you are going to get any more loot in your hands. You're probably going to be striving for loot. And also, you can use that time to reposition yourself in a better spot in the zone. you see how much disadvantage you already are off to. If you're going to get into an early game stalemate fight, you might as well just try and go all in. You might as well just try and send it completely. But you see Avon Esports, oh, that's a nice wrap around, but Mad Cat's going to find the reply. Avon Esports, what's going on? They're also falling down from a team like TRZ, which was on the struggling phases as well with them.
Well, they look like they're going to be in some trouble as Jax has been taken out as well. Dante is going to be the last player surviving. And even though they might have gotten the first blood, A1 Esports, I think, are just going to end up giving the points away to the lads of TRZ. Manish is looking to push forward, and these are important points for TRZ because let's not forget they needed 9 points to be inside the top 16. Well, they have gotten 4. Now just 5 more points, and then it's time to go for a survival streak and play for the heal battles on Sanhok.
How does Avon lose against TRZ? That's my question right there.
Too spread apart, too far away from each other. No backup options.
No backup, but okay, even though sometimes you can try and fight back in your individual skills, right? Yeah. At least get a knock. That was a flawless one. TRC did not take any damage.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even have any casualty.
Yeah, so in an isolated position when you know there are like more than one players running in your direction, I think players just expect the other lad, the second player of the team charging forward to just hard ADS on your position. So I think that's why they were sort of quite hesitant on the fight, but I completely agree with you. Since they know, eventually you are getting taken out, you're going to try and make an attempt. Anything. Just grab onto some straws, just grab onto air and try and see if you can get some knocks. But look at this, Stalwart Esports. It looked like JyanMaara is the one surrounding Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart Esports, they are not comfortable with this. They are backing off.
Yep. And, well, there you go.
Action is like, what are you talking about? Who? Backing off? Us?
Not anymore.
No way.
Oh, man. Stalwart, yeah, at this point, at least in league play, we can never expect Stalwart Esports to take things that serious and actually try and back out from a fight. Even if things aren't really leading towards their direction, they're still going to try and challenge it because they know it's league play. It's top 16 is an easy piece of cake for them. So you might as well just try and go all in, right?
I mean, definitely. They always go all in as far as the matches are considered. I don't think this team is scared of anyone. Look at that. Pika and Action. I think they are moving towards Snipe now. Action is going to be taken out, but now Snipe can survive the assault of the rest of the teams. One of the favorites, one of the important players for Stalwart Esports, ladies and gentlemen, has just been picked off. And what is the reaction from the rest of the team going to be like? I think that is the question that we need to be asking ourselves right now.
Oh, man. Pika right there in the front. Oh, that's a nice snade. Snipe YT also caught a couple of bullets. That was a little head exposed.
Oh, top is out.
So far, yeah, top's been taken out. That's something that's not really a great news. You also do see ElementriX now getting on top of him from the back. Top is also he might just get confirmed soon. Pika is taking a lot of shots of Snipe. Snipe is quite low. Molotov's going to lob in. That might just flush Snipe out of his spot, but no, that's a little bit overshoot. The toss is not going to be to perfection, but this nade might just be to perfection. Yes, it is. Pika finds the opening. Now he's also trying to take the second man down as well. JyanMaara, this might just be the final nail put in the coffin, and that's what exactly happens. JyanMaara out the equation. 1952 as well is now closing their distance close to the players of Stalwart.
Well, let's see. They are trying to close in, but Top is back on his feet, and 1952, they can capitalize on the fact that Stalwart Esports were a little distracted earlier on. But Mr. Yozu, oh, no one saw that.
Oh, man. Another wave of enemies to try and deal with Stalwart Esports. 3 players up for them. They have taken a huge hit. It's Action out the game. It's okay. 3 players, we know what they're capable of.
Well, let's see. Surrounded from every single direction, Stalwart Esports, I think, have switched up the pace a little bit. Instead of pushing forward to either of the teams, just want to let them close in on their position. And the trap has been laid out. Kitscry on the white flank. Pika backing him up. Top is going to be the aggressor from behind the tree. And ElementriX, they will have to be extremely careful once they start moving forward, but I think there is still a lot of time for these lads to try and avoid any sort of collision. And considering there will be no incentive of actually coming out on top on this fight, apart from just having the bragging rights of beating each other up in the league play stages, I think since both the teams are inside the circle, they can just hold their position and just be nice to each other for a change.
Oh man, I would love the bragging rights of beating you up though.
You can't.
Why?
I'm
Man.
just too good.
What do you mean?
I am just too good, Necro.
So are you gonna like bob and weave in real life, like jiggle? Move
Yeah. I'm just gonna take your phone and run away. So yeah.
Man, don't do that, dude. Like I'm already broke enough. Why would you want to take my phone and run away?
That's the easiest way to win, I guess.
You've got a better phone than me, dude. Like, why would you want to take my phone?
I don't take any risk, Necro.
My phone's a piece of crap. Why would you want my phone? All right. Well, vibes. I wish I had the Oppo F21 though, which
Yeah.
is going to be out in the market.
I'm still
soon, so you guys
waiting.
can go ahead and grab it. Yeah.
Yeah. We're still waiting for it to like come out. I mean, I'm looking for an upgrade, so yeah. But still, let's see. Oh, talking about upgrades, I guess Vibes, they were like, all right, do not really like the 0 elimination counter right there. Time to change all of that. They found knock on the players of TRZ. And this is, I think, again, the fight that will either make it or break TRZ's run in this entire PMPL, because 4 eliminations have been secured. TRZ needed 9 points to topple the lads from Venom Legends over. Venom Legends are down to 3 players, and they still haven't secured any points in this game. So if TRZ just survive that fight and make it into the top 5 even, I think that does the trick for TRZ.
Indeed, it does the trick. TRZ, they also have a little high ground in this fight. They've already found themselves in the upper edge with the knockout on the player of Vibes as well. So now it's a 3-on-4 for this time being. Deadeyes Guys, on the other hand, inflicting pain in the front. ElementriX, they've taken a casualty as Liquids went down. Sus is taking the res on to Liquid. Shouldn't really be that tough to get the final man back up, and they do so. And ElementriX, now they're going to try to get out of harm's way.
Well, let's see. Stalwart Esports right now, they find themselves face-to-face with the boys from Deadeyes Guys. And top, I think he did spot out a few of the lads, but distance being a little too much, will decide not to go for the spray. Because even if you find a knock, it's going to be very difficult to secure the finish. And now I think just shooting at some random rocks, just pre-firing, expecting someone to be there. But Fardi needs to fall back, get to a line of fire from where his teammates can back him up. Vibes, they are close. They're trying to close in on TRZ's position, but it's not going to be easy.
Indeed, it's not going to be easy. Airdropped 3 is on the board, and it's going to be the luxurious AUG with also a couple of upgrades if the players want. 14 teams live and 50 players in total. And if you take a look at the map currently, I mean, of course, we can see the map, but the viewers can't. So currently, the teams that are right in the smack center are Skylightz Gaming, Raw, and 1952. And every single team currently in the lobby is just waiting for the next circle shift to try and decide their fate. So a couple of teams that are just trying to play on the edge. They're just waiting for the next rotation to decide where they want to rotate towards. As DRS, they found a knockout. And they will also get the confirmation rolling through on Extreme. High voltage, not really that great of a start. But that's something they can afford, because so far it seems like you might as well just call them in the top 16, and they have qualified for Super Weekend 2.
Well, let's see. I think, again, look at how the teams are positioned around this map. You can easily tell the teams that are fighting for survival and the teams that have already made it. So the cluster in the center is of the lads that have made it to the Super Week. And on the edges, ladies and gentlemen, you will find TRZ, Venom Legends, and, of course, 7C lads towards the position right just west of Lakavi. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how the move towards the center of the circle is going to look like. A Skylightz Gaming are basically already there. There's a massive cluster of teams towards the western edge of the circle. We have Raw, we have 1952, Stalwart Esports, ElementriX are trying to close in. Deadeyes Guys might just move in through the Paradise Resort as that position has completely been abandoned. And T2K, look at them going for a straight up push towards the position of 7C. And I think Skylightz Gaming might be the thing that stops them in their tracks. DRS going for a very late rotation. It's the third circle, and these lads are 600 plus meters away from the circle. DRS, what are you up to?
That's something that I'm wondering as well. And Stalwart Esports with 3 players up, looking so great so far. Feel like another team we really need to focus on, though, Johnny, has to be 1952. They're on the 17th spot, not really far away from Savage. And somewhere down the line, Venom Legends as well, we were talking about this. They're going to have a lot of pressure building up or ramping up on them. And DRS taking an exit on 14th spot. Oh, that's quite an early way to get taken out right there. But yeah, DRS now out the equation in this game on the final game of day 2 of league play. Or you can call it as the final game or the final day of the week 2 of league play. Stalwart Esports, they sense a little bit of presence on top of the hill right there. And it's going to be ElementriX, Orange, who's right in the front. But he still hasn't exposed himself.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, they still have... I was just about to say they still haven't exposed themselves, but someone might be lurking quite close to them. And it is the players from Savage Esports. Just finding 2 crazy knocks. And very quickly as well, Hershey going for the push, and will he get there in time? I think he will, but does he know there's a third player inside of the smoke? He's trying to secure these eliminations, and in fact there are 2 of them indoors right now the revive has been successful for the players of Deadeyes Guys. And well, Anif is going to be there to make sure that it's just a numbers advantage for Savage Esports. Just a formality now. Frag Boy cooking up the fragment grenade is going to run into the one from Anif. And in fact, all right, so he was outside the damage radius. And it's just the one last player from the side of Deadeyes Guys that's surviving.
Oh my god, it's done.
The lads from Savage Esports are looking to finish off. It's almost done. All the players are here. It's a 1v4. And he runs into the Molotov to end it all. There's the finish. Anif finds the final elimination. And that's the, well, the 4th elimination of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to 12 teams, 42 players still alive.
And keep this in mind, Deadeyes Guys is one of those teams that has been dominating the PMPL SA so far. And Savage Esports, they're just making it look like a piece of cake, eliminating out a team like Deadeyes Guys. And that in itself shows the prowess that Savage Esports packs, the punch that this team packs. And you never want to mess around with this team as well. And I've told you, Johnny, in the grand finals, I feel like Savage Esports is going to be one of those teams that is going to astonish all of us. That's going to surprise all of us. And potentially might just be the top 3 teams out there.
Well, definitely. I think this team definitely does have what it takes. But I think, again, we're going to have to wait for the Super Weekend to see exactly how far will they be able to take their skills. And, in fact, the finals is where it all matters. But for now, Raw Esports holding on to their stronghold, which is around 250 meters away from the circle. And looks like quite an interesting position. ElementriX so close. Orange completely unaware, will be shot down by Kazi and his UMP. Now he does have a teammate in the back lines, but even he is down on the floor. The positioning from the side of Raw Esports absolutely on point. ElementriX, Mr. Yozu, and Sus, the final 2 players remaining. They're on the other side of the hill. No way to recover from this series of unfortunate events.
Indeed, no way to recover, huh? ElementriX, they have their sight deadlocked in the front. TRZ, it might just be on the receiving end. 2 players are up for the side of ElementriX, and 2 players being taken out as Liquid or Orange are not really in the game anymore. Vibes having all their players up. Skylightz Gaming in the front, now trying to bring a fight against Savage Esports. The rivalry's been going since a long time, since the days where these teams were scrimming against each other. And now this time it's finally going to get back in the game. As Skylightz Gaming, they're trying to get the vengeance. They're trying to get the revenge against Savage Esports. But are Savage going to let that happen? Because so far, Savage, they've been phenomenal on their 4-on-4 fights. But now they're going to go against some of the best teams out there in the SA regions, Skylightz Gaming.
Well, let's see. It's going to be quite interesting to see what Skylightz Gaming will do to react against the assault from Savage. And they are not looking like Savage Esports is going to stop anytime soon. Well, they want to go for this push. The lads from Skylightz Gaming are getting isolated slowly and steadily as Nima and his teammate right next to him, they find themselves a little bit further away from the rest of the squad. Gyalzen is going to be left to deal with the brunt of the force of the assault from Skylightz Gaming, Stalwart Esports, but all right, so Savage Esports, they do Molotov behind the rock quite perfectly, and the reason I said Stalwart Esports, they were having their own fight on the other side, but look at Savage now pushing forward for T2K. How are they switching so many fights at the same time?
Yeah, Savage Esports, man, I don't know what I should call them, but they're the Terminators of the lobby. They do not care who they're going against, and they're still able to put up a strong fight against them, a strong foothold as well. Savage Esports, it doesn't matter if they're getting third party by TDK. They're still going to fight back a 4-man strong squad, but hopefully they're not tunnel vision just on TDK, because Skylightz Gaming is something they still need to try and worry about. Gyalzen's been taken out, a good flush with the Molotov, but still the conversion's not there, and Gyalzen as well is getting ticked off so far. Mr. Boro is going to go ahead and stick the res on to Gyalzen. 4 players up, all 4 players alive. Savage Esports, they're a 4-man strong team. And TDK, somewhere down line, out in the open. On the other hand, it's a fight between Raw and ElementriX, and Raw, they're going to wipe out the existence of ElementriX.
Well, let's see. They are looking to see if they can finish a few more off, but Savage Esports, look at them. I mean, even though they are looking to take multiple fights at the same time, they are still doing a phenomenal job, and TRZ, Necro are still present in this match. I want to focus on TRZ. Manish, look at them going up against the lads of 7C Esports, and an extra point for the players of TRZ. They make it into the top 9, but it is not enough, Necro. They need more points.
They do need more points. Skylightz Gaming, they're just inflicting hurt. It's not going to stop them anytime soon to try and stop the hurt for sure. TDK on the receiving end as Jane is trying to crawl back to safety. Is he going to be able to do so? That's what I want to know. And now it's the 2 Mongolian teams going head-to-head against each other as Stalwart Esports. Now they're trying to take down the players of Savage Esports. But is that going to happen or not? That's what I want to know. Sandesh as well now in the front lines. Going to spot out one of the players of Savage. And he's also taking a lot of shots. Savage, too many threats to deal with currently. Sanchir as well is going to probably fall down to the play zone. Oh, things are not really aligned for them. Such an unlucky event. And from the back, it's Skylightz Gaming. From the top, who's going to rain down the final man off T2K.
Well, let's see. With T2K out of the picture, I think the lads from the side of TRZ are going to be more happy, but their contenders still remain. Venom Legends are still inside the lobby, and even though we are seeing the players of Skylightz Gaming fall down left, right, and center, I think someone else in another location is going to be very happy about this. Of course, the players of TRZ moving, getting more placement points with every single team that gets taken out. Raw Esports doing all the work, punishing the players from Skylightz Gaming right now. And they have almost eliminated the entire team. Oh, in the distance, we did see the last player from Stalwart Esports, Cry, slowly and steadily walking as he heals up, going for, well, I won't call it an exact heal battle because that requires you to survive to the late game stages, but he has started on pretty early. And Venom Legends might be getting, well, shown the exit in a little while as Vibes have them spotted out, and Steel Shot is down on his knees and gets finished off as well.
Yeah, he's going to get finished off. The KP is racked up right there. 8 teams alive and 18 players in total. Vibes, they have all their players up so far. They also need to get the reset through. Mullik right there in the open. Assassin might just find an easy opening or easy window to try and capitalize on. But he hasn't striked just yet. He's just waiting for that right moment to strike. Raw gonna lob in that nade. That nade's being tossed in. It might just be to perfection too. Final man taken out right there. High Voltage taking an exit from the lobby nade spot. Raw 2 with 3 players up, TRZ in the front. TRZ, it seems like so far they've been doing a phenomenal job in the game. It's a complete new TRZ.
Well, yeah. And since they have played like this in the last 2 matches, where was this team since yesterday? But no matter what, if they make it to the Super Weekend and play in the similar manner, I think I'm going to be happy, man. TRZ, look at them. All 4 players left. They have 6 eliminations, and now they are looking to take a fight against Vibes Esports. I believe that tally has somewhat gotten close from where I think they can, in fact, topple over Venom Legends, but we're going to wait and see exactly what the situation is going to be at the end when we have a look at the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Skylightz Gaming being shown the exit. We're down to the top 4. TRZ still looking strong, but oh no! Storm whips an entire clip, and he instantly gets punished. Raw Esports being absolutely brutal with everything right now. And Fardi just hiding behind the wall right there. Can be spotted out. Manish is the next one to get knocked out. But Raw Esports, they get taken care of by the players of Vibes who are here providing the flank. And Assault, he's trying to push forward, trying to see if he can get a trade for his team. But I don't think that's going to be a possibility. Rio is going to be knocked out by Kazi. And well, Raw Esports do retaliate. 9 eliminations secure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the top 4 teams left inside the game. Steel. Well, it is Venom Legends, just one player, Dictator, who is still remaining, and I think he has gone for a heal battle, but who will be taken out first? Will TRZ be shown the exit, or will Venom Legends be the team that gets taken out earlier on inside of this game? Assault, he's trying to push forward, see if he can finish off the players from Vibes, but that one rock right in front of them is providing enough cover for Joker to actually feel safe, waiting for Assault to step forward, goes for the pre-fire, finds the knock. Kazi, the last player remaining, this fight is down to a 1v1, and from the distance, Dictator secures the extra point. Now he gets finished off. Kazi is the last player surviving.
Oh my God.
This is the perfect opportunity for TRZ to secure the winner chicken dinner. Will they win this one? That is the question. A 1v2 for Kazi to clutch it out. And Mad Cat, he knows exactly where the opponent is. TRZ, do they know they have the perfect opportunity to win this game? Let's find out. Armor all gone. Helmet almost half gone.
Okay, now it's time for the push, and TRZ, they realize the final man in the front, and he's quite damaged as well. Mad Cat's gonna make the push happen, and he's gonna seal the deal. TRZ, they close things off on a great note, and what a way to close it out as well, with a nice chicken dinner. TRZ, they have qualified, and yes, they have, on 16th spot. Venom Legends pushed down to 17. Oh my God, they got a little too close for comfort, as Savage Esports do, even though they got taken out early. They still have made it. Oh my God.
Oh, well, I mean, what a wonderful finish from this team. No one would have expected that this is what the final game is going to look like. Ladies and gentlemen, TRZ, they have made it into... Well, I'm not going to disclose. I want to have a look at the overall rankings. But yes, TRZ, they get themselves the winner chicken dinner. An impressive one as well. Finding a lot of eliminations. I believe the total number being somewhere around 7 or 8 eliminations, but still an impressive finish from the team that was just struggling for just 2 points a few moments earlier, but 2 consistent games, and they have made it.
Man, this is going to be interesting now. Okay, yeah, honestly, even though TRZ, they are in the 16th spots currently, I want to know, is Savage and Venom Legends, they didn't really have that big of a difference between them. And Venom Legends, they were able to rack up quite a lot of placement points. If I'm not wrong, they were on 3rd spot in itself. So that in itself gives you like 8 placement points, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it does.
10.
So 8 placement points in your pockets, and also a decent amount of elim points to play with. Our Savage pushed down.
So Venom Legends total tally, I believe it's going to be around 11 points because they had 1 elimination and 10 for placement. But Savage Esports, the important point of concern for them becomes how many elimination points do they have. Let's take a very short break for now, ladies and gentlemen. And once we come back, we will have a look at all of the stats and the overall rankings. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. And again, ladies and gentlemen, all the matches of the day are over. All we are waiting for now is to have a look at the overall rankings and see which teams have made it to the second Super Weekend of this PMPL and which 4 teams, in fact, in particular, will be sitting out.
There was just 1 point difference between Venom Legends and Savage, man. And I just am wondering, because third place gives you 10 points, and Venom Legends were able to make it to third place. If they did not really have a lot of elimination points, then that could be a possibility that they haven't really qualified. But still, just having 1 point's different. Man, this suspense right here is actually taking me over currently. But yeah, let's take a look at the MVP and let's find out who was the man who did really good. It has to be someone from TRZ. No, actually, it was Vibe's Joker with 7 elims. Look at the conversion from damage to elims. That's phenomenal.
That's on point. He did not leave anything for his teammates. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to trust you guys and get assists for myself. I'm just going to get those elimination numbers. Going 795 damage dished out, 7 eliminations secured, and 25 minute survival time. So Vibes are doing pretty good. In fact, we did see Joker earlier on during the day as well, having a phenomenal time on Sanhok in particular. So Sanhok looks very strong for this team. But again, the question still remains the same, Necro. Who will make it on the other side? All right, Anif is there from Savage Esports, so there are signs of hope. 686 damage, 3 eliminations secured. The 21-minute survival time from Savage Esports. Now, again, if there are 3 eliminations on Anif, I want to see what the rest of the team got as a total tally.
Exactly, man. I mean, Savage Esports, they had the pedal to the metal on the final game. They were getting those elimination points racked up, so that's what I want to see. Did the elimination points from Savage beat Venom Legends placement points? That's what we really need to find out, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why such a huge mystery is still being made from the side of production. Please, man, just show us the overall rankings. I can't take this anymore.
I mean, there's a lot of mystery. We are just going to keep it a mystery until the very end. But so far, I think, again, even in that final fight, even though everything was like raw esports, they were just being too over-aggressive towards those final points. That resulted in them just having this last surviving play against the 2 from TRZ Esports. TRZ did phenomenal to capitalize, and TRZ were not too shabby themselves in this match. 8 eliminations secured, 635 damage dished out, 976 taken, but still those 8 eliminations, and in fact, the 23 points that they have right now will make sure that they make it into the Super Weekend. But the next thing is going to be the match summary. Even if I get to see the match rankings, I'm good. I think that should be enough to help me with my calculations. Yeah.
Oh, man. Match summary right here. Oh, dude. I just want to look at the overall rankings, man. Like, the curiosity is getting the better out of me currently.
I think the match rankings are enough. I think we knew the differences between TRZ. They needed 9. There was 1 point difference between Savage and Venom Legends. And, well, where are they? Oh, it's all tied up. It's all tied up. Both of the teams have 12 points each. But because Savage Esports going into the match
1 point.
Had a 1 point advantage, they make it to the Super Weekend. And Venom Legends, they are going to be sitting out of this one.
Oh,
Ouch.
my God. 1 point. They tie up again in the match rankings. And 1 point different qualifies or helps Savage Esports to qualify in the Super Weekends of Week 2. Oh my God. That's mind blown. That's mind blown. But I still want to look at the overall rankings. But let's take a look at the TRZ rotation first. Let's find out how they were actually able to get the
while we do that, I want to talk about some stuff, because going into the Super Weekend, things are going to get very interesting. So 7C have failed to make it towards this Super Weekend as well, by the way. And as I mentioned earlier, they are sitting on the 14th position with just 65 points to their name. Venom Legends, although, are in a much safer position as far as the Super Weekend rankings are considered, sitting on the 7th with 122 points. So even though it's a massive surprise with Venom Legends not making it into the Super Week, I think they're pretty good. If they make it to the last Super Weekend, they can still qualify for the finals, because even though the other teams will be moving forward, we have two new teams in this Super Weekend. We have we have, well, the new names that are joining us. One of them will be definitely the lads from TRZ, and High Voltage will be making it. Sorry, Astrax will be making it as well, and High Voltage. I want to see where they ended up. But still, since these two teams are going to be stepping in, I think Venom Legends will have a little bit of a safety cushion on the other side, and I think that is the thing that they can focus on. TRZ, I think this time they did brilliant, considering they did not go for a drop clash against the teams that were giving them the most trouble. And since the team wasn't even there, I think TRZ did have an early free start in the early game stage. Then because of that, they were able to easily secure a lot of the players who were there present in the final few fights, and with the numbers advantage, I mean, they could have had a much cleaner win, but hey, who cares, right? A chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. You qualify, you make it to the Super Weekend, where it all matters. Now it's time to secure some money.
Exactly. Now it's time to secure some money. Now it's time to fill your backs up with that cash. And man, overall, things have been really intense. And well, let's find out how things were intense. Let's take a look at the Oppo moments, and let's find out how things really did kick off. As you do take a look at that beautiful F21 Pro in front of you. And this is how things really started. I did see Dante just hitting some insane shots on the players of 7C. Also did get the confirmation through, but that's the only piece of action that Avon Esports were able to put themselves up in, because then later on they got dismantled by TRZ.
Well, let's see. I mean, TRZ, they're going to be quite interesting to look at when we see them again during the Super Week. And although, as we did see A1 Esports, I think the first elimination Dante got gave me some hope. Like, all right, finally A1 Esports is going to pop up in this game. But then a few seconds later, TRZ just wiped them out, which I was like, it was a kind of a bittersweet moment for me personally. But Stalwart Esports, like always, will not look before they charge forward. And I mean, even though this time, like always, they did get a lot of eliminations, we saw them getting caught off guard due to the fact that they were part of a lot of fights at the same time, just engaging a lot of teams at the same time, and every team has a cap, right? After one moment, you will fall down.
Exactly. After one moment, indeed, you will fall down, and that's how TRZ got it. Look at the happiness on these players, right? I mean, the struggling phase is now over. TRZ finally showed themselves up on the board. And oh man, I'm really happy for this team. I'm not gonna lie. You guys can see as well how happy they were to get that chicken dinner and also qualify in for the Super Weekends. And now taking a look at the damage graph in front of us, TRZ with, of course, some high numbers for themselves, but Raw, they're going to find themselves, or they're going to have the tallest graph for themselves in this entire one. And so Stalwart Esports, even though they got taken out in the early phase of the game, they still had 9 eliminations and 1742 damage.
Well, I mean, quite an interesting performance for Stalwart Esports, but we usually expect them to play in a similar way. I think in this game, the only comparisons we are going to be making is High Voltage, TRZ, the lads from Venom Legends, Savage Esports, and seeing like, all right, what could these teams have done more? And Venom Legends in particular, I think the survival game was on point, but in order to qualify, their thought was just set on the fact that, all right, we just need to stay on the 16th. They didn't think about moving forward in the overall rankings, and that sort of a mindset can in fact backfire a lot of the times. But I think kudos to the players from TRZ who did in fact capitalize quite nicely. But look at Raw Esports. Oh man, last game and they make an 8th position jump. And Skylightz Gaming, congratulations to Skylightz Gaming as well. They make it to the Super Weekend as the second best team right now, right behind Stalwart Esports.
Exactly. Skylightz Gaming as well, having a pretty good game for themselves in the final one. And I had C2 right underneath them. Dax, one of the best performances out there, considering the fact that they couldn't really make it in Super Weekend 1. And now in Week 2, they have performed so well in the league play. It seems like Dax, they have something to prove here. Savage Esports, they're going to keep maintaining that spot on 15th spot. And then TRZ, they're going to move right underneath them with 48 points. And Venom Legends and TRZ were actually tied up on 48. Where did they surpass them? Oh, I think so. It was the elimination points. Oh my god. So this is the prime example of the fact that elimination points matter more than the placement points. And Venom Legends, unfortunately, they couldn't surpass TRZ in the elimination compartment. Oh, it was a tie.
Oh man. I mean, we were just getting excited thinking, all right, TRZ is going to be on the 15th. Savage Esports are going to be behind them, but no. It's just a tie between Venom Legends, and it has always been a case where the elimination points have gotten a priority. But, I mean, in the recent days, so there is a rule change that was made, I think, and it sort of states that in case of a tie, the first priority goes to more consistent performances, and since TRZ just got a chicken dinner, that results in then having a more consistent performance now, and the chicken dinner win is also a priority, so also sort of a tiebreaker right there. So I think that sort of pushes TRZ forward. But no matter what it may be, TRZ, they have made it right on the brink of elimination, as in fact, and quite an unfortunate series of event right there, though, for Venom Legends. As yeah, that was it. That was it for the second week.
Yep, also that one chicken dinner right there, Venom Legends. Unfortunate stuff for them. Also that one chicken dinner, then the elimination points as well, just adding on up. And TRZ, well, it's okay. TRZ are a well-deserving team for that spot.
Yeah.
And I'm personally going to be happy to see how they're going to be performing in the week 2 of Super Weekend, because week 1, they weren't really able to showcase themselves right there. Elimination leaders from the entire league plays in front of you guys. Of course, Demo's going to be there with 48 frags, top in the charts. Alex is right there next to him with 47.
Well, and it's going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen once we go towards the Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen, because even though these lads are going to be there, we have new teams joining us. The Atrax has made it, High Voltage have made it, and TRZ have made it as well to the second Super Weekend. And sitting out the Super Weekend this time, it's quite surprising that it is 1952 Venom Legends, 7C Esports, and A1 Esports. I think just 2 Super Weekends slipping out can be a little bit too brutal for the team, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to actually cover up, even if they make it to the third one. So I think, again, it is quite a dire situation for them, but we can always be hopeful. We can always be hopeful. I don't like being realistic too much, I guess, now that I think about it.
You always got to hope, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, Super Weekend teams right here, guys. Top 16 teams that have made it from League Play 2 are right in front of you guys. Of course, the bottom 4 teams are High Voltage, who has made it this time. Savage Esports as well, they barely qualify in. TRZ as well, they qualify in this time. And Dax, too, one of those teams that couldn't really make it in the week 1. Dax with a phenomenal performance. They make it on 4th spot in the League Play in the overall rankings. And that in itself proves a lot what Dax has to say in the week play too. I want to see Dax absolutely going off on the Super Weekend too.
I think he is definitely going to be in an incredible form. I mean, this week has started off in a very intriguing manner. It's very exciting. I mean, just thinking about what's going to happen in the Super Weekend matches. Because now, earlier on, I mean, we did talk about TRZ and all these lads. They are going to be starting off with a deficit of 15 matches that the other teams have played. But the teams that haven't qualified, 2 of them are in positions from where you can easily topple them over. Talking about 7C Esports and also 1952. For the other teams, I mean, it is going to be a troublesome situation. Venom Legends are way up high above on the leaderboard, so they are pretty much in a much safer spot. But it is going to be quite interesting to see what is going to happen, because 7C and 1952, they are on the download 12 and 14th position. JyanMaara and ElementriX are returning, so hopefully these lads also step up quite nicely and bring themselves up on the overall rankings. But I guess that's it for the League Play Days, ladies and gentlemen. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. We're going to be back again with the Super Weekends. But until then, you guys take care. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night.